Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 451 Unrivaled Power. Sarah and Gerard were both strong in raw power, they exceeded even me. But, it was this very power they had that made them so rusty. They probably didn't need to learn advanced martial arts since they're already so strong. Hey. A destructive beam of light flashed at me, but I easily dispersed its power with spellcraft. At that same instance, Gerard approached me with a terrifying punch. I switched places with him and returned the favor with a storm of several Quinta storms. Grand Blitz. I added another spell to the mix, spending him crashing down with injuries. The explosion spread about the vast area as I watched from the sky. He'll heal from those wounds with his body. While I was making this thought, Sarah's swelling energy caught my attention, and I noticed she was already getting serious. I'll admit that you're annoying to beat. But, I refuse to believe that you're stronger than I am. Sarah spoke, her face in a glare. Is that so? My dry response enraged her even more, making me have an even bigger idea about her personality. So, you want a strong opponent you can pummel, but you hate losing? Guess I'll show you. Considering her long-standing relationship with Naren, I was going to be considerate, but something about this situation felt exhilarating. She finally brought out her big gun, original magic, invincible. I felt the horrifying pressure of her existence, watching as she went further away from my reach. Her power was more than immense, it was incalculable by my standards. She's too strong. I smiled, still not intent on losing. Don't forget me. Gerard growled from beneath me. Once again, he transformed to his full form, flying majestically in his massive gait. Both my right and left flanks were occupied by my opponents, and their unbelievable amount of power sandwiched me at the center. If not for the barrier I placed around myself, I would definitely be crushed under the pressure. Let's see how you evade this. I don't see how I can. Space isn't warping properly any longer. My thoughts trailed. The atmosphere had become oversaturated with their respective mana, confusing space itself. I couldn't navigate and traverse the distance as a result of that annoying interference. Since I wasn't fast or strong enough to resist, this was practically a dead end. I'm being pushed to the wall, I think that's enough joking around. Glancing at the two, grateful that they revealed their trump cards to me, I decided to play yet another one of mine. Both Sarah and the Beast King instantly reverted to their former state devoid of power. Their outbursts of shock filled the air, but I wasn't going to let their moment of confusion go to waste. Vermilion Nova. By using my memoir to combine Sarah's Vermilion Burst with Naren's Nova, a new spell manifested. The massive orb was now dyed in vermilion red and glowed ever so brightly like the sun. You should have a taste. I sent the initial shot to Sarah, causing her to receive the highly volatile and destructive blow with barely any defense. Even though I was utilizing as little mana as possible, it was still a highly volatile strike. Once Sarah fell with the explosion, I turned toward the naked Beast King and gave him a weaker version of the same strike. He too was sent crashing to the ground, leaving only me in the sky. The view sure is nice from up here. I smiled, looking at the two who were badly scathed. They rose from the heated ground, looking hatefully in my direction. I was certain they were curious about what I did, but my anti-magic was best kept under wraps for now. That took up a lot, though. I'm not sure I have enough to do it any longer. It's best I break their will thoroughly. Is that really the best you can do? I smiled at the two sore losers beneath me. How are you, beating me? I never knew you were this strong. As Sarah and Gerard respectively gawked at me, I landed on the ruined landscape and used another hidden card up my sleeve. Aura of Despair, Stage 10. The highest point of the spell I developed, utilizing a huge amount and an intense concentration of miasma. Using it before would have been a waste since their immense mana would have resisted it, but now, they were vulnerable. What is this? Chill. I don't, ugh. They both shivered under my pressure as I watched them from a distance, approaching steadily. With this, I've exhausted the miasma stockpile I kept till now. I can't use anti-magic any longer either. That was the signal that it was time to bring things to a close. Both of you, stand. As the aura of despair's effects slowly started lifting, I ordered them coldly. Their eyes had hints of terror, but not absolute submission. Still, I had destabilized them enough both mentally and physically. There was no way they could be threats to me now. With that in mind, I deactivated my original magic and decided to rely simply on spellcraft and my personal ability. The fight isn't over. Come on. I accessed my special space and brought out a weapon. It was a magic sword, my favorite. Glistening in its white hilt, the golden blade was filled to the brim with mana. I had a similar one that contained miasma, but utilizing that would currently be ill-advised. Fight. I glared at the two almost as one would view dirt. My condescending gaze must have done the trick as their fear and surprise became replaced with anger. For these two who had probably never experienced such defeat to have been owned by a mere child, it must have been beyond humiliating. However, I was just getting started. Boom! They both lunged at me, not anywhere close to their full power. Thanks to anti-magic destabilizing their power at the time, as well as the aura of despair's effects on their body, it was very difficult to use mana. Even when they tried, I used spellcraft to disperse a majority of the climbing energy, so their output was ridiculously low. Sloppy. Using my blade, I took a martial arts stance and prepared for them to come at me. My senses were heightened with spellcraft, my mana supply was also steady, and I had enhanced myself to the limit. I didn't see myself losing. Chapter 452 Breaking the Strong. Weak. In one easy swing, I broke through their lousy defenses, breaking their mediocre forms. In another strike, I sent pangs of pain coursing through their bodies. Not yet. Another hit sent another painful sensation running through their bodies. Even as they struggled to exchange blows with me, my fluid movements were too much. Controlling every portion of my body, while getting rid of excess movements, made me much faster and more efficient compared to the two. Sarah, you call yourself a mage, but your magic attacks are too simple. Being focused on destructive ability wasn't healthy. Why? What makes her different from martial artists? You'd be mistaken for a martial artist, but you're too mediocre to be recognized as an expert. I mocked Sarah, swinging my blade down at her feet. She yelped, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Gerard became enraged and charged at me with full force. Gerard, your martial arts techniques are non-existent. We opened the eyes of your race to the advantages of martial arts in exchange for an alliance, but it seems you didn't deem it fit to learn it properly. His superior ability and sheer mana already made him invincible among his people. Obviously, martial arts would be considered unnecessary to him. However, I can see all your movements. Pathetic. When facing someone with equal or superior strength, it was possible to completely turn the tides of battle with martial arts. Even though I was weaker than the two of them, the way I handled them so easily was proof of that fact. Is this all you have to offer? I asked them once again, staring at them as they fell to the ground. My grip on my blade was tight, and I was prepared for yet another show of resistance. However, looks like I broke them already. Sarah and Gerard crumbled to the ground, completely beaten. With that, my blood-curdling battle with the two immensely powerful opponents came to a close. The winner was none other than me. Eat it, I told my loyal vassal. He obeyed my words and swallowed the white pill. Shoo-yoo-yoo-yoo. Instantly, the mana in his core began to dilute, turning pure white instead. Now, just leave the rest to me. I pressed his body and diverted all the escaping mana to form another mana core. This is... Gerard bulged his eyes as he felt his internal energy being diverted to another spot. Do you understand now? This is the measure you'll be taking for yourself. You should understand how it works quickly. Beast folk had their bodies attuned to receiving mana, so they were very conversant with the flow within them. Once I opened Gerard's eyes to what he needed to do, it wouldn't be long before he could do it on his own. Internal mana manipulation is their forte, after all. I smiled. With this, I've cured your curse, as agreed. Upon hearing my words as I finished his treatment, Gerard bowed to me in his buck-naked form. I thank you so much, Master. You don't need to call me that. As long as you understand where you stand, that's more than enough. I spoke to the bowing being. You are still the respectable Beast King, so act like one. He only bowed deeply. I guess there's no need to inform him of the soul brand I infused along with the white pill. Jane and I reforged the soul brand we once had, so I was able to learn its composition from her. By simply adding the spell properties to the pill, I was able to brand Gerard. He's sincerely grateful and loyal. Good. As I thought, absolute strength was the best way to handle things. Well, let us return. I've already repaired your palace, and everyone there is safe. So, don't worry. Thank you so much. Gerard's gratitude soared even higher. It felt weird having a beast folk, especially the Beast King himself, as my subordinate, but it didn't feel too bad either. Also, let's get you something to wear. You look pretty weird like this. I fished out a nice-looking kimono for the Beast King, as well as a nice pair of pants. This should do for now. Get dressed quickly. With that, I turned from him and glanced at the second object of my attention. So, how should I handle her? Sarah Crimson was standing in a corner, looking very depressed. The loss must have shaken her more than expected. But, wasn't this a good thing? Just like aloe vera, people tended to appreciate it when someone pulled them from a deep slump. Besides, with this, I would be able to obtain a massive powerhouse for myself. I used up a great deal of energy earlier, but the results were worth it. Even though I could approach her at the moment, it wasn't the ripe moment yet. I had to give it time. Sink even deeper, Sarah. Once you've gotten to the abyss, I'll pull you back up. Of course, I intended to fulfill my matchmaking promises for her as a bonus. As long as she understood who was whose superior, there was going to be no hitch in our relationship. I'm done. The Beast King's voice caused me to sharply turn in his direction. Very good. I smiled. Donning a blue kimono and black trousers, the brown-haired bearded man looked even better than the first time I saw him. Both Sarah and he were healed using my magic, so they were perfectly fine. Also, I think I'm getting the hang of this multiple course thing. I've made 5 now. He smiled at me. Already? Considering how it took me so many years to get such a number, I almost bashed my head in envy. Curse or not, their race was too broken. Fortunately, I had my soul brand on him, so he was forever linked to me, of course, in servitude. Obtaining the Beast King was only the beginning, though. There's a whole lot of people here. Might as well leverage on that. Chapter 453 Guests of the King. All the mana cores Gerard has made are all white. He'll need to fill them up eventually. Then, it won't be as fast as his current pace. That's good. I smiled at the excited Beast King, who was happy about the prospect of growing even stronger. Deep within him, though, I could sense another feeling welling up within. It was an emotion I was counting on to appear. Let us return to your people. Since I beat you in combat, I have the right to make an absolute command. You'll be allied with the Eastern Kingdom in the looming war. Eastern Empire? War? What's that? Yeah. Just how much did Gerard know? No, the right question was how much didn't he know? I filled the ignorant Beast King on the details regarding the current state of the world as all three of us returned to the Beast Folk Kingdom. Wow. I had no idea. Apparently, the letter for an alliance sent from the royal palace never even reached the king. No one cared for formalities without a show of power. Well, now you do. I was in direct control of Gerard, so the Eastern Kingdom couldn't usurp my authority. It was actually the contrary. Both sides will be needing me now. Per our agreement, I won't affect your dealings with the people, and I don't intend on making you control them for me. But, your loss in the earlier fight is a different matter entirely. You'll have to obey the order for an alliance. I understand. Gerard nodded as he bowed. Sarah was silent throughout the conversation, so I decided to adopt her decorum until we reached the Beast King's palace. As promised, his palace and everything about it had been restored. The other members of our team of delegates were waiting for us to arrive, though they were being carefully watched by the therianthropes around. Welcome back. Maria and Freya were the first to speak. Their warm expressions soothed my heart, though I felt a little guilty considering what I had to resort to not too long ago. They're so innocent. Stand down, everyone, Gerard spoke to the surrounding therianthropes. Hearing the absolute orders of their king, everyone settled. I will be having a public announcement by dawn tomorrow. Until then, every denizen should return to their homes to prepare. The Beast King's voice was enough to echo throughout the massive city. Since those with mana could enhance their vision and voices, even though it was a massive piece of land, Gerard's voice reached everyone. The surrounding guards were also excused, so everyone parted ways. Please, can I invite you to dine with me? Gerard offered. It had been a while since I tasted their local cuisine, and I was plenty famished after that fight. Sure. Will your family be joining us? And no. How can I be so rude as to impose on you like that? I don't mind, really. I smiled with a friendly face. All right then. First, I know you must desire to freshen up. Please, I'll personally take you to the spring where you can enjoy yourself with the nice water that flows there. Gerard was trying his hardest to please me. It would be rude of me not to take him up on his offer. All right. Lead the way. Fabian and Damien had stupendously shocked expressions on their faces, most likely wondering how I was able to speak to such a powerful entity so freely. I intentionally made sure none of them could observe my fight with Gerard, even erasing any form of observation magic in the vicinity. To the best of their knowledge, they could only suspect that Sarah was the one who engaged in the fight. Then, let's go. The soothing water from the hot springs was enough to ease my stressed body. Not only was it completely comfortable to bathe in, but it also had a similar concentration of mana as the oasis did back at Anne's Lark. Ha! I now understand why Sierra was taking a bath in such a place. The feeling of having energy creep around one's body while being washed of exhaustion was simply the best. I could get used to this. I had a separate bath, and the others were grouped into groups of males and females. Since I was all by myself, the atmosphere was very comfortable. Hey! A sharp voice rang through my ears. What the? Popping out of the water was a therianthrope. I never expected to see another person here. Most of all, the person was I surprised you, didn't I? Haha. A young kid. He had blue hair and the same color of eyes. The upper part of his body resembled a human's, though his ears were web-like. The lower part was that of a glistening blue fish. He's a merfolk. I observed the boy. Was I too focused on enjoying the bath that I failed to notice him? I've been training on how to become one with the elements. My limit is only 30 minutes, though. Haha. Where did this weird kid come from? You're one of my father's guests, right? I think you're the first he's ever treated this way. Hold up. He's Gerard's kid? This is his personal bath, so I usually just practice here and wait to scare him out of nowhere. Imagine my surprise seeing you here. The cute kid looked nothing like his father, so I had to guess that he got most of his qualities from his mother. Sigh, my peace and quiet is gone. I prepared to get out of the hot springs. Hey, wait! Don't go! I ignored the boy's pleas. Meanie. He was at most 10 years old, yet his monocore was already at the golden stage. That was abnormal even for beast folk. Did Gerard intentionally let me see his kid like this? What does he think I'll do? My cure wasn't free, neither was it cheap. He should have realized that by now. Tell your father that I said he knows what to do. I returned my gaze to the innocent boy who was already climbing out of the pool. Once he left the puddle, blue-colored legs appeared. His feet were webbed as well. Humph! With that emphatic scoff, he ran off. Gerard works faster than expected. If it's like this, then the family dinner should be quite an entertaining sight. Chapter 454. As I suspected. Jared, let me introduce you to my daughter, Kana. She has such talent, and look at her. Isn't she a beauty? This beast king called Gerard. Ah, what of her? She's pretty lovely, isn't she? Look at all my children. They're amazing, aren't they? Was totally shameless. Before I arrived, he had already gathered every member of his family, making sure to separate the boys and the girls. Once I arrived, he instantly moved to my side and began making references to his children. I understood that as a father, he would want his daughters to find a strong mate, but wasn't this overboard? Still, I had to admit that his daughters were all beautiful in their own rights, some having traits of merfolk, or cats, or birds, or rabbits. Their figures were perfectly in sync, and he was blessed to have such lovely children. Still, that wasn't enough to bend my will, especially because I wasn't attending the dinner alone. Behind me was the troublesome elf princess, and then there was Maria as well. Sarah, Damien, and Fabian were also present. The two girls who already had feelings for me wouldn't take it too well if I spent the evening ogling the daughters of my vassal, would they? Such a waste, though. Unlike humans and elves, beast folk could have multiple women as wives. Depending on power, the strong could obtain whatever he desired. If that was the case, it wouldn't be strange to have all of his daughters if I wanted. Not only would they not mind at all, but they would also even be happy about my choice. That was the kind of society I was in. I'm currently not interested in getting involved in the concept of love, but having pretty women like these to keep me company isn't bad. I was an adult in a minor's body, after all. It had been a while since. All right, Jared. Let's not dwell on that. I composed myself and decided to enjoy a calm dinner with Gerard's family. The food was delicious, as expected of a place well acquainted with nature's wonders. Their meat was fresh, and their vegetables were juicy. I enjoyed the care and attention to detail placed in the preparation of the meal. While I wasn't so particular about food, beast folk society made me view it as more than just a necessity for sustenance. Their foods were the epitome of perfection. And so, I appreciated the meals by devouring them nicely. Even though the girls were all looking at me, causing my body to shiver in suppressed excitement, I maintained my cool. Focus on the meat. 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 I was currently 15 years old. It was a dangerous age to be in with all the hormones running amok in my body. However, by utilizing the art of self-control which I cultivated for an immensely long period, I was able to remain myself. Until it showed up. Cheers to our visitors from the Eastern Empire. Gerard gave a thunderous roar, bringing put a barrel from the corner. I could hear the sloshing sounds of liquid within the massive container, and as Gerard opened the lid, a tingling aroma entered my nostrils. Gah! The rabid sensations I was trying to suppress began to manifest, but in the form of another desire. Let us drink to our alliance. The Beast King cheered. Cups filled to the brim with the bright red liquid of the beast folk were set before each of us. Eyeing mine with keen interest, I took in the fragrance again, reminiscing of the first time I had a whiff then, a taste. "Dom, you madman! You got me addicted to this," my thought trailed. I was treading a steep slope currently, and any sudden mistakes would lead to an irreversible error. Still, the red liquid called out to me. "Nirvana wine," I murmured, ignoring the surprised expressions of the beast folk. They were taken aback by my knowledge of this drink from the gods, but their expressions did not concern me. Gulping, my throat suddenly became parched, and I needed to soothe the itchy feeling it gave off. While many reasons told me not to attempt it, I was too overcome with the allure of having a taste. "I've been working so hard. I deserve this, right? Just this once." It was bullshit, but I raised the cup and downed the content with such precision and thirst. "Haa! This is Thuriat." My voice climaxed as I raised my cup for yet another drink. "Ho ho ho! You know your stuff." Gerard grinned broadly at me, refilling my cup. "Of course." I gulped down the second round, feeling heat spread through my body and a sensation that could not be described using words. "Another!" I yelled, ignoring the surprised expressions of the delegates who came with me. "Hoh! You can hold your liquor quite well, can't you? He he he! Don't underestimate me!" I burst out with a wide grin. To be frank, I was already a little drunk. But, not to the point of no return. If it comes to it, I can just use magic, right? The night was still young, and we were at the peak of our youth. Enjoyment was a necessity in a life full of distress, such were my drunk thoughts as I passed away the night. "Is that really Jared?" Maria mumbled to herself as she observed the blonde who was laughing and drinking like an idiot. It was a funny sight, especially because she had never seen him in such a state before. His cheeks were flushed pink, and he was in such enthusiasm that it was hard to believe that it was the same Jared Leonard. Maria would have giggled and enjoyed the atmosphere even more, if not for one major problem. "Hee hee! Let me pour your drink for you." "Kya? You're so cute. You're touching me so much. Haha. You can keep going. Hi hi. You're so adorable." Several of the beast folk females had already surrounded Jared and were getting too close for comfort. Granted, he was drunk, but still. Maria could not tolerate watching something like that unfold before her. They're taking advantage of him. Because he's drunk, they're trying to rope him in. While she was angry at them for what they were doing to Jared in his vulnerable state, Maria also envied the therianthropes. Unlike them, she did not have the courage to try anything so forward. Merely showing how she felt concerning the matter was a task. "Hey! Stop that! Get away from him!" Unlike her, the elf princess constantly chastised the beast folk females for going too far. Of course, the complaints fell on deaf ears. "Jared! I want to help you, but," Maria glared at the predators around the disillusioned boy. If only she had more courage, then perhaps. Chapter 455. Heck yet! Pretending to be drunk turned out to be the perfect way to act in a way without arousing suspicion. I allowed myself to seem vulnerable, causing the beast folk females to swarm me in their numbers. Fortunately, this action didn't attract any blame to me. Maria and Freya directed their anger toward Gerard's daughters, causing me to enjoy myself as much as I required. "Hee hee hee, hee hee hee," I gleefully smiled, enjoying the smoldering affection of the exotic women I was surrounded with. It was shameful behavior, but my hormones had reached a precipice thanks to the Nirvana wine. Just for a while longer, I tolerated its effects. "Sorry, I'm late." A sharp cry echoed throughout the room, causing everyone to look in the direction of the entrance. The voice belonged to a kid with blue hair, eyes, and faded blue feet. His familiar tone and outlook caused me to recognize the boy at first glance. "He's the one I met at the pool." "Asa, what took you so long? Don't you know it's rude to keep the guests waiting?" Gerard went to speak to his tardy son. I pretended to ignore the conversation in my drunken state, but my focus was on the interaction between father and son. Is it rude, though? You never mentioned that before, the child called Asa spoke in a disconcerting tone. Ha, this kid! The exasperated Beast King murmured. What took you so long, though? A blue-haired girl asked her son. She was most likely his sister, considering he shared a lot of features with the lady. Where's the mother, though? Gerard had several wives, and they were all with us in the massive room. However, I never spotted any merfolk among the bunch. It made me consider if the young-looking girl was actually his mother, but she was too young. Then, is his mother dead? That was the only explanation. It took me some time to prepare. Anne, I guess I was feeling a little uncomfortable. I'm fine now, though. He replied quickly, trying his hardest to put up a bold front. Regardless, I could read him like a book. Looks like it's already starting. Asa joined the dinner, which had already become a party at this point. Gerard's wives sang native songs with their melodic voices, and the children began dancing. The daughters especially flocked around me while the men showed more moves as they followed the rhythm with their bodies. It was like a festival, but smaller. I noticed a few of the beast folk males approach Maria and Freya, only for them to be blatantly rejected. Pfft, I suppressed a laugh, happy they got turned down for some reason. But, the funniest sight was spotting Gerard trying to hit on Sarah with all he had. I didn't know which was more hilarious, the fact that she was already into someone else, or that this was the worst time for him to make his move. Sarah simply ignored him and began downing booze in silence. Once in a while, I would notice the girls glancing in my direction, but I pretended to be lost at the center of the beast folk cuties that swerved their bodies so seductively at me. He 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 he. I was not a womanizer. This was simply the effect of the wine I ingested. Definitely. And so, even as the night proceeded to be very wonderful at least for the majority of those present, I made sure to keep my eyes on a particular individual. Asa isn't dancing any longer. His face is twitching. His body is slightly throbbing. He's holding it in quite well. But, sooner or later, just like clockwork, the festive atmosphere was interrupted by a sharp cry. It was blood-curdling, and the intensity instantly shook everyone present. Our attention sharply moved in the direction of the agonizing boy who was writhing in pain and screaming. His body twisted and turned on the ground as he cried. Mana overload at such a young age. It's both impressive and disastrous. The girls who all flocked at me immediately ran toward their sibling. Their worried expressions, especially the blue-haired one, showed how much they loved and pitied the poor kid. Sarah glanced at me, but I ignored her. She wants me to cure him. But, not yet. Jared Leonard. Please, my son. Please cure him as well. Gerard cried bitterly, looking at me for salvation. I expected this outcome. Ever since my encounter with the kid at the pool, it was very obvious that he didn't have much longer to live. His delay in arriving at the party alerted me of a mild episode that must have occurred to him before he made an appearance. Asa, this kid's absorption rate is too fast. His body was also not too built to handle the intensity of mana overload. That meant even more pain and a shorter lifespan. If left unchecked, he would probably die within 5 years. Tragic, I looked in the direction of Gerard. Many eyes were on me at this point, and most people would have compromised as a result of the pressure. But, I was different. Did the child not deliver my message to you? I asked with a cold gaze. I understood the pain of a father, but I wasn't an idiot either. He wants to garner my pity or curry my favor, so I can spare his family. Apparently, the Beast King wasn't as stupid as I picked him out to be. But, he is only a child. Gerard returned my question with words. For a moment, there was silence pervading the room, except for the obvious cries of the agonizing boy. That wasn't silence, after all. Many would consider me the villain. A child was screaming in horrifying agony, yet I was doing nothing about it despite having the means. Even the expressions of Freya and Maria had morphed from mere surprise to slight fear and rejection. If this stops them from having feelings for me, then that's even better. My focus was on Gerard and the statement he had just made. There was only one response suitable for such an assertion. End. Chapter 456. My question shook everyone. At this point, everyone around me must have realized that the whole drunken act of mine was only a false front. It was unfortunate, but the bigger picture was in sight. My deal to you was as humane as possible. I offer the same to everyone who desires it. A chance to be free of the shackles that bind you to premature death, and also the opportunity to become stronger. Raising my hand, I stared straight at Gerard. At this point, his heart was racing rapidly. All I ask in return is to become my subordinate. Is that unfair? Is that wrong? Isn't it exactly in accordance with your rules? I'm the strongest one here, so isn't it common sense that you would all conform to my will? Was I too kind to Gerard? It seemed as though he was taking my goodwill for granted. I could have done this by force, but I gave you a choice. You knew from the start what the only option was, yet you decided on this path. I wasn't the villain here. Gerard had enough time to prevent the hardship that his son was going through. In essence, the one who is to blame is you. Upon seeing that I was not going to budge in my stance, Gerard finally conceded. Hanging his head in shame, he knelt and faced his trembling and screaming child. I could sense fatherly affection. Considering the fact that this ASA kid had enough latent potential to surpass any beast folk in history, it must have made the Beast King very pained to lose him. ASA, you can be cured. But, you will have to serve that man from now on. Do you understand? You will get to live. You will also become stronger than ever before. You will surpass your father, and everyone that came before you. Do you understand? ASA. The screaming boy could not respond properly amid the pain, but the tears that gushed from his eyes were enough to tell his father that he would do anything to escape his agony. We agree to your terms. Please, do it. Save my child. Understood. In response to Gerard's plea, I began treatment immediately, wasting not a single second. That very night, every member of Gerard's family became my subordinate. Their souls had brands linked to mine, so I had access to their current status as well as information in real time. Once the process was done, the previously joyous dinner closed abruptly. We were all shown to our respective quarters, and Gerard's family retreated to their residence. Even though they hadn't said much, I could tell how they were feeling. An initial assumption of being taken advantage of would swirl within their hearts. However, eventually, they would realize the huge favor I had done for them. All of them will be grateful. With that in mind, I ignored the watchful gazes of everyone on my team and retreated to my room in silence. Sarah Crimson couldn't sleep. It was a lovely night, and usually, the woman would never feel the urge to remain awake with the current atmosphere. However, for some reason, she couldn't sleep this very night. Though she didn't want to admit it, the reason for her insomnia was a 15-year-old boy. Jared Leonard. She murmured and rose out of her bed. She looked out her window and appreciated the dark allure of the night even more. Still, even with the amazing view, her mind couldn't let go of the image of the kid who bested her in combat. The only one who had ever beaten her in a fight was Naren, and that was so long ago. Sarah had grown much stronger since then, and she was certain that the superior one among them was her. It wasn't vain pride, but a genuine one. The fact that Sarah Crimson was the most powerful mage in the Eastern Kingdom had already been established. So, how? Her body shook a little as she remembered the humiliating defeat she experienced at the hands of a single boy. Even with the aid of the Beast King, who was also mercilessly beaten, Sarah was unable to land a single injury on the boy, talk less of having a decisive hit. He was always one step ahead, and his power was enough to overwhelm her. The Queen of Destruction didn't want to admit it, but Jared Leonard was the most powerful person she had ever met. How would he fare against Naren? She had no idea. Normally, the woman would think that since he was able to beat her, he would beat Naren. But, with how her strength had been rendered obsolete before him, Sarah was beginning to wonder if she was actually more powerful than Naren. This state of confusion left her unable to think about much else. Damn it! For the first time in years, she could feel the emotion of frustration come over her. Despite her natural prowess, despite the privileges she had been bestowed with since birth. Why can't I catch up? Why can't I keep up? Sarah thought the answer was simply destruction and straightforward violence, but she was now beginning to reconsider her stance. For the first time in years, her lips quivered and her body became delicate. In a totally confused and vulnerable state, the woman spoke to herself in the solitude she had in the room. What should I do now? Cock. A knock roused her from her deep thoughts, and Sarah glanced in the direction of the door. Who's there? Her lips moved before she realized the presence she was sensing. It's Jared. The voice was calm and collected, and that scared Sarah somewhat. How could someone, who had been so frightened of her when they first met, turn into someone so assertive? May I come in? The voice came again after some moments of silence. What do you want? Sarah's voice slightly quivered as she spoke. I want to talk. For some reason. I can't sleep. I imagine it's the same for you. Even though Jared was behind the door, SESH felt that he was standing right in front of her. Though she was in her negligee, the material wasn't transparent, so her apparel could hardly be considered indecent. After considering his words for a brief moment, Sarah decided to let the boy in. Fine. You may enter. A/N. Special discount next month. Up to 50% discount will be given for the highest tier privilege chapters, and other discounts will be granted to lower tiers. Cheers! Chapter 457, Loneliness at the Summit. Welp, this is awkward. I was seated on the same bed as Sarah, who was glancing away silently. Her expression was deadpan, but that was simply a front. I was sure she simply didn't want to express how curious she was concerning my visit. Still, the silence was unsettling, so I decided to speak first. You couldn't sleep too, why? A sharp gaze came from her the very instant I asked, causing me to shiver slightly. Sorry about that. I murmured. Even though I managed to beat Sarah that one time, it wasn't like I was superior to her in power. It was all because of planning. I don't think I can replicate that situation right now. Besides, it wasn't my intention to have that kind of relationship with Sarah. My goal was to become closer to the woman, securing for myself a dependable ally. But, to do that, I needed her to realize my worth in a way that would also diminish hers. Most times, friendships are made when two parties have something of somewhat equal value. The exchange is subtle, but it exists nonetheless. But, no matter what I tried, there was seemingly nothing of value she could obtain from me. If I made it glaring that I wanted an exchange, it would cease to become a friendship. That was why I had to resort to beating her alongside the Beast King, though there were other reasons. That was the carrot, though. Time to give the stick. Sarah, are you mad at me? What? Why would I be? The red-haired woman gave a quizzical expression. She wasn't exactly mad, but she simply couldn't come to terms with her weakness. That meant Sarah's annoyance was directed at herself. That makes things easier. I don't know. It may have to do with the fact that I was too hard on you and Gerard. I'm sure by now you must have an apprehension of me. The whole episode with Gerard's family was seen by everyone. While I was being efficient in my dealing, my lack of empathy towards the other party made me appear somewhat cold. You did what you had to do. I understand that perfectly. It's fine. The woman sighed. I found myself grateful for having such an understanding woman. It turned out that she really held nothing against me. Then why are you like this? Why can't you sleep? Why should I tell you that? Sarah eyed me. Despite her free-spirited personality, it seemed she still drew a close boundary between those she considered friends and those she didn't. There really isn't a reason. Then, if it's all right, is it fine if I tell you why I can't sleep? I smiled warmly at her. Humph. Do what you want. Her gaze returned to the night being displayed through her window. It's pressure. I feel pressured, Sarah. My words, and the tone which I used to express them, got my target's attention. This whole expedition, it's been taking a toll on me. Any mistake I make could cost me the future of our race. And if I make a single error, I could lose my life. I wasn't lying at this point. While it was well within my plans to express a vulnerable side of myself to garner Sarah's attention, I wasn't faking it. It could be considered selfish, but I don't want to die. Everything I've done so far may seem like it's for the kingdom's benefit, but it's just to satisfy my selfishness. Sarah simply watched me in silence. Her gaze was already showing hints of surprise and affection. I've been getting more sleepless nights as the pressure builds. I think to myself, will I die today, or is it tomorrow that I'll draw my last breath? Either way, the uncertain future keeps me thinking every time. I returned my gaze to her and gave a tired smile. It's pathetic, right? But that's what's keeping me awake. For a moment, no one spoke. We didn't even blink. Our gazes were simply locked for an indefinite period. Well, I think I feel much better telling that to someone. I should be on my way. Rising from the bed, I made my way to the door. Then... Wait. My target picked up the bait. She tightly grabbed my hand, and then softly released it in hesitation. Her gaze lacked focus, and I could tell that she was still conflicted about her next course of action. You're strong, Jared, why are you so worried about survival? Her lips parted and she murmured. I think I understand more about you now, Sarah. A thought trailed in my mind as I gave a sad expression. Many believe that the powerful have nothing to concern themselves with. But, we are actually the most miserable. We suffer more than the weak. Naren battled boredom daily. Sarah was the same. It was easy to get lost in one's power that the very definition of existence became blurred. That was the dangerous aspect of absolute strength. I just want to reach the furthest heights and deepest depths. But, at this point, I'm worried that once I get there, all I'll find is solitude. Alphonse's words still echoed in my heart, even now, but I wondered how long they would restrain me. Eventually, will I really be able to rely on anyone? The summit that I dreamed of reaching, just how many people were capable of getting there? Ultimately, I would have to leave everything and everyone I cherished to attain those heights. Aren't you suffering too, Sarah? Don't you feel a void within you? You're strong, so you understand as well. Tell me, what do you use to fill that emptiness that lurks within? We locked eyes once more, but this time Sarah's expression was different. Something bright swelled within. Ah, I see. I understand what you mean. She murmured, looking at me with a smile. For the first time, it was a genuine expression of warmth. The answer is simple, Jared. It's how I cope with everything. This power I have attained, the reputation I have built, everything seems hollow without the mold that holds everything together. What could it be? I stared hard at Sarah for an answer. A/N. Special discount next month. Up to 50% discount will be given for the highest tier privileged chapters, and other discounts will be granted to lower tiers. Cheers. Chapter 458. Somehow, I felt like I could obtain my answer from this woman. What could be capable of gluing absolute strength with the identity of a person intact? Was it a great desire for even more? No, that would only sink the person into more despair. Could it be emotions such as revenge or desperation? No, once the focus of those emotions was eliminated, everything that was achieved by such feelings would be rendered meaningless. Then, what was the answer? It's love. There is a saying that love conquers all. I don't believe in childish fantasies, but it's love that has kept me together all this time. I am strong, happy, content, excited, satisfied, stable, because of love. It sounded like the ramblings of a delusional being. But I couldn't deny the effects of what she said. She truly believed what she was spouting to me. I love Naren. That's the only reason I've made it this far. But that makes no sense. Love is only an emotion you feel towards a person you have a strong attachment to. Eventually, even that would be. I know it may seem silly to you because you're young, but eventually your desire to avoid solitude will rise even further. The desire to avoid solitude? Those words struck a chord within me. Maybe you'll experience it sooner than you think. The desire to dedicate everything to someone. Everything she was saying opened the door to the locked memories within me. You'll want to go stronger, become better, strive to never lose yourself, just for that person. An image flashed in my head. No, too did. Ah, there was a time, when I really believed that too, wasn't there? Unfortunately, everything went up in smoke. It was precisely because my ambition couldn't coexist with the concept Sarah was preaching to me. My love for magic and my commitment to a partner could not coexist. Unlike Sarah, whose mold was the latter, I knew what a tempting both had caused me in the past. Does Naren feel the same way? I asked the question out of the blue. My sharp inquisition surprised us both. It was enough to make Sarah's face falter for a moment. I don't know. Then her words began to make less sense to me. If he didn't feel the same, then what was the point of even having such emotions? If that's the case, then. But I won't give up. I don't want to give up. Her sharp voice shook me for an instant. Something stirred within me, but I failed to grasp what it was. It's something I've had for as long as I can remember. I won't give up now. I want to keep going. I know one day my feelings will reach. Till then, I won't fall. That's what has fueled me for so long. My heart began pounding quickly. This woman, she's the same as I am. I failed to comprehend her words to me before, but I finally understood them now. The confusion clouding my heart began drifting away. That feeling of desiring something, will grant you the strength to keep going no matter what. Her smile broadened even further. I couldn't help but agree wholeheartedly. Why? Because I felt the same way. After all, just as Sarah was dedicated to her love for Naren, I too had a similar commitment. Magic. How could I have forgotten? In the first place, wasn't that what I wanted? I wanted to explore every nook and cranny of the concept. There was only one emotion strong enough to fuel that desire for 2 lifetimes. It's love. I love magic. Sarah was right, after all. Just as she loved Naren and would keep striving till she reached her goal, I too, couldn't let up now. I won't give up too. Thank you, Sarah. I think you just opened my eyes to something I have been too distracted to see. The woman's gaze rested on me with mild surprise and amusement. You have someone who is the object of your dedication. I nodded slowly. And I'll do anything to reach it. Good. I look forward to seeing the kind of man you'll become, Jared. She nodded. Thanks for your words. And don't worry. I haven't forgotten about our promise. Your feelings for him have touched me so much. I'll do everything in my power to make sure you two end up together. Really? I can't wait. We spoke like little girls, smiling stupidly as we continued conversing. I had a goal when I entered Sarah's room that night, but we both ended up discussing many things, especially concerning her past with Naren. Apparently, she first encountered him when they were about 5 years old. She was referred to as a genius and was the strongest person her age. Her family hosted a party when she clocked 5 years old, inviting nobles from all over the kingdom. Naren was the adopted son of a viscount who lived in the boonies. They both attended the party. Their first meeting was bland. Unlike the many individuals who showered her with praise and affection for her amazing talent, Naren did nothing of the sort. He simply lazed around in the party and ate their free food and took their wine even though he was underage. Sarah caught him in the courtyard, all alone, simply snacking on more food and wine. He actually ditched the party and was enjoying the cool night breeze. Sarah, who had been slightly irritated with him, finally made an outburst. To her surprise, Naren ignored her and said something no one had ever told her before. "You're a bother." That was what caused the last vestige of self-control within her to vanish. "I'll kill you!" she had screamed when she activated magic. Sarah had always been a violent child, so she impulsively attacked Naren. Even if she ended up injuring, or killing the boy, her family could always cover it up. Besides, they had someone who could utilize resurrection magic, so if she was careful they could revive him. Besides, even if they couldn't, he was a mere adopted child. A commoner like him was of no consequence to the Crimson household. But is that all you can do? How boring! Naren Khalid was completely unharmed. Chapter 459. Rather than decimating the child with her barrage of basic spells, the boy was unharmed. "Disappointing," were the words that came out of his mouth next. Sarah had never heard those words from anyone before. From birth, she had a special constitution that made her regarded as a special child brought from the heavens. Like the beast folk, her body naturally absorbed mana from her surroundings. That way, she kept growing stronger at an alarming rate. Within a month, her mana core had already formed and it was a special grade core. Special grade cores had no limit. Sarah Crimson was bestowed the ability to keep absorbing mana into a core that could grow indefinitely. Her potential was limitless. But if this is all you can do, doesn't that make you weak? A single kid dared to talk down to her like that. And so, as the red-haired girl and black-haired boy locked eyes, a strange sense of attachment was born. Fortunately, their parents arrived before any further damage was done. They were separated, and their respective family members took them away. What surprised Sarah the most was that her father profusely apologized to the Viscount who was Naren's adopted father. Her father was a Crimson. He was extremely tough and proud, yet he bowed his head to apologize to a mere Viscount. That made her upset beyond words. And so, Sarah never forgot that incident. She decided to dig up all she could about the boy who had so brazenly defied her. He doesn't even have a mana core yet. The anger raging within her turned into determination, and that fueled her training even more. Her father must have noticed her obsessive attitude, so he told her that Naren would be attending Innslark in the same year as her. Whether what she felt was happiness or even more rage, Sarah didn't know. She simply worked hard every single day. Eventually, she would meet the brat and teach him a lesson. Then, he would have no choice but to acknowledge his inferiority. And so, the day finally came. They enrolled in Innslark. The first thing she did, even before the beginning of the exams, was to approach him and declare how she intended on decimating him. But, his response shocked her beyond description. Who are you?" The boy whom she had spent 7 years training with him in mind, had said something so unforgivable. "Why you?" Sarah's cheeks felt hot at that time, and it seemed like tears would come out at any moment. It was so embarrassing, and it also hurt her deeply, that he did not even remember her, the same boy who had been on her mind for so long. The attention of many people was on that particular scene, so they all rained harsh words at Naren for his discourtesy. In the same vein, they tried to pamper Sarah and befriend her. "You What did I do, though?" the dark-haired murmured to himself, leaving the already crowded scene. The exams began, and Sarah gave it her all. She was sure she would end up being placed first, without a doubt. None of the other students came close to her abilities. Even the lecturers were amazed by her raw talent and great skill. The results were inevitable. However, exam results. First place. Naren Khalid 100/100. Second place. Sarah Crimson 97/100. No one had ever scored a perfect score in the history of Inslark Academy before. No one had even attained close to Sarah's score as well. They were both phenomenal monsters who broke the records of the Academy. However, it was clear to everyone, especially Sarah herself, who the bigger monster was. Even after so long, she couldn't catch up to him. She felt worse than ever on that very day. But, once again, the mysterious black-haired boy appeared to her while she was sulking. "You're pretty good. I didn't think I'd see someone like you here." It was as though the previous words he told her vanished into thin air. His smile was so genuine that it made her heart race faster than ever. "My name is Naren. Naren Khalid. What's your name? Let's be friends." And thus, their complicated friendship was initiated. It was during their time together that Naren told her he wanted to marry her when he grew older. I wonder why he said that, or if those were his exact words. But, Sarah was so serious when she narrated the story, and it didn't seem like she was lying. So, I had no choice but to accept those words. Naren had actually told me something about not believing anything she said, but, perhaps he simply wanted to hide these sides of himself. Continuing the story, Sarah never let go of those words he said. She still clung to those words and pestered him to make good on his promises, but he always avoided the topic. And, right now, I'm confused. I don't know what to do anymore. I thought becoming stronger would make him give me more attention, but, at this point, I don't know. Apparently, her defeat by my hands made her sullen because she wondered if she had still been inferior to Naren all this time. The one thing Sarah thought she had an advantage in was finally destroyed by my actions, so she was left in despondency. Finally, she revealed the state of her heart just as I wanted. But, to be honest, I wasn't very concerned about my plan when she did. At this point, I didn't see her as a potential ally, or as the Queen of Destruction, but, the Sarah Crimson who sat beside me was no other than a girl. Just a girl. Naren, that bastard, why won't he just? Watching her feel this way made me realize just how unfair I was being toward the girls who had been attracted to me as well. Was it better to spare them heartbreak, yet cause them to suffer in uncertainty? No, that would be cruel. I don't know how you feel about this woman, Naren, but it was time to take full responsibility both for me and him. A/N. I'm actually considering writing a separate novel on Naren. His character and abilities just deserve a backstory, especially with what we'll see in the future. Well, once we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Also, I hope this explains why and how Sarah Crimson is so absurdly strong. Chapter 460. Thanks for keeping me company tonight. I smiled at the woman. As we both sat on her bed, my previously heavy heart was finally at rest. A new sense of clarity came over me, and the resolve to further my ideals manifested intensely. Thank you too. I never thought I would say this, but it feels good to share stuff like this with you. Of course, knowing her personality, she won't openly admit that we're friends now. Still, I knew Sarah finally saw me as a trusted ally and comrade. You should also settle things with Maria while you're at it. It's not fair to keep a girl waiting. She smiled. I will. Not just Maria, but also Freya, Anna, and any other girl who came my way. Magic is my only passion. Also, don't feel bad about losing to me. You were very strong. To be honest, if you just had more skill, I'd never stand a chance. Sarah sighed and gave a bitter smile. Naren said the same thing. But, I can't help it. Overly complicated spells are a bore to me, and even though I practiced martial arts, it's just easier to move freely and attack. I understood her logic. However, just as I helped Naren advance in power, I also desired growth for the lady beside me. Why don't I help you with it? Getting stronger. Really? You can. Of course. I didn't know why, but I had positive feelings toward Sarah. Something about her and Naren resonated with me. After this war is over, I promise you, if everything went well, I would be able to finally put one of the most dangerous arcanas to good use. I can guarantee that you'll truly become invincible. When that time comes, let us fight once again. Sarah's smile grew broader and her cheeks flushed a bit. Very well, Jared. I'll look forward to that. And so, we brought our meeting to a close. I returned to my room, and Sarah remained in hers. That night, I slept better than I had in over a century. At dawn, as Gerard had commanded, every member of the beast folk community was awake. They all gathered and waited for their king to address them. Gerard, the beast king, stood atop his mighty hill and looked upon his people. A certain emotion swirled about his heart. It was resolve. Behind him were his children, spouses, and delegates from the allied nations. One boy, in particular, stood out. His smile caused Gerard to wonder if he knew what was about to happen. He most likely does. The Beast King said to himself. The previous night, he had been very upset with the human. However, after he thought about it, he had no just cause for such emotion. Jared had granted him and his family a brighter path to walk, and he had every right to demand their subservience. Once Gerard realized this, rather than feeling animosity, gratitude permeated his heart. He was certain his kin also felt the same. One glance at Ace's smile told him that he made the right choice. And now, it was finally time for his entire nation to know the truth. We will be going to war with the demon race. Gerard began without mincing words. The silence among the people remained. When an absolute being was talking, the weaker ones could only be quiet. We will also be allied with the Eastern Kingdom, as well as the other kingdoms in a united front against the demons, and all other adversaries that may arise after their threat is extinguished. Even in silence, the people's apprehension could be felt. Beast folk were violent, but not needlessly reckless. They weren't killing machines, but living beings who needed reasons for their actions. The reason I have conceded to this alliance is that I as your king lost to not just one, but two of their delegates. At this point, surprised gasps leaked out from the people. The first match was fair, and the second was even to my advantage. Still, I lost. The reason is because I'm weaker. No one could imagine the Beast King losing against humans, yet here he was, openly admitting it. But, I assure you, other than my defeat, there is another reason why I have decided to forever be allied to the Eastern Kingdom. No, rather, to one individual. Gerard's eyes turned in the direction of the smiling human. I have an announcement to make, everyone. What other announcement could be more important than the declaration of war? The beast folk could not imagine any, but the voice of their king rose to an unprecedented degree. Clearly, he wanted to utter something of even greater pertinence. The beast curse, there is a cure. I was amazed by how Gerard coordinated his speech. His charisma was befitting the title of Beast King. Without uttering incoherent words, Gerard made his point to the people. He told them of how he and his family accepted the deal, and the possibility of even advancing further than before. Gerard finally mentioned his intention of not forcing anyone to accept my deal. It was their choice, after all. But, after expressing his own stance on the matter, I doubted if anyone would refuse at this point. And so, ending his very touching speech, Gerard raised his hand in a roar. We will finally be emancipated from the shackles of the curse that has pervaded our race for so long. We will be the strongest of our kind ever recorded in history. More powerful than the beast hero, DOM, achieving greater heights than ever before. Now, I ask you, do you wish to see such a future with me? Yeah. And so, the deal was sealed. My grin only broadened from that point onward. Finally, I have them in my grasp. With that, the announcement came to a close. To move forward with the plan, I had to divide our team of delegates further. Sarah and Bradford were sent to the Dwarf Kingdom as delegates, accompanied by Gerard himself. I remained in the Beast Folk Nation to fulfill my promise to the denizens there. I had my work cut out for me. Not only did I need to cure them and teach them how to create more mana cores on their own, but I also needed to watch over their progress and ensure that they grasped everything I said. This will take a few days. I sighed to myself. But, I wasn't worried in the slightest. Anna and Naren should be handling things for me over there. Things should be getting quite interesting on their end. Chapter 461. Every demon tribe had its specialty, ranging from magic abilities to brute force. However, there was a tribe that excelled in none of those aspects. They were blank canvases that didn't take on a particular specialty, but could fluidly adopt whatever qualities suited their needs at any particular moment. They were the whites of the demon race, also known as doppelgangers of shapeshifters. Standing at the pinnacle of them was the demon lord, Lydia of Blanc. As the one who had contributed the most to the imminent war thanks to her unrivaled intelligence and wits, Lydia was undisputedly an important piece in the grand scheme of things. Her subordinates were spread throughout the kingdom, all taking various forms in order to gather intel. Their information network was also foolproof, so there was no leak or chance of suspicion on the part of their enemies. As the one at the helm, and also the one who was entrusted with such responsibility, Lydia's area of assignment was none other than Inslark Academy, one of the three major pillars of the Eastern Kingdom. The merchant city could only be considered important for economic reasons, and the royal capital was already being handled by the organization they were partnered with. In order to avoid a clash with them, Lydia decided to keep her paws off the royal capital, assigning only a few agents there for simple espionage. Inslark Academy was a vast expanse and would be considered impregnable by most. But, she was Lydia of Blanc. Such a fortress was nothing to her. Doppelgangers had the ability to take on the form of their targets, becoming exact copies of their designated prey. Usually, it would only be external, but if they used magic to consume and analyze their targets, they could mimic more than just that. Using these special features, Lydia was able to successfully invade Inslark Academy as security personnel. It was an optimal role for her to perform. Not only was she granted access to the school grounds as a patrol officer, but she could also interact with the adults and obtain valuable information in form of casual conversations. The man she was initially been disguised as had long digested into her system. It was thanks to this that she had been able to perfectly mimic every aspect of him. However, having the identity of a guard was not enough for her new mission. Find and destroy the weapon. The humans were developing an ultimate device that could serve as a threat to their invasion. Lydia had been given the mission to destroy said device before they began their invasion. As planned, they would strike the Eastern Kingdom in 2 days, and she had to achieve her objective before that time was reached. I can't fail. The demon lord thought to herself as she carried out her duties diligently. As expected of someone of her caliber, she had the perfect clue on how to access the location of the device. That man. Morrow. He was the reason she came across the blueprint of the device, in the first place. Sure, he was an exceptional man in his field, but he wasn't very bright in other aspects. Though he had tried his hardest to be cautious, Lydia had still been able to get her hands on the blueprint in his office and duplicate it. Now that she was given the mission to subvert their plans, it was already a given that she would use the weak link to gain access to the secret location of the weapon. And so, she struck. The poor human didn't even see it coming how she attacked him in his office and so easily devoured him. Yes, Lydia consumed Morrow, absorbing him into her blank white body. He couldn't even make a sound since he was paralyzed, and all his nerves were rendered obsolete. In a few seconds, he had become a part of her. And then, Lydia transformed into Morrow. All his memories and information were transferred to her neural storage space, and she got even more information for her allies. At that moment, Lydia was ecstatic. I have more than I bargained for. With this, I'll prove my worth even more. Her mind erupted in glee. But, it was too early to celebrate. Her mission came first. Thanks to the man's memories, she finally figured out the location of the weapon, and the fact that it was close to completion. If she had delayed for a single day longer, then things could have gone awry for her. Now, then, shall we get going? Lydia grinned with Mayro's face. It was a twisted smile that didn't suit the man one bit, but she ignored that fact. Her mission was at the forefront of her mind, and Lydia finally had everything she needed to execute it. Once she was done, she would return to the demon encampment and report all she had done and learned. Surely, all her intel would be highly appreciated, and she would be praised for all her efforts. Maybe Abel Lion will finally. She blushed with her manly face. It caught some attention of the few students who watched her /him as he traversed the school grounds. No. Not now. Focus. Lydia chastised herself internally. She didn't want to waste any more time. It wasn't because she was being impatient, but because the project was advancing at a terribly fast pace. If she didn't make her move soon, then there's the possibility that they might swap out the location and I won't be aware. Besides, according to the memories gotten from the man, Morrow, the others who were jointly working on the project were busy at the moment. The one called Alovita is busy with a lecture. Naren Khalid is handling affairs concerning a royal draft. Annabelle Frederick is also busy working on her personal project, whatever it is. So far, Lydia had been able to gauge the level of threat everyone in Inslark posed to her. That was why, other than Naren Khalid, she wasn't exactly concerned about anyone else. Even if they stood in her way, she would eliminate them without hesitation. Her window of opportunity had finally opened up, and it was time to strike. I'll soon complete the mission. Chapter 462 Sabotage. So this is it. Lydia, still in the form of the middle-aged man, Morrow, walked comfortably into the building. The structure had no windows, only allowing the faint illumination of the gems all around to shine their light. They certainly didn't make it easy to find. She thought to herself as she strolled in. This secret building was completely undetectable from the outside. Having layers of barriers and defensive spells to protect it from any sensory, physical, or magical breach, it was completely impregnable. Then again, such a term was useless for someone like Lydia. Gaining access was easy once she knew the activation spell that granted her entry. It was too convenient, but that was simply because her ability was suited for such a job. Now, then, shall we see what we have here? The building's design was akin to a warehouse having a very massive space within. It was very tall and wide, isolated from anything else. Lydia had no in-depth idea how the cooling and ventilation system worked, but it had to be the effects of magic technology. These humans and their innovations. Lydia spat in annoyance, and slight fear. The more she sorted through Mayro's memories, the more she realized just how dangerous they were in terms of advancement. But, that would all be coming to an end soon. Clack clack clack. Before long, Lydia reached the center of the building and observed the massive structure that stood erect. It had a weird design similar to a pillar, or could it be better described as a tree? It had a pronged head, and then its base was larger than normal. It was rooted to the ground, having deep claws on all four edges at its stump. The brilliant machine warbled as it was still asleep, not yet activated. Lydia could tell that it was a world of art and destruction. It matches the blueprint perfectly. This is what I'm looking for. Lydia grinned. Using the intel she got from Morrow, the Demon Lord knew just how to dismantle the object. If she wanted to make it ineffective, all she needed to do was take away a few parts. But, that was simply a temporary solution. To completely wreck it, as were her orders, Lydia would need to take some time in dismantling the item. It would be better if I could make it appear as though I haven't tampered with it at all. That way, even as the humans tried to depend on it in their last moments, only despair would await them. Hee, ha 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 ha. Creak. As Lydia was laughing internally, the door leading to the large warehouse opened, causing her to sharply turn her attention in that direction. Her internal self was full of surprise, but she made sure not to show the slightest hint. What is she doing here? The person appearing before her now closing the opened door was none other than a little girl. Calling her a child wouldn't be an overstatement. You're here already? That's good. The girl spoke in her childlike voice. Yet. Lydia had no choice but to respond in her manly voice. She was still full of doubts and confusion, but someone as skilled as her could always play along with a surprising turn of events. Why didn't you turn on the lights? It's pretty dark here. The little girl clapped her hands, and instantly the magic ores placed on the walls and ceilings burst to life. Bright light enveloped the hall, causing Lydia to squint her eyes a little. Unlike the blacks, exposure to light had no effect on her body. But, since she was currently a human, and her eyes were suddenly exposed to light, Lydia was stunned for a moment. Much better. The small girl smiled, exhaling with satisfaction. As Lydia recoiled from the shock, she was finally able to get a closer look at the intruding girl. TCH. That's Annabelle Frederick, from his memory. She was an apprentice that served under Morrow, and an exceptional one at that. She also possessed immense talents in magic, engineering, and alchemy. But, that was pretty much it. Compared to a demon lord like her, Anna was no threat at all. Still, why is she here? According to the information I got. Shouldn't you be buried with your research? I'm surprised to see you here. Lydia asked. Oh? That. Anna shrugged. It wasn't exactly an attitude a junior should put up when being questioned by a superior, but Lydia was in no position to emphasize that. Well, I just decided to check on the project. What about you? Why are you here? Anna just gave a flimsy excuse, but Lydia could not nitpick on it since Morrow was also not meant to be there at that particular time. Same reason as you. It's beautiful, isn't it? I can't get enough of looking at it. Lydia used one of Morrow's frequent lines when he referred to the device being built. Her eyes were on the weapon of destruction, and her acting was flawless. Definitely, it was enough to fool the girl. However, do I really need to fool her? When she thought about it well, Anna was fodder compared to a demon lord. Even a demon general would be able to face her and win. Lydia could simply eliminate her and continue her mission. Or better yet, I should capture her. Anna was close friends with Jared Leonard, a thorn in the flesh for the demons. If she took the little girl, surely that would deal a big emotional blow to their enemy. Even if it's a little bit, it should make him falter a bit. The only question was whether their target, Jared, would care enough to act the way they wanted him to. What should I do? As Lydia was still contemplating what course of action to take, she spotted Annabelle looking at her with unnatural interest. It bothered her, especially since the girl's piercing gaze was uncomfortable, and a bit unsettling. What is the matter, Anna? Fascinating, you really look like him. The girl's voice came in a soft tone. Lydia's mind sharply processed the meaning behind the human's words, still maintaining her cool front. Jared was right, after all. This is quite interesting. Chapter 463 Anna's Evolution PT1. Days before. Anna was elated. As she jumped on her bed, she was giddy and bursting with excitement. Why? He actually found these? Incredible! She shouted with glee. Jared had just visited her room out of the blue and given her Lewis Griffith's hidden manuscripts. Treatises that were never published. Theories that were never shown. possibilities that remained unknown. All of those were now in her grasp. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. She went through the book several times, but she hadn't started reading yet. Should I really begin tonight? After a bit of back and forth, Anna finally picked up the first volume. Once she finally focused her attention to read the author's notes, she noticed something strange about it. There were strange engravings, as well as what seemed like a mana circuit embedded on the parchment. Anna had been researching magic for very long, so she recognized a rune when she saw one. But why is this here? And it's somewhat incoherent. The girl thought as she observed the strange flow of the code. Finally, her curiosity got the better of her, and she eventually solved the riddle. By infusing her mana into the finished results, a bright blue light pervaded the room. Once the light settled, Anna found a letter atop her bed. It was unexpected, but the letter actually contained a message from Jared himself. She initially couldn't believe it, but the whole stuff was a test to see if she could spot, or even decipher his code. If you're reading this letter, that means you're skilled enough to handle what I'm about to tell you. Anna wanted to yell at how he underestimated her, but she kept her cool and decided to read through his message. That was when the oddest thing was revealed to her. A demon lord is most likely going to invade Inslark Academy. Jared had dropped a bombshell in his letter. Not only did he state how and why this demon lord would be invading, but he also mentioned the likely scenario that would occur as a result. To be honest, everything he said made Anna completely bamboozled. I can't believe this. But she did trust in his every word. Not only because he spoke facts, but also because he sounded so sure. Jared was never one to be wrong on such important matters. It could have been her heart speaking, but Anna knew this for a fact. He's perfectly logical and on point that it's almost scary. Nonetheless, Jared was yet to conclude his surprise. Well, that's what I have to say about it. You guys can handle the information I've given you any way you want. Yeah. Anna was so sure Jared would offer a plan at this point, but he simply threw the initiative on how to handle the situation into their hands. Anna pondered on the hidden meaning behind his message, but found nothing. To be honest, I was planning this to be like a gift for Naren. He has been telling me how bored he has been. So, you guys can create the perfect stage by using the information I'm given you. Jared went on to explain the identity and ability of the intruder. Anna wondered how he came across such detailed intel, but she couldn't fathom it. Realizing that it was useless to question his sources, she simply kept reading. I'll leave everything in your care. No matter how things turn out, it'll still end up in victory. Her little interference won't be consequential in the long run. Just think of it as an exercise for fun, and a reward for your hard work. The boy was basically offering a demon lord as a reward for their efforts. Jared, that monster, only he can do something like this. Anna smiled once she finished reading the letter's contents. The young girl fell to her bed, now drained of the motivation to delve into Lewis Griffith's research materials, something Anna would never have imagined. She pondered on what to do with the information she had just gotten from Jared. As he mentioned in the letter, she was the only one who was aware of the demon's intrusion, and the demon lord's abilities made it impossible for anyone to detect her presence. Now caught in a pickle, it was common sense that Anna would rely on Naren in handling the case. However, finally, I have the perfect opportunity. The young girl called Anna had something else in mind. This Lydia of Blanc, she'll be perfect for the job. Jared was right, after all. This is quite interesting. 3 automatons floated around her. They looked like small heads, but had 3 tentacles each serving the functions of limbs. Each automaton had a single white eye, but several functions could be performed despite their small frames. Anna always went around with them, though they were usually in stealth mode. The only reason the 3 little critters popped up at the moment was because of their automatic sensory functions. They perceived danger. What are you saying? The middle-aged Morrow asked as he narrowed his gaze. Anna was simply astounded. The more she watched the man, the more amazed she was. To think you can really mimic everything about your target. It's amazing. This world truly is vast. She beamed, clasping her hands together. Many people didn't know this, but Anna's glasses were made with cutting-edge magic technology. Not only could they analyze her targets, but could also scan properties and cross-reference patterns. Even in a fight, she could see the subtle movements of her target and predict whatever moves they would make based on several external factors such as breathing, muscle movement, eye movement, etc. Currently, she was completely analyzing the Morrow in front of her, and it was a complete match with the Morrow she knew. I'm guessing you also have all his memories and whatnot. That's how you were able to find this place, right? Amazing! The young girl clapped with genuine praise. At this point, Morrow/Lydia was in a stunned state. Not because the demon felt cornered, but because she didn't understand one critical thing. Why? Chapter 464 Anna's Evolution PT2. So, you knew? You knew, yet you allowed all this? Why? Morrow's eyes narrowed as all focus was on the little child. Her behavior was not normal. Why would she act in such a manner despite knowing so much? Because I was curious. Anna murmured, giving a most surprising response. What? Do you not realize the kind of situation you're in? Lydia knew humans were foolish at times, but not to this extent. I should just kill her. No, I'll capture her instead and get this over with. My situation? What about it? Lydia was unable to bear the girl's stupidity any longer. I believe you're misunderstanding something here. Now using her fingers to tilt her glasses, the girl called Anna gave a charming smile. You're going to die here. Lydia. That was the height of foolishness and arrogance. Lydia couldn't tolerate any more. I'll neutralize her, and then destroy the device. In the blink of an eye, the demon's swift body, though still in Morrow's body, approached Anna with the intent to render her unconscious. A loud hum, followed by sparks of electricity, burst from the three drones that hovered around the girl, causing an instant shield to pop out of nowhere. Boom! As Lydia's blow hit the shield, she instantly knew that it was superior to her current physical capabilities. TCH. The recoil effect of having hit a dome of pure energy set in, causing her to leap back just as fast as she had approached. There's no need to be in a hurry. I know you're worried that I could be bringing back up, but don't worry. The girl spoke calmly, placing both her hands in her lab coat's pockets. Your fight is with me. It sounded absurd, a mere child against a demon lord. But, the girl's expression lacked any form of hesitation. Lydia spread her senses throughout the building, but she couldn't sense any other presence besides the girl. She's really alone, There's the possibility that the rest could be using magic to conceal themselves, but Lydia had always been the cautious type, considering as many possibilities as she could before taking any action. However, there came times when one had to be decisive. Now was one of such moments. Further delay brought risk to her plan. That meant eliminating the target as quickly as possible was the best alternative. I shouldn't utilize too much of my abilities, but the shell of Morrow that she employed began disappearing, taking on an unstable form, until the true form of Lydia manifested. Is that what you really look like? Interesting, the girl kept smiling, hidden within her powerful barrier. Lydia, in her white form, decided to use magic to end matters swiftly. Stinger. A dense concentration of air particles converged, infused with miasma and possessing great power. It formed a long arrow brimming with negative energy. The demon lord estimated that this would be enough to pierce through the annoying barrier and give the girl a slight punishment for her arrogance. The lance was launched at deafening speed, meant to one-shot the target. Of course, only non-vital areas were targeted, considering the target was still useful as a hostage. Lydia simply wanted her to feel some pain. To her surprise, another lance appeared from the girl's side, almost looking like the stinger she conjured. The mana-infused lance sharply intercepted the one of miasma, causing a neutralizing effect. Both lances imploded upon impact, fading into particles of white and black. Lydia was dumbfounded. Ah, so that's how Jared was able to do it. An equal proportion of mana and miasma will indeed cause a null effect. I wonder if I'll be able to achieve anti-magic if I keep exploring this. Anna's voice once again sent the demon lord into a state of confusion. Just how was that child able to cast a spell so quickly? Not only that, but it directly countered the stinger she used. Though it was merely an advanced spell, stinger belonged to the highest tier within that category. Plus, its swiftness made it a deadly tool in battle. No matter the defense, it was guaranteed to pierce through and eliminate the target. So, how? The demon lord wasn't aware of this, but the three automatons hovering around the young girl were the answer to her questions. They had a shared information system, yet their neural functions were independent. In essence, the three were capable of processing information and were connected by a network to share said intel. Each had its function as well. One analyzed the magic being used. Another calculated the appropriate action to be implemented. The final one processed the spell to be utilized. Finally, all three cast the spell by utilizing the artificial mana core within them. As a result, they could operate beyond the bounds of a human's capabilities. Well, I'm happy to know that they could react in time, even if it's someone as powerful as you. Anna smiled at the faceless demon lord. She couldn't get a read of her reaction since she looked nothing more than a white mannequin. Still, I guess I'm boring you, right? Then, let's begin the real experiment. The three automatons switched gear from defensive to offensive in an instant. Their eyes glowed red, and mana surged from them in a flash. A ball of concentrated flames gathered at the center of the three machines, focusing on the demon lord before them. In a flash, the blast was launched in her direction. Scorching flames surged forth, approaching the target at an unbearable speed, but she didn't seem bothered, not that her face showed any emotion. Annoying. In a flash, the flames were swept away by a much larger ball of water. The body of liquid consumed the intense fire until it was no more, but as a result, the entire room was flooded with water. It was done on purpose, though. Don't worry. I won't kill you yet. Lydia grinned, preparing a lightning spell to interact well with the water. Buzz. Chapter 465 Anna vs Lydia PT1. Buzz. Purplish-black electricity flashed from Lydia's albino hand, descending upon the body of water in its violent lash. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz came, the pangs of lightning didn't stop. Its destructive nature coiled about, heating it until everything dried up and became white clouds of hot vapor. Bzztzzzz. Now what? The demon lord grinned with glee. The building they were in was designed to prevent any external interference. Anna's confrontation was a big mistake since she was isolated from everyone else. No one is coming to help you, foolish child. Lydia thought to herself, expecting to see the girl's body lying flat on the ground. However, how were you not affected by the rampaging electricity? Anna's voice called out in a small tone. I didn't see you cast any defensive magic. Ah, I see. You must have used your shape-shifting ability to turn your body into something with no conductivity, like rubber. The mist cleared, and Anna was busy rubbing her chin while murmuring to herself. The spell Buzz was a spell that ignored defensive barriers. As long as it had enough conductivity with electricity, anyone and anything within reach would be under its influence. Even though Buzz wasn't a lethal spell, it still caused extreme pain and rendered its targets unconscious. Yet, it's a good thing I developed a spell that negates my conductivity. After that experience with Kuzan, I promised myself never to fall under the influence of electricity. That stuff friggin' hurts, you know. Lydia was beyond astounded. Ah, my apologies. I've been rambling on and on, haven't I? The girl removed her glasses and used a piece of cloth to rub the surface of the lens. It had gotten quite misty, after the whole vapor experience. This left her open, so Lydia wanted to take the opportunity. However, several lances filled with mana charged at her at breakneck speed. Tch. She negated them with her barrier, casting a spell in response. Unfortunately, the drones once again interfered. Ah, much better. Anna was already done cleaning her lens. Her wide smile was so charming and innocent. One would never expect that her drones were currently firing tons of spells at her foe. Of course, Lydia avoided every hit. After all, while miasma was lethal to normal people, the opposite was also true. Demons were weak to mana, especially the whites. They had sensitive bodies. That was how they were so malleable, capable of changing forms as they wished. This served as their greatest strength and weakness. Tch. Do I really have to exert myself against this child? While she had intentionally avoided using spells that cost a lot of miasma and had a low destructive range, Lydia had definitely been trying hard in the battle. Should I just kill her? The thought appeared in her head. The girl was very troublesome and unpredictable, so it was better to eliminate her as soon as possible. Fine. I'll just kill her. Lydia's face morphed into a grin. Her blank face suddenly had a slit open up, and a disgusting smile was formed from the sharp line. Looks like you're finally taking this seriously. I can now begin my experiment. With the snap of her fingers, something popped out of nowhere. It seemed like teleportation, but it had simply been the undoing of cloaking magic. I didn't notice something like that was here this whole time. Lydia's eyes bulged in surprise as she laid eyes on the new entity that now made its entrance. It was behind the small girl, having a humanoid build. It was slightly muscular, possessing the appearance of an average adult male. It was, of course, dyed in a metallic color, though it shone unnaturally. Is that a rare metal? Lydia wondered, observing the construct that had just appeared. I present you the ultimate automaton, Kured. Or, should I call it Jazon? This is hard. To be frank, Anna was yet to name the automaton behind her. It was still in its test phase, after all. She had a policy not to name anything until it had completely been perfected. Well, you get the gist, don't you? This is the main reason I acted on my own. I wanted to test the capabilities of this stuff, and also find out where I need to work on. Are you joking? Really? You're in extreme danger, yet you want to test something. Lydia had given up on understanding the girl's logic. It was now painfully clear that she was an oddball even a demon lord couldn't see through. Okay, automaton, show her a good time, okay. The tall construct, at least over 6 feet, nodded his head and moved from behind its master. Though silent, it was emitting an aura that spoke of its resolve to fight. Standing in front of its master, for her protection and also to impress her on its progress, the machine prepared itself. I've taken on this farce long enough. Just d. In a flash, the automaton lunged, swiftly closing the distance between itself and the target. Before anyone could react. It slammed her head upon the magic-enhanced concrete. The ground trembled, and the area of impact shattered. Gark! Lydia let out a sharp cough, accompanied by a surprised yelp. She hadn't anticipated such speed and precise movement. Still clinging onto her head, the automaton made to hash her head further into the concrete. Let me go! In a brilliant burst of energy, negative power emerged from the white demon. The automaton instantly knew that it had to retreat, and so it leaped backward to avoid any dangerous hits. You! Lydia rose from her disheveled state. Her face, which had been bashed and disfigured, instantly recovered. It was as though she was violently beaten a few moments earlier. If that was the only difference, then perhaps one could overlook it. But, things were now terribly more precarious. Lydia's body was currently emitting a dangerously high amount of negative energy. That does it. You're dead. Chapter 466 Anna vs Lydia PT2. Of all demon lords, Lydia was the weakest, at least when it came to physical abilities. In magic, she was somewhere in the middle. In essence, an average demon lord. However, her true abilities weren't tied to those things. After all, for her race, they could be whatever they desired. Miasma swirled around the demon as her temper rose to a point where she could no longer control her primal desire. Destruction. I've had enough. Instantly, several whips emerged from behind her like tentacles. They were at least 6, but thanks to their rapid movements, it would be hard to estimate just how many of the rubber-like protrusions appeared. Whoosh! The whips made sharp sounds as they lunged at the automaton, intending to demolish it and charge at the target behind. The hulking figure knew the dangers of the incoming attack and acted accordingly. Boosting its body with mana, it decided to confront the threat rather than avoid it. A proper evasion would have been possible, but that would only put Anna in danger. In order to balance the scales, a frontal assault was inevitable. Casting multiple spells to slow down the white whips, the automaton proceeded to generate something that was locked within his arm. It was a small metallic item, similar to a hilt of some sort. However, once the automaton's mana was poured into it, the handle brought forth a blade from its edge. With an intense blue light emanating from the blade, the automaton lunged at the whips that still approached despite its barrage of magic attacks. Fwish! Utilizing the blade fluidly while calculating the most optimal angle to strike, the automaton twisted its body and slashed the tentacles. The rubber-like whips were tougher than metal, while also being fluid enough to bend, retract, and lengthen at will. However, having gotten enough data to support its combat potential, the automaton's moves, martial arts combined with magic, were absolutely superior. Gah! Lydia groaned, annoyed without end by the automaton's strange movements. She could tell that she possessed more power than the machine, but it was capable of feats no living being could perform. It was precisely because the automaton was an automated construct that was developed using an intricate system that it gave her such trouble. Not only was it evading her attacks at a stable pace, but it was also counter-attacking. Tch. Lydia increased the number of her whips, and then proceeded to utilize magic. Once the numbers increased, the automaton had his hands full, so she focused on the enemy beyond it, the girl called Anna. Her 3 automatons still hovered around her, ready to defend if the situation called for it. That won't stop me. Lydia had been conserving her miasma since the start of the fight, but she didn't plan on doing that any longer. Other than the stockpile she would leave for escaping in an emergency, the demon lord intended on using her full strength to decimate the target. From her shoulder emerged 2 extra limbs, and they pointed in Anna's direction. Another head appeared from Lydia's neck, smaller than the initial one. I'll simply divide my attention. And so, while she was focused on the automaton on one end, her other aspect would be finishing off the little girl. Lydia generated a spell bordering the highest tier of the advanced stage once more, readying the launch at the girl. However, that was simply a prelude. The second head of the demon lord grinned sadistically as she began processing another spell, this time in the peak level. As expected, the 3 drones acted in tandem and blocked the initial purple blazing strike. But, the moment this was done, the next spell began appearing. It was a blazing inferno coupled with a storm of lightning. Having the destructive capability that lived up to its peak level name, the whirling storm of flames and lightning lunged in Anna's direction. Ah, this could be a bit dangerous. She whispered, watching the blast draw nearer. A large portion of the building was devastated. Had it not been for the defensive measures given to the building, the whole place would have been destroyed to smithereens. How's that? Lydia grinned, finally getting rid of the girl that brought her so much distress. As for the automaton that had proven to be quite bothersome, it was now struggling in the grasp of so many tentacles. Unable to move its trapped limbs, it merely fidgeted and spasmed. Lydia felt satisfied that she had finally defeated the girl and her annoying toy. They proved to be nuisances, but the end had been set from the start. She was stronger than I gave her credit for, Lydia thought to herself, turning to the device behind her. As expected, despite the conflict, it remained unscathed. Happy to be finally returning to her initial mission, Lydia used her tentacles to completely break apart the automaton behind her. Scraps and pieces landed on the hard ground as the smell of burnt flesh and devastated machinery filled the air. Victory was a matter long foregone. She approached the device, now returning to her state as Morrow. The defensive barrier around the weapon was made to ensure nothing could pass through unless they were recognized. Lydia was aware that even she could not break such a complicated and powerful defensive array. To her knowledge, it was made by none other than Naren Khalid. That left her no choice but to use one of the authorized personnel. Now taking the form of the few who were granted access to the device, Lydia planned on destroying it completely. I can't delay any further, she thought to herself. You really want to destroy it so badly, A voice appeared behind her. Wah! Command, 6754 Zeta Maro Protocol. Before Lydia could move another muscle or react to anything, her body halted completely. It was a forceful submission to the voice she had just heard. As if that wasn't enough, Lydia could feel herself falling asleep. Her eyes were closing, and her consciousness was fading fast. Clack clack! Sounds of gentle footsteps echoed in the wide room, and a terrible sense of foreboding crept upon the demon lord as she was rendered completely defenseless and vulnerable. Well, looks like the results work perfectly, after all. A voice emerged from behind her. Experiment complete. Chapter 467 Protocol. Whew! It's a good thing I used an identical golem, the small voice of a girl rang out. Anna was smiling as she drew closer to a petrified Morrow. Even though she was supposed to have been destroyed by the devastating storm that Lydia shot at her, Anna looked very much alive. And that was because the attack never reached her. Only an idiot would put themselves in harm's way, especially when against an unpredictable opponent. Anna smiled to herself. The one who had been engaging in battle with the demon lord a while ago was not her, but a look-alike golem. Anna had been controlling the golem from a distance, and her automatons were also instructed to obey the golem. It made for a convincing show, which was what the girl was after. By doing so, Anna got enough information from her target, and once the time was ripe, she acted swiftly. Everything worked out well, I guess. Anna drew close to the demon lord of Blanc, staring at the being inquisitively. Even though she knew to maintain caution, the young girl couldn't help herself. It should be safe enough now, but I can't be too careful. Her 3 automatons were on standby, ready to react if things ever got awry. It was a shame that her experimental ultimate automaton was thrashed, but it simply showed how powerful a demon lord was. Her experiment had been a valuable learning experience for her. I should get the samples I require and then finish things up. With that, Anna took some tools from one of the automatons who delivered the items. Transparent test tubes were grasped by the girl, and she began to collect samples of hair, blood, flesh, etc. from the suspended being. Interesting, Anna murmured, using magic to observe the vials she had. Even though the demon lord could take on the form of anyone, she never expected that the change would be so deep. Even down to the cells, the samples she acquired from Lydia's current state were exactly the same as Mayro's. She really did become him. Well, Anna figured that would have been the case. Why else would the Demon Lord have responded to the protocol from earlier? I would also love to have samples when she's in her base form. Comparing and contrasting samples were necessary for progress. Unfortunately, Anna doubted the Demon Lord would let her gain access to her body so freely. The only reason she had come this far was because she transformed into Morrow. But, I really need those samples. Exasperated, the little girl sighed, trying to find the most optimal solution to her predicament. No matter how hard she tried, there was only one way out. I'll have to get those samples, by force. Lydia of Blanc was a troublesome foe and Anna had seen some of her capabilities. But, she would be a fool to imagine that everything she saw was all her opponent was capable of. Still, as long as I prepare adequately, I should be able to get what I need. Another problem that popped up was the fact that her earlier trick wouldn't work again. The Demon Lord would also be wary of turning into Morrow, since doing so would compromise her. In all likelihood, it was more logical that Anna would be the next target of Lydia. She would kill and transform into her to access the device. If I had enough time, I would have also made a duplicate of myself. Sigh, this sucks. In the end, she simply had to get what she required by taking matters into her own hands. Was it dangerous? Yes. However, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Anna realized she was at a big risk, but she couldn't back out now. As long as I can prepare properly, victory should be mine. Lydia stirred to life as she finally regained consciousness. She was still in her Morrow form, but something felt a bit different. Her body didn't feel the same as before, but that wasn't the most important thing. The girl who was standing before her, dressed in a lab coat and donning glasses, was smiling as Lydia glared. She seemed to be looking elsewhere, but her 3 automatons made it clear that surprise attacks weren't going to work. The more Lydia thought about it, the more confused she became concerning her situation, and the girl called Annabelle Frederick. How is she still alive? Lydia thought to herself. She definitely burned the girl to a crisp and destroyed her completely. Even her trump card, the automaton she employed, was destroyed. I think I got dizzy for a moment after she said some strange words, but I'm all right now. What really happened? Lydia was not in a stable mental state, but she hadn't forgotten her mission. Her eyes momentarily darted behind and she saw the structure she was meant to destroy. Using Mayro's body would have been optimal, but it didn't seem safe any longer considering the girl was able to interfere with it somehow. What did you do, human? Lydia asked, staring at the young girl, who was slowly approaching her. You're up already? Good. I think now is the perfect time to tell you. Up already? How long was I out for? Lydia's boggled mind struggled to process the information. Swiftly, she returned to her original state, her blank white form. Apparently, adopting Mayro's identity was risky. The Morrow you consumed wasn't the real one. It was an identical clone I made. It's the same as the me you defeated not too long ago. What? Lydia couldn't believe what she was hearing. She had been fooled this whole time. I implanted memories as data into the Morrow specimen, but the version of me you fight was a golem, so it was being remotely controlled. Lydia was still palpitating in shock. A demon lord like her was being toyed with by a mere kid. The clone you absorbed has protocols embedded in it. That's how I was able to control you when you transformed to Morrow. It sounded absurd, but Lydia couldn't deny that she had lost grip of her senses for a moment, after Anna said some strange words. Just how many more protocols exist? The Demon Lord wasn't certain. One thing was for sure, though. I underestimated her. If I'm to complete my mission successfully, I'll have to go all out. A/N. Special discount next month. Up to 50% discount will be given for the highest tier privilege chapters, and other discounts will be granted to lower tiers. Cheers! Chapter 468 Assault Mode. I'll need to use my full power against this brat. As much as it pained her to make this thought, Lydia had to consider the situation carefully and act accordingly. I don't know how much time has elapsed. I'm at too much of a risk right now. If I don't end things quickly, it'll mean trouble. And so, several tentacles emerged from the white being as she glared at Anna. Her miasma peaked to an unprecedented height, and her body began squirming like perturbed fluids. 4 extra limbs emerged from Lydia, and 3 heads now stood atop her shoulder. Her build increased, and the power she exuded was on another level entirely. Like this, I should be 3 times more efficient. Not only would she be able to independently handle the automatons defending Anna, but her power would also overwhelm the young girl. If there was anything Lydia picked up from the conversation, it was that Anna was weaker than her in combat. If that wasn't the case, she wouldn't have gone through such an elaborate method to trap her. Secondly, the possibility of another clone existing was very low. That meant the Anna before her was the real deal. In the first place, Lydia had never heard of clone creation before. It had to be very difficult and complicated. She couldn't have made one in such a short span, right? Lydia tried grasping more facts from the small conversation she had with the human girl, and the bottom line was that if she increased her power and changed her approach in a fight, then victory would be hers. I'll kill you. With bloodshot eyes that emerged from all 3 heads, Lydia widened her wide mouths and prepared for her attack. Assault mode. She heard Anna say, before lunging at the little girl. Before Lydia reached the girl, a bright beam descended from the ceiling, filled with concentrated mana. It would have dealt a terrible strike to Lydia if she decided to take the hit, and defending would have consumed too much miasma. Realizing the most optimal solution was to evade the blast, Lydia swiftly dodged the flashes of devastating light. Unfortunately for the Demon Lord, that was enough to buy Anna enough time. The young girl had undergone a transformation. She was now shrouded in armor all Magi tech. Lydia didn't know where the pieces of technology came from, but she understood that the girl before her was not the same as before. Having wings behind her, and slim but highly dense metal attached to her body, she was floating with majesty. The blue and white armor plates gleamed brightly. The center of her chest had a warbling tune and a dense concentration of power. Lydia assumed that was the core of her suit. Anna's 3 automatons had also changed forms, now larger and having several more gear present. Not only did they have spikes around them, their 3 limbs were now equipped with weapons, and the man they exuded was immense. It wasn't an understatement to say that the human was ready for an all-out battle. Bring it on, kid! Lydia growled. And so, launching her tentacles, she pursued the 3 automatons who stubbornly evaded the numerous whips. Their small size and flexible motion in the air allowed them to avoid the whips that chased them, though Lydia knew it wouldn't be long until she had them all destroyed. The automatons rapidly shot mana missiles in Lydia's direction, but she had already cast a magic spell to protect herself from such measures. Currently, Lydia had 3 brains, which meant 3 major control centers. One was focused on catching the automatons and destroying them. The second was aimed at defending herself from any assault. The final one was going to handle Anna. Lydia would have preferred 4 heads, but 3 was her limit. Now handling the automatons and the little trouble they posed, Lydia grinned menacingly at the girl in her battle suit. Let's go! In response, Anna dashed in Lydia's direction, preparing spells from both hands, as well as the core in her chest. You can't beat me! Lydia spat, shooting out an immense ray of destructive miasma. Anna's defenses were instantly corroded the moment they came in contact with the blast. Fortunately, she had enough speed and flexibility to avoid any damage. She flew up, causing Lydia to raise her head. Before she could blink, numerous fiery blasts rained down on the Demon Lord. Useless! The flurry of flamey balls was repelled by her defensive magic. However, Anna was not done. The core located at the center of her chest hummed brightly, signaling the girl that it was ready for the next phase. Perfect. Beaming brightly, Anna dived straight at Lydia. Is she crazy? The demon lord wondered why Anna was coming straight toward the storm. Useless. As soon as Lydia launched her blast of miasma, Anna countered by releasing an equal amount of mana. The effect was, as expected, negation. Both spells got cancelled, causing Anna to delve even closer to Lydia. Wah! Lydia was stunned, but she was still confident about her defense. Analysis complete. Anna yelled, stretching her hand in Lydia's direction. It was filled with mana. She can't reach me. My barrier will. Before Lydia could complete her words, the defense she had painstakingly erected was nullified. The glow in Anna's chest warbled, releasing the exact amount of mana required to stabilize the defenses she had erected. That was the analysis Anna mentioned before. And no. Lydia shrieked, wondering if she could erect another defensive measure before Anna's attack came this time, changing the power she would implement. But, it was too late. Anna's hand was already on her face. The mana-infused hand tightly clutched the white head of the demon lord, causing her to scream. I'll be taking that. Instantly, blasters emerged from the wings Anna employed, causing her to fly up once again. Her hand never left Lydia's head, causing the demon lord's head to follow Anna as she ascended. And no. Gwek. A/N. Special discount next month. Up to 50% discount will be given for the highest tier privileged chapters, and other discounts will be granted to lower tiers. Cheers! Chapter 469 Demise of a Demon Lord PT1. Lydia's neck stretched with the head, not letting the round white lump escape from the main body. Even as Anna ascended, the neck followed the head she clutched tightly. TCH. So annoying. Just let go of one head. You still have two. Anna mumbled, generating a dense mana blade on her hand. And then... swish! Lydia's head was severed from the rest of her body in one clean slice. Garg! The rest of her head screamed in both pain and shock. Finally, I have my sample. Anna smiled, swiftly retreating from Lydia's body. The demon lord of Blanc was still throbbing in recoil when Anna summoned yet another automaton to store her prize within it. The automaton opened a compartment within itself, and Anna placed the head into the cool storage area. Guek, you. As Lydia growled and groaned, glaring hatefully at Anna with utter animosity, the latter didn't seem bothered. Rather, an expression of relief spread on her face. Now that I'm done with what I wanted, it's time to wrap this up, don't you think? Lydia's body was convulsing now. Veins appeared all over her white skin and she was expanding as though she wanted to explode. Numerous arms and tentacles emerged from the inflating white lump, and several faces began appearing all over her body, no doubt the number of people she had consumed and become. Original magic. Lydia murmured as she glared at the girl before her. The miasma that was covering her body was enough to disintegrate anything not shrouded in at least some form of energy as a defense. All in one. Lydia's body increased until it became immensely large, almost as big as half of the massive room where she fought Anna. And this was simply because of her original magic's effects. Lydia's original magic, all in one, allowed her to utilize all the abilities she got from everyone she had ever absorbed. Usually, this would mean that her miasma and the mana of some of her victims would clash. However, to combat that, she developed an intricate system of various veins and arteries within her currently massive body to deliver the respective power of each person she had within herself. Her limit was also 100 various persons. And so, as she glared at Anna with a single large head and multiple eyes, Lydia's white obese body had several faces and body parts that served as various sources and types of power for her. Offensive magic. Defensive magic. Destructive magic. No matter the kind, she had at least one variant of the sort at her disposal. It was an ultimate form that only very few, even among her peers, could stand against. The only reason Lydia avoided using it was because it made her look so ugly and repulsive. I'm even more disgusting than Circe in this form. I didn't want to do this, the reason is because of you. Her glare intensified and her bloodshot eyes bulged as Anna became her central focus. The whirring automatons that buzzed around Lydia like flies were instantly shot down. Their speed didn't matter in the face of absolute power, and the remnant shards of the three pesky constructs clanged on the ground. It's your turn. Lydia prepared a barrage of assaults that would definitely decimate Anna. She didn't want to remain in her form for too long, so only one hit would be enough. Override protocol. Maro 1234. Anna spoke, raising a finger in response. W. Lydia's eyes bulged, frantically trying to defend herself from whatever consequence would occur as a result of having Maro within herself. And no, I can't allow that. Quickly controlling her intricate internal system, she expelled Maro from her body, preventing any further complications from the target. However, you fell for it. That was simply a diversion. From above, a massive amount of liquid doused the demon lord of Noir, completely covering her in purplish-blue glob-like fluids. What is this? Lydia murmured, using her hands to observe the texture and form of the liquid that descended on her from a vat above. It's too late for you. Anna smiled from her distance, completely shrouding herself in a thick barrier. What are you? Before she could utter another word, Lydia felt it. You are. Her body began to expand at an alarming rate. All the orderly nerves within her began to burst, causing the controlled energy within to rampage. The miasma and mana inside her were out of control, and their conflicting nature brought about nothing but immense pain and the irregular swelling that never stopped. Arg! Make it stop! Make it stop! She pleaded, but the human girl didn't even seem the least bit concerned about her. Anna's expression was so bright, that it was almost like she was enjoying what was happening. Oh? You're lasting longer than the others. Just as I thought, a demon lord specimen is different. The demon lord of Noir now understood that it would be foolish to expect mercy from her opponent. Anna was too immersed in her analysis, research, or experiment, to care about the pains she was going through. Every cell in her body was dying at an alarming rate, popping as a result of energy overload, energy shock, and energy clash. Pain caused tears to proceed from Lydia's eyes. She knew that this would be her death. Not only was she unable to complete her mission, but she also failed the one whom she had the utmost respect and affection for. My lord! My king! My love! More tears cascaded down her bloated face. It was too late for wishes or regrets, but, if only she knew that this was how things would go. I'm so sorry. I failed you. She wouldn't have been so foolish and haughty in her thoughts. This was the most shameful way she could die, more appalling than anything she had ever conceived. Dying in such a grotesque form, at the hands of a single human girl, one who was most likely not an adult yet. It truly was mortifying beyond belief. This is truly. Her body finally erupted once it arrived at the threshold, sending lumps of fat, meat, and blood in every direction. It was a gory sight befitting the demise of a demon lord. Chapter 470, Demise of a Demon Lord, PT2. Ugh, it stained everywhere. Anna's face was full of disgust and annoyance as she watched the white lumps, parts of the deceased demon lord, spread all over the warehouse. This'll take forever to clean. Oh, wait. The young girl realized she could simply make her automatons handle all the dirty work. There was no need to stain her hands. That was amazing, Annabelle, you didn't even need my power. A tiny voice emerged from within Anna. Sparkling, yet appearing moist, the Naiad fairy made her entrance. She was Anna's familiar. Oh, Rhea, well, it would have sort of overkill. Besides, I can handle matters like this if I have enough prep time. The Naiad fairy didn't argue with her host's words. She wasn't wrong, after all. Still, it's a shame. She murmured, watching the gory sight all around. A lingering sound of regret dwelled in the Naiad fairy's voice. As if that wasn't enough proof that she really wanted to get in on the action, the little thing made a point and crossed her arms. Relax, Ria. We'll be having so much fun together, researching the specimen I retrieved. Wouldn't that be fun? The familiar seemed to be wavering a little upon hearing about the research. It was true that she preferred stuff like that to violence. Well, you have a point. The cute Naiad fairy finally blurted out. Her compensation for being a spectator in the earlier fight would be none other than research. It was a fair deal. But, don't you think it was risky? Handling things on your own. What if the Demon Lord exceeded your expectations? Anna shrugged slightly upon hearing the question. I would have retreated. In the first place, this warehouse was created to trap enemies inside. That's true. You could escape and leave the enemy here. Ria murmured. Right? In the first place, the device placed here isn't the real deal. It's just an illusion we made with your bond magic. Anna grinned at the Naiad fairy. Well, anyhow, we got what we wanted, didn't we? Will you be reporting this to Naren, Aloe, and Maro? Or do they not need to know? The young girl smiled to herself and looked above her. Her eyes appeared to have spotted something since she squinted, but she didn't lose her composure. Something tells me they are already aware. Even though Anna never outrightly said so, the main reason she was so confident in her victory was that her comrades were on standby. If she was in danger, Anna was certain that Naren would swoop in to resolve the scenario. Well, that would mean I'll get reprimanded, so I was looking forward to resolving things on my own. Even though Jared had told Anna that the Demon Lord was Naren's prize, she couldn't help herself from being interested in the being. I solved the puzzle, so it's mine by right, don't you think so too, Ria? Yeah, sure. Both of them were of like mind, so it was already a given that they would support each other's choices. We should start cleaning things up and... Creak. The entrance opened and 3 people stepped into the room. Is it over? Sheesh, this place is a mess. You just had to go on with your crazy plan. The 3 individuals who had just appeared were none other than her respected colleagues and seniors. Naren, Maro, Vita. You're here already? Anna laughed awkwardly. Don't pretend like you didn't notice we were already close by. I knew you'd pull a stunt like this. Naren sighed and shrugged, looking around him to spot the mess in the room. Don't worry, I'll have it cleared in no. Raising an index finger, Naren silenced Anna before she could complete her words. A brimming light danced atop his hand and then, every body part of Lydia started resonating with the energy he released. I'll clean it up for you. Swoosh. Blood. Bones. Flesh. Every aspect of the Demon Lord became attracted to the ball of purple light that Naren released. Like a black hole, it sucked everything into its abyss, leaving not a speck left of the deceased Lydia. There you have it, Naren spoke calmly, returning his gaze to his colleagues. At this point, Aloe Vita was pulling the ears of Anna while Maro reprimanded her for her recklessness. It was a funny sight to see. Should I join in on the fun and pinch her cheeks too? Naren chuckled, noting how cute his student was. Even with his light-hearted thoughts, he couldn't escape the realization that dawned on him. The realization of how powerful Annabelle had become. Even though this one is most likely suited for espionage, rather than pure combat, it doesn't change the fact that she was a demon lord. Anna's ability to defeat one of their leaders at such a young age is commendable. Had he been underestimating her capabilities all along? Looks like you won the bet, Jared. Of course, I did. In exchange, you know what you must do. A voice appeared in Naren's head. It was none other than Jared's. Did you really see this coming? That she would win so easily? Naren responded, still surprised that Jared had anticipated something of this magnitude from a girl of merely 15 years of age. Well, I gave her information beforehand, so she could plan ahead. If not for her preparations, as well as the environment being in her favor, things could have gone your way. Naren finally understood what happened. Even though Jared had made a bet with him concerning the Demon Lord of Noir, he also reached out to Anna, making things easier for her. So, you gave her a fighting chance? Isn't that cheating? I never said I wouldn't assist her. Besides, all I did was give her basic information. Ultimately, she came up with the strategies on her own. She's strong. Ergo, it's my win. Naren sighed further. The truth was that he had been conversing with Jared via telepathic magic. Usually, that would be impossible with such a far distance, but Jared invented a magic item that made something like that achievable. Both mentor and protege Jared and Naren had always been in contact even after he left the kingdom. Chapter 471 Subtle Preparations. It was similar to a communication device, but extremely small. By placing it within one's ear, one could connect to another person who had the same device. Thanks to this, Naren had been up to date with the incidents going on with Jared, and vice versa. So, what's your next move? The stoic man asked his protege. I'm still handling the beast folk, but things should be going as planned. The royal court magician should be fulfilling his end of our deal, and the demon army should be attacking in a few days. Jared continued by mentioning how Lydia's death would aggravate the demon forces, but also make them extremely cautious. There was the possibility that they would choose to retreat and gather more forces, but the most likely choice was to invade the humans en masse and destroy everything in their path. The way of violence was the heritage of the demon race. Damien Lawcroft has also made his move, though it's to my benefit. I'll be rounding things up with him soon. But, it'll be perfect if he sees everything he has struggled for fall before his eyes. Your devilish intellect never ceases to amaze me. Naren grinned. Oh, please. You're one to talk. Jared seemed to be chuckling where he was. You'll be acting on your own soon. Will you be all right? Even though they've sent their armies to invade the humans, I doubt they'll leave their home territory unguarded. Yeah, I know. I'm counting on that. Besides, I have to go alone. There's someone I want to see before finishing the job. K. You'll be making your move soon, right? I look forward to seeing the mighty Naren in action. Ha ha ha. You little, sigh. Well, you won the bet. I might as well finally get it over with. You're sounding like I am forcing you. It'll be an enjoyable experience for you, don't you think? Yet. To be honest, I'm surprised, to think you've already completed the weapon. And to think it was achieved because you used the Hermit Arcana. I'm amazed that you've gotten the hang of it so quickly. Naren smiled to himself upon hearing the young boy's praise. As the older fellow, he wasn't supposed to be feeling this way, but Jared's compliments always made him happy. Well, I had lots of free time. I'm currently keeping it in the special storage. You're the only one who can access it at this point, so, whenever you're ready. Cool. Well, I have to go, these girls are pestering me again. Naren felt a feeling surge in his chest. It could have been jealousy, considering no girls were flocking around him. Sarah chased them all away back in the good old days. You lucky bastard. Naren was nearly in tears. Ha ha ha. Good luck, man. With that, their communication line was cut, and Naren turned to look at his comrades. They were all basically waiting for him at this point. Sorry. Had to take care of some matters. Naren smiled, his gaze especially focused on Anna. Let's leave, then. Oh, you can dispel the illusion now, Anna. I'll also undo the protective barriers. This workshop doesn't serve a purpose any longer. Alovita said. Maro seemed to be the most impatient of all. After all, he had work to attend to. I guess we all have some form of work to do. What will you be doing, Anna? Aloe asked the young girl with a smile. The answer was quite obvious. I want to study the specimen I recovered. It should help with my research on anti-magic, and something else. All right. Please be careful. Also, you did a wonderful job. Even I am not certain I could have beaten that monster. Vita gave a genuine smile to accompany her praise. Please, miss. Vita. I fought her, so I should know. You're stronger. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Aloe Vita was a woman who didn't believe much in her strength, but others knew quite well how powerful she was. Not only did she have access to original magic and mage mode, but her mana capacity was also extraordinary. Besides, Jared gifted her a grimoire that contained certain spells and applications that made her more powerful. To be honest, if Anna had to give her opinion, Aloe Vita had to be among the strongest people in the Eastern Kingdom. Is she already Grand Mage level? The young girl didn't have an estimate. Still, for a woman to have achieved such a degree of power in her 20s, it made Anna desire to work even harder. I can't be left behind, can I? Welp, I'm off to slack off in my office. Call me if you need anything. Naren spoke the moment he stepped out of the door of the warehouse. Instantly, he vanished. That guy. Aloe smiled, snapping her fingers to undo the defensive magic she had used on the warehouse building, as well as the spot where Anna's illusion magic was used to replicate the weapon they were building. Thank you all for your cooperation. Anna smiled while Ria her familiar dispelled the illusion. It was no problem. Still can't believe you could make a clone of me. Well, since I was allowed to remain shut in with my work while the automaton performed my role, I have no complaints. Maro spoke with a grin. I was simply curious. But, you exceeded my expectations, Anna. Well done. Ha ha ha. You guys overestimate me. To be honest, Anna didn't feel quite as achieved yet. Her automatons were no match for the Demon Lord, and even with her assault mode, she couldn't completely defeat the opponent. As a mage, she was simply too weak. Hopefully, I'll be able to change everything with this research. Her ultimate goal was to revolutionize magic in ways that Lewis Griffith hadn't before. To do that, she had to study what he stood for, and then create a different path for herself. Of course, having sufficient power was indispensable to achieve her goals, but Anna knew that her true desire was to invent a different kind of power that the world hadn't seen. That way, her name, Annabelle Frederick, would be the new Lewis Griffith. No, even better. I have a competitor already, but I won't lose to you, Jared. She was going to be the ultimate magic scholar, no matter what. A/N. I think Anna just got scarier. She's actually more similar to Jared than the other girls. I wonder. Chapter 472 Conflict Among Allies. King Abel Lion opened his eyes slowly. He had been spending so much time seated on his throne that he often slept there as well. As such, when he woke, he found himself still in the same position. So, she's dead, he murmured. Every demon lord was connected to Abel Lion via magic. As such, the death of Lydia came to his notice the moment she drew her last breath. His expression didn't change from the stoic expression he donned. Abelion's eyes were still a bit heavy from the short sleep he had, but they seemed a little downcast. Who did it? The Demon King whispered. Even though they never really went public with their feelings, the truth was that he and Lydia were lovers. They had loved each other for so long that the king couldn't even begin to express the sense of loss he was currently experiencing. Who did it? His whispers grew harsher. Abel Lion had hoped that he and Lydia would finally go public with their intentions after the war. Even though her mission was dangerous, she had done worse in the past, like the time with the Midas race those years ago. He didn't doubt her capabilities, neither did he want her to be useless to their cause. Lydia was one of his most useful generals, so it would have been a waste to keep her from doing her duties for the sake of protecting her. What a fool I am, Abel Lion stifled his overflowing emotions and supported his dropping head with his hand. His bloodshot eyes and gritting teeth gave off a feel of anger, but really, he was still wallowing in grief. The pangs of his loss were so great that the king began channeling it into something else. But, this just proves how right I am. Blame. Those humans are too dangerous. Not just Khan, but now, even Lydia. His father had been wrong. If only they had taken action sooner, then perhaps things wouldn't have gotten to this point. The only thing Abel Lion wasn't certain of was whether or not Lydia was able to destroy the machine that threatened their existence. Abel Lion didn't doubt his deceased lover's loyalty to him. However, he couldn't count on the fulfillment of her mission. The humans are more of a threat than I thought. It is indeed better to take care of them first. Fortunately, they were of the mistaken belief that the demons would attack the elf kingdom first. That way, there would be less resistance if they struck the human kingdom. Abel Lion already had the perfect plan. All the whites within the kingdom would be called to retreat. They would gather all their forces and strike. I should go as well. There was no way he could stand still after Lydia was killed. It was his duty as her superior, and her lover. I'll make sure to watch them fall into despair, and I'll make sure the culprit dies by my hand. With this, his obsessive gaze rested on the looking shadow that was appearing before him. Legris Damien? What are you doing here? The shadow became unveiled, and a youthful man emerged. Ah, I just came to offer my condolences. I heard Lydia died. You, how did you find out? Abel Lion growled. I have my ways. Besides, I actually came on official business. The loan period has reached. I'm here to retrieve the arcana we lent to you. Hugh, is that so? Very well. Meet Kiran. He's the one managing things in that department. Abel Lion spoke. His heart was still trying to recover from the news of his beloved's death. While it was important to maintain his image as king, the demon no longer had it in him to display that level of charisma. Then, I'll be on my way. If I may, I'd just like to give one warning. What is it? Abel Lion spoke rather impatiently. Even though he had resolved the earlier issue of Jared Leonard with Legris Damien, he was still rather annoyed at the human before him. There's a man in the Eastern Kingdom, Naren Khalid. If you can help it, don't fight him. Oh? Why? Well, isn't it obvious? You'd lose. Abel Lion couldn't stand it any longer. His pent-up anger and frustration finally reached a precipice beyond what his self-control could handle. That's it. In a fit, Abel Lion summoned an immensely powerful blade out of thin air utilizing his original magic from the start. Faster than even Legris Damien could notice, the blade impaled him in a flash. Gark! Even as the human spat blood, and a pool was forming under him, he never ceased smiling. Why do you have an idea of what you've done? Abel Lion realized that attacking a member of the organization would spell bad news for him and his people. His anger had caused him to make an error. However, you're nothing but a mere human who's good with his tongue. Surely, they will understand why I had to do this. Besides, what importance could you, a member of their lower seat, warrant? Certainly, they would much rather value their relationship with us than keep a dog like you. Abel Lion was in the mood anyway. I might as well unleash a bit of my frustration here, the Demon King thought to himself, still gallantly seated on his throne. Is that what you really think? Before Legris could complete his next statement, another huge blade was lunged at his head, ripping him into two. It was a gory sight how blood sprouted from his cracked skull like a fountain, but Abel Lion didn't seem concerned. Foolish human! He should have known his place. The Demon King murmured. Though he had known Legris Damien for quite a while, it wasn't like Abel Lion felt that deep a connection to him. He was but a mere human, after all. It's funny how arrogant a person becomes when they get a taste of power. As Abel Lion heard a strange voice and uttered a sound of confusion, strange energy wafted in the air. It was the same unpleasant power he had always noticed around the man he just killed. This is Chapter 473. The war begins. You've gotten quite cocky, haven't you? The voice echoing in the air made Abel Lion shiver. The Demon King's body trembled slightly as he wondered what exactly was happening. Swoosh! Inescapable darkness began leaking from the corpse of the man he had just killed. Abel Lion was confounded, but before he could stand, he was completely enveloped in it. Like a thick cloud of smoke, it completely shrouded the king seated on his throne. And then, there you are, Abel Lion. Feeling all right? Don't you think you went too far? Come on, why were you so harsh? Were you that pained? Did it hurt? Don't cry. Ha 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 ha. Multiple voices swirled around him in the endless darkness he found himself in. Abel Lion tried moving, but he felt like he was tied to his chair. No, rather, he felt like he was being held down, by hands. Where am I? Who are you? Show yourself! Abel Lion demanded in a fierce growl. His eyes saw nothing, but he could feel several individuals surrounding him. They seemed to be a multitude beyond number. They laughed. They sneered. They jeered. They snickered. These individuals were one and the same yet different at the same time. They were also the ones who held him down. All of them had their gazes on him, causing the Demon King to feel more overwhelmed than he had ever felt in his life. Who am I? Ah, that's quite funny, a voice emerged in the darkness. It was a single person, yet it felt like the multitude was closing in on him. Abel Lion felt like shutting his eyes and burying himself far from the unpleasant feeling he was experiencing, but there was no escape. He tried using magic, but he had no access to it. Abelion's miasma seemed meaningless in this world he was trapped in. It was like such a concept did not exist. Finally, the figure stopped right in front of him with a wide smile. Even though Abel Lion could not see anything, he was beginning to recognize the voice. It was a bit different, having an air of dominance and malevolence, but it belonged to none other than one individual. El Legris, is that you? Let me out. Let me out right now. Instantly, a hand wrapped itself around the Demon King's neck. It felt cold beyond chilly. The hand tightened its grip, causing Abelion's face to warp in agony and a new emotion he had never shown since birth. Fear. Keg. What, are you doing? The Demon Lord began suffocating. His bloodshot eyes brought forth fluids and his body spasmed violently. Even as he tried to stop what was going on, he was completely subdued by the numerous grips that held him down. What's the matter, Abel Lion? What happened to your arrogance? Come on. Keep going. Say something. Do something. Anything. Why don't you try your best? You're a Demon King, right? You're the mighty Abel Lion, right? Come on. Entertain me. Keep going. Numerous voices overlapped as they sang the same tune in Abelion's ears. At this point, the Demon King realized how overwhelming and powerless he truly was. His body no longer had any strength to resist, and he could feel his consciousness fade. Maybe, this isn't so bad, was what he would have thought of if he wasn't experiencing such great fear and pain. The feeling of helplessness that was alone to him was being wrought by a human, someone he often looked down on. It simply showed just how narrow his view had been. I could kill you right here and now. But that'll be too boring. Resist with all your might. Fight with all you can. Do everything in your power. Give me a good show. More chatters arose around the Demon King and he could feel the black mist around him clear up. Don't disappoint me, Abel Lion. Then, just as he was suddenly thrust into the strange world, he was ejected out of it. Ah! The Demon King was trembling and sweating profusely the moment he realized what was going on. His eyes instinctively went to the floor where the corpse had been. Legris Damien's body had vanished, and only the demonic blades remained. Fuck, Abel Lion rubbed his face with his trembling hand. Fluids were still remnant in his eyes, and his body still hadn't forgotten the cruelty he had just experienced, but... I. That bastard. Everything only seemed to fuel Abelian's rage further. He dares. Abel Lion realized that he had been careless by underestimating the human, but that didn't mean he admitted to his defeat. If he was more prepared, then Legris wouldn't have tricked him like that. That bastard ran off, how dare he? Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Abel Lion was fueled by unexplainable rage. Slowly, his heart forgot about the pain of loss that Lydia's death brought. Instead, the Demon King's ego sought recompense. Those humans! I'll burn them to the ground. He rose while speaking. The miasma that gathered around him was enough to make the entire room vibrate. I am Abel Lion, Demon King of this domain. No one is stronger than I am. No one. That idiot. Pfft. Legris smiled, playfully flipping a card in his palm. It was an arcana, the lovers. Thanks to this arcana, the demons were able to produce many powerful demon beasts. Usually, by exposing magical beasts to the proper conditioning involving miasma, of course they would become demon beasts. However, the success rate was low, and the resources needed were immense. Besides, the strength of the demon beast was proportional to the magical beast in question. However, thanks to the arcana the demons borrowed, that problem was solved. Well, I better take this back to them. Legris smiled, looking at the arcana with a slight smile. Most people would stare at such an item with unimaginable greed and would do anything to covet it, but not Legris. All these petty fights for toys like this, he snickered, looking behind him to see the demon army ready to launch their assault. With what I've shown Abel Lion, he should be feeling more determined to fight. What a fool, Legris snickered as he began floating away. Ultimately, the demons would end up being wiped out. Even the organization knew that much. After all, that was their goal from the start. To be honest, Legris didn't care about incidents like this. His goals were far more complex and grander. Still, that didn't mean he wasn't planning on enjoying the little things of life. And so, as he stared at the inferior beings going about their daily tasks, a condescending smile formed on his face. Just make things entertaining for me. A/N. Legris is more frightening than you all think he is. Ha ha ha, I'm glad you got to see something interesting about him. Chapter 474 Demonic Invasion. Days later. It's time. As Abel Lion whispered this under his breath, he looked beyond the high ground where he stood and watched the massive expanse of land before him. The human territory was bustling with life, so much life. What would occur if all that life was turned into miasma? Abel Lion looked behind him and saw his demon lords bowing. They now numbered 4, considering Lydia was dead and Desgarion now kept the fort. Since he would be leading the army, it was imperative that someone strong remained to protect their borders. No matter what anyone said about him, Desgarion was still the strongest demon lord. After all, he nearly brought loss to the Demon King Abel Lion himself. Since that was the case, the seething king could focus all his attention on ensuring the humans completely got exterminated. And, with the current state of his army, that wouldn't be a problem. 5 million demon beasts. 100,000 shadow demons, 50,000 shapeshifters. 50,000 blue demons. 100,000 green demons. 100,000 yellow giant demons. And, their trump cards, 100,000 crimson demons. That made a total of 500,000 demons from every race. Adding that to their several summons and the enslaved monsters in their control, they numbered roughly 2 million. Abel Lion was proud to lead so many troops to decimate the filthy creatures he would soon encounter. He never underestimated them, but Abel Lion also never considered them on the same level as the demon race. For Khan and Lydia, they must have swarmed both with extremely powerful individuals. Perhaps it was due to the loss of his lover, or his wounded ego after losing to Legris. Abel Lion wasn't exactly in a stable state. The only thing that put him at ease was the fact that on this very day, the humans would cease to exist. Kiran and Sir C, you'll take the right and left wings respectively. Sir C would lead the majority of the true demons in their army, while Kong commanded the demon beasts. Lubik, you'll take the rear and be in charge of backup and bombardments. As a race specialized in magic, he and his blue demons would support from behind. Not only were they blessed with an abundance of miasma and the skill to use it, but their magic research and technology were also groundbreaking. There was no better place to place them. As for you, Zenkiel, you will lead the army as my right-hand man. Everyone's actions must coordinate well with Zenkiel's orders. I will leave that to you. Abel Lion wasn't interested in giving orders mid-battle, and he knew why. He had to focus on finding the one who killed his sweetheart, and also raze everything in his path to the ground. That was all. Damien Lawcroft has reported that the human armies have indeed gathered in the Elf Kingdom. Everyone is preparing for our assault there. The Demon King couldn't help himself. A smile crept upon his face once he heard that lovely news. Perfect. Then, there's nothing stopping us, is there? Let's move out. The ground rumbled, quaking as the demon army approached. Everything around withered as the joint miasma of the demons was enough to corrupt everything around them. The clouds darkened, and everywhere rang of despondency and misery. Dark pulses permeated the vicinity, yet the massive armada did not cease in their movement. They did not falter in the slightest. As Abel Lion pressed on, with Zenkiel by his side, he noticed the massive reinforced wall that stood before him. This was the northern fort, made to ensure nothing got past its watch. Since every soldier was conscripted to fight the demons in the Elf Kingdom, there wasn't anyone present to man the defenses. How foolish, Zenkiel whispered to himself. They either had too much faith in that exceptional human, or overestimated the capabilities of their defensive measures. Sure, it was an impressive wall. However, Zenkiel glanced at his master, who was already preparing a spell. Out of the way. Appearing from a purplish portal was a massive sword, black and twisted. The distortion in space spat out the blade, instantly cutting through the air and targeted at the wall. Boom! Instantly, the enormous structure collapsed, shattering like glass. The debris was sent backwards, and everything crumbled before the massive sword. Shoo-oo-oo-oo. The sword, upon completing its task, vanished into particles of purple energy. Abel Lion smiled with satisfaction and kept on pressing forward without stopping for a second. Zenkiel, who was watching from a slightly adjacent angle, could not help but admire the master whim he swore his fealty to. King Abel Lion, unlike most individuals, hardly resorted to regular magic when fighting. He preferred utilizing his original magic to solve everything. An unlimited array of demon swords of various shapes and sizes all contained within his special space. They had various effects, but a common factor among all of them was that they never missed their target, and each one of them was crazy strong. Zenkiel shuddered at the thought of facing someone who commanded such power. His master truly was incredible. Now is not the time to be in awe of his majesty. Focus on your task, Zenkiel. The demon lord chided himself as he looked beyond the damaged walls. The human lands were spread before them. All that was left for them to do was conquer it. We might encounter a few resistances, since they couldn't have moved the whole army, but the demon lord was guaranteed that it would be too late for the humans. Even if they had their full force, there is no way they can measure up to this many troops. Zenkiel wasn't one to get too cocky, but the fate of mankind was already sealed. Everything was going according to plan. March on! His deafening cry pierced the air, granting motivation to the demons who moved with great vigor. For their king. To avenge one of their leaders. For bloodshed. Each demon had its reason for attacking. However, that didn't matter to them as a collective. Only one thing was assured. Death to the humans. Chapter 475 Turnaround PT1. Alright. They've begun their assault already, I said to everyone around me. They returned my gaze with slight confusion save a few. The leaders of each race were with me, all waiting at the front lines. The Elf Queen Aurora Vindil. The Fairy President Jane Ursula. The Beast King Gerard. The Dwarf Chief Dullum. The Human King Albion Lest Rome Indieval. Everyone was gathered. Other than the leaders, their strongest generals for humans, that would be the Grand Mages, were also among us. The rest of the army stayed a distance away, consisting of the ranks and files belonging to each race. It truly was a united front, a total number of 3 million. We were currently on the vast elf plains, waiting for an assault from the demons from their northern border. If an all-out attack were to occur, there was no doubt they would choose that route. But, I see no one appearing, Gerard murmured, straining his eyes and most likely heightening his senses to detect an enemy. Of course, he would not sense anyone. That was because our enemies weren't going to attack the Elf Kingdom, to begin with. I see. So they chose to attack the humans instead. Jane Ursula smiled, tilting her glasses. She just had to open her little mouth, didn't she? I wanted to be the one to reveal that part. The people around me exploded in surprise. Who could blame them? Per my instructions, we concentrated our forces in the Elf Kingdom. The other nations, especially the eastern one, were quite vulnerable at this point. But, that wasn't the plan, right? King Albion especially panicked, looking at me with widened eyes. It was his kingdom at stake, after all. His dear citizens and heritage. What kind of king wouldn't be worried? Still. All of you should relax. There's no way Jared, didn't see this coming. If he realized they've begun their assault, then surely he predicted this turn of events. As expected of Jane. She could always see through me with or without the soul brand connecting us both. Jane is correct. But, there's more. I didn't just predict this outcome. I actually orchestrated it. Yes, it was all according to design. More surprised gasps burst from everyone around me. My smile widened as I looked in the direction of one interesting individual among our small ranks. Damien Lawcroft, do you understand now? Among our small group consisting of only the most important and powerful members of our army, Damien Lawcroft stood directly beside his prince, Fabian. His eyes were widened with shock as he gave an expression of inexplicable shock. What? I mean, you were played all along. I'm certain you thought this would be the fall of the human kingdom, no? I'm also sure you commanded your subordinates in the capital to finalize things for you there. His body shuddered the more I spoke, but he did his best to hide any form of agreement with what I was saying. What are you talking about, Jared? Why would I side with the demons? Are you crazy? Damien Lawcroft's eyes moved in the direction of everyone present. They were all staring at him with cold and stern expressions on their faces. Hey! Don't tell me you believe what this guy is saying. Why would I do something like that? Hey, come on. Your Majesty, you believe me, right? King Albion, as expected, didn't change his hardened expression. His glare was enough to tell the man in question that he couldn't count on him. In essence, it was a dead end. Do you understand your situation now? And, don't even think for a second that everything went according to your plan. Sir. Ilrich Lendertwal. I turned to a man who was directly beside the king. He was the royal court mage, and a grand mage in his own right. Since protecting the king was his primary task, he never left Albion's side. Yes. I've rounded up every single cult member as per your instructions. All of them are in my custody. Damien seemed to accidentally blurt out. What he wasn't aware of was that after my whole presentation at the royal palace, I had a brief meeting with the Grand Mage, Ilrich. Since I wouldn't be able to personally interfere with the affairs of the royal palace, I made someone else do it. By telling him of their moves, as well as giving him a gift in return for his troubles, I was able to ensure he performed the role fluidly. There are indeed other spy networks in the Eastern Kingdom, but Naren also handled them after completing his investigation, right? I smiled, using magic to amplify the sound of the magic receiver in my ear. Sure. They've all been rounded up. There could still be others lurking in the shadows, but I doubt it. Naren's voice echoed across the area. He was still in Inslark Academy, but he was a man of many means when it came to achieving his goals. The guy scared even me. As you can see, this whole front was just a way to ensure that everything was handled nicely, I explained to the flabbergasted man. The only one who was probably looking just as stupid, if not more so, than Damien, was Fabian. The prince was shocked by everything that was going on around him. His dumbfounded expression was precious, but the serious situation didn't allow me to break into a laugh. Yes, that was pretty. But, still. Damien, is that true? Before Fabian Lestrome could conclude his statement, Damien Lawcroft used magic to restrain him and instantly created a hostage situation. Blue energy surrounded the prince, and a mana blade was pointed at his throat. Damien stood beside the prince, eyes bloodshot and his teeth gritting. You must have given up on trying to explain yourself. That's a shame. I wanted him to grovel more. Don't come closer. If you value the life of your son, don't take a single step. Was Damien stupid? Was the current situation too much for him to understand that his brain was fried? Chapter 476 Turnaround PT2. Have you forgotten that I can use resurrection magic? It doesn't matter if you kill the prince. There's no value in that hostage. It sounded cold-blooded, but that was just a simple fact. Jane Ursula was also here, an expert at soul magic. With both of us present, there was no way we would be bothered about something as trivial as death. Plus, you really think your attack is faster than me? Sarah Crimson grinned, staring at the cornered man. Before he would kill the shivering prince, Sarah would simply take his life. Damien was surrounded by powerful members of each race, a situation I created for the very purpose of exposing him. What now? I sneered at Damien, leaking the condescending smile I had been saving for this moment. Fabian was paralyzed by his assaulter's magic, and could only whimper like a dog. His expression morphed into betrayed surprise as his whole world came crumbling down. To be honest, I didn't resent the prince. He probably turned out the way he did because of Damien's influence. TCH. The man in question clicked his tongue, darting his eyes around. He's probably thinking of escaping, but simply running away won't do. Come on, Damien. Show me. In the end, there was only one thing he would be able to resort to. Original magic. The man growled, glaring at all of us as mana burst from within him. Sarah glanced at me same as Ilrich, and I smiled at them. For Sarah, I shook my head to prevent her from acting. However, since I already knew what Ilrich wanted to do, I let him make his move. Ad tandem. Fshuyu. Space distorted around him, and his hand held the hostage. I figured he would try to escape with Fabian in tow. The prince could still make a nice bargaining chip. However, snap. With the snap of his fingers, the court mage instantly caused Fabian to appear beside him and out of Damien's grasp. W. Before he could completely react to the situation, his spell was done, and the sniveling rat had no choice but to abandon the prince and escape for his dear life. He instantly vanished from his position, leaving something behind. The item that replaced Damien in his position was a crystal, and it kept shining brighter by the second. Ah, I see. Before it reached its critical point, Dulam the dwarf chief approached it in a flash. Break. Instantly, the mana crystal shattered, losing its charge. Looks like Damien left a farewell present for us. I smiled, turning to everyone who were still trying to keep up with the rapid events that occurred. The answer was simple. If my guess was right, then Damien had some sort of teleportation ability that let him go to his determined location. The thing, however, was that he always left something behind any time he did this. Even when he went to communicate with the demons about me, the automaton that was observing him captured the very same thing. Could it be that he swaps location with items? Is that the nature of his original magic? It was certainly interesting. In battle, it could prove quite troublesome. Imagine trying to catch someone who could swap locations with items, probably people too. Considering he didn't use it here, there has to be a limit, though. I smiled. As for the crystal he swapped with, it was a mine that would blow us up. The sly man most likely wanted to deal a fatal strike to at least one of us. Unfortunately for him, I was ready to defend everyone. It was a good thing that the dwarf chief was an expert on ores, and his magic allowed him to dismantle the monocrystal Damien left behind for us. Master Dullum, you truly are amazing. You handled it in seconds. I couldn't even react in time. A shriek pierced the air and someone appeared before the stubby dwarf. Yep, the man screaming was none other than the human head of research Bradford. According to what I was told, he had now become a loyal lackey of the dwarf chief after seeing the wonderful technology of the dwarf city. He was now working hard to convince the chief to take him as an apprentice. While it would certainly be entertaining to watch how things unfolded, I knew that it would only be a matter of time before our nations unified. Once that happened, we would begin to share information and technology with one another. Bradford's wish would eventually be fulfilled, so there was no need for such humiliation. Ho ho ho. You know it, human. This is the original magic I've cultivated due to my incredible experience with ores. The dwarf chief rubbed his beard as he laughed heartily. The chief wore exquisite dwarven armor, and as expected of their race, he was a short dude. Definitely not even up to 4 feet in height, but his stature didn't seem unnatural in the slightest. Dwarves simply looked like plump humans, but in actuality, they were ripped to the core. Their glistening muscles, chiseled abs, and gleaming skin only testified to the experience they had in handling their everyday tasks of developing wonderful technology and raw minerals. Of course, when it came to innovations, they couldn't best the fairies. But, the fairy race got their materials from the dwarves. The dwarven race also built whatever tough blueprint was sent from their fairy neighbors, so both sides were happily in an alliance. Master, I am truly in awe. Bradford pressed on, appearing genuinely pleased with Dullum's display. Ha 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 ha. This much is nothing. I smiled wryly upon witnessing the sight. It seemed Dullum had a weak spot for praise. Maybe he was a narcissist, or perhaps Bradford was just that good at making someone's head swell. Either way, it seemed the both of them made a lovely pair. Was it fine to let Damien get away? Ilrich Lendertwal asked, looking concerned. I glanced at him and shrugged. It's better that way. I had already put a tracker on him, anyway. If I was fortunate, he would lead me to even bigger fish, perhaps another member of the organization he was a part of. Ultimately, I was still going to win. Chapter 477 Miracle of the Tower. By the way, Ilrich, I have to say, I'm impressed you already figured out how to use that stuff to this extent. I was referring to how he rescued Fabian from Damien's clutches. It wasn't something as simple as snapping one's fingers. Ah, you mean the tower? I am only capable of doing that much, I'm afraid. He smiled in humility. I see. Well, keep practicing. You'll get the hang of it. It seemed he wasn't very skilled at handling that level of space magic yet. I understood his plight since it took me some time to master that arcana as well, though the others were harder. In only 2 weeks, he has progressed this far. It's not bad. He's not a grand mage for nothing. Other than the plan concerning Damien's spies and the future of the Eastern Kingdom, I gave Ilrich Lendertwal an arcana when we discussed. Of course, I had my reasons. I will keep practicing. He bowed slightly. He was my junior, so his actions were natural, but it was going to appear strange to the audience. Let's get you out of that. I smiled at the victimized prince, using anti-magic to cancel out the effects of Damien's magic. Once he was free, Fabian fell to his knees and trembled. His body shivered as tears fell from his eyes and he growled. I couldn't relate to his emotions, but that didn't mean I didn't have a good guess. Feeling frustrated and stupid, join the club. I actually didn't like it when Legris turned out to be the culprit, especially because I was so close to trusting him. Fabian had it worse, though. Poor kid. I can't believe he would do that. Damien Lawcroft, just why? King Albion murmured, now displaying his shock. I never informed him beforehand of Damien's betrayal, but Ilrich was well aware. Until all the spies within the capital were apprehended, the court mage wasn't supposed to tell the king either. I imagined the man was still recoiling from shock. You did well not to show any emotion when we confronted him. That certainly pushed him to a corner and forced him to reveal his true nature. I spoke, offering whatever consolation I could. The king didn't hesitate to believe my words when I said Damien was the villain of the whole incident, indicating how much trust he had in me. Such a man was well worth my time. What now? Albion slowly recovered from his shock and looked at me with expectation. You said the demons have begun their invasion, right? Shouldn't we find a way to intercept them? King Albion said. True. I guess it's time to begin. Everyone was now staring at me, waiting for what would happen next. The obvious answer was that I would transfer our army to the Eastern Kingdom, where the demons were currently ravaging. The only issue was, can you pull that off? The one who asked was none other than Ilrich Lendertwal. Despite his trust in me, it was close to impossible to imagine transporting an army of 3 million. Considering the amount of mana that would require, a human wasn't supposed to wield that much power. Naren and Sarah could pull it off, though. Their mana was simply that surplus. They were simply monsters. As for me, I can't do it alone, but I had been preparing for this scenario for some time now. I should have enough mana in stock. Snapping my fingers, several flying automatons that resembled metal spheres began appearing in the sky. One after the other, in their multitude, they became visible to the army that looked above them. I used cloaking magic to ensure that none of them was visible as they remained suspended in the sky for some time. They've been collecting a good amount of mana. Aurora, the elf queen, marveled. She never noticed them, no doubt. Since when? She murmured, staring at me. When Freya permitted me to use my automatons. I figured that wouldn't be considered intruding on your land, so I helped myself. In any case, these automatons were brimming with a decent amount of mana. Each probably had the same quantity as a regular gold core grade, and there were hundreds of them in the sky. If I use spellcraft in addition to these guys, there shouldn't be a problem. Great Sage's Memoir. Manifesting my original magic, I took to the sky and positioned myself before the arranged automatons that hovered above the marveling army beneath us. Let us begin. The pages of my memoir flipped until I arrived at the spot where the tower was stored. Gathering the mana around me, while synchronizing with the mana in each of the automatons, I prepared to teleport everyone. This should be fun. Easy. Too easy. Those were Abelion's thoughts as his army marched on, decimating everything around them. They hadn't arrived at a proper city yet since they were on the outskirts of the Eastern Kingdom's civilization. Still, it was only a matter of time. Abel Lion could see a town ahead. He was using enhanced sight, so he could clearly see what was going on in the settlement. Abel Lion noticed the filthy vermin going about their daily activities in the town. The human denizens had smiles on their faces. Some laughed, some seemed tired, while some weren't exactly in a happy mood. Still, none of them seemed to be bothered about the impending demon crisis. The demon army was still a distance from the nearest settlement, so no human could detect them yet. Even at that. Look at them, living their lives in ignorance. Abelion's body quivered in annoyance as his grin widened. He raised his hand, ready to give his army the order to devastate the first town in sight. His seething emotions had reached a climax. "I'm going to enjoy this," he murmured under his breath. Atta! Before he could conclude his words, a massive gust of wind enveloped the area before them, and a bright blue light dominated everything around. 478 The battlefield PT-1. The empty, vast field before Abelion's army instantly became occupied with several newcomers. The Demon King couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. No, it couldn't be. The blue light faded, and the flashes of sizzling mana finally stopped, leaving behind an army larger than the demon forces. And no way! Zenkiel gawked, unable to comprehend the current turn of events. Every single soldier halted in their tracks as they spotted the enemies. Their unstoppable confidence shriveled up that very moment. How is this possible? No one could understand how and why such a thing had occurred. It was unbelievable, to say the very least. That's right. Standing opposite the demon army was a joint force of the newly formed alliance. An army of 3 million. It was perfectly timed, so our entrance achieved the best effect on our enemies. I watched the demons from my heights, in their vast number, gawk as we made ourselves known. As the blue hue around died down, I made sure to observe their ranks properly. Fortunately, their battle formation was just as I expected. You didn't let me down, Zenkiel. My smile widened. Now that we are here, I suppose this means this will be our battlefield. I looked in the direction of the leaders who were around me. They nodded, looking determined. Some tried not to show it, but I could tell that they were intimidated by the sheer size of the demon army. Sure, we outnumbered them. But it was demons were extremely dangerous when it came to combat and miasma usage. Plus, a majority of our soldiers came from the human kingdom. We were considerably weaker than demons when it came to regular members of our forces. However, this will be a very intense battle. Aurora looked at me, preparing herself. Indeed. That makes me quite excited. Sarah responded, grinning widely. It was expected that people would lose their lives in war, so Jane and I would also prepare to resurrect our fallen soldiers so no life was lost on our end. We would give it our all until we achieved victory. That would be the idea in everyone's head. However, I don't plan on that at all. Fwoosh! My body instantly began returning to the ground. Slowly, I reached the level everyone was at. My automatons remained in the sky to serve various purposes, so they simply hovered above our troops. So, what's the plan, Jared? The question seemed stupid, as we were already in the thick of things, but I understood the intention behind Ilrich Lendertwal's words. The enemy forces are spread out, and each wing has a demon lord guiding them. The main area also has 2 immensely powerful individuals. I recognized one to be Zenkiel, and the other had to be the Demon King. As expected, it's not the one I know of. So, that's Prince Abel Lion, et. I never met the prince in my past life, but it would seem his hatred for the other races was what sparked this conflict. It made me realize once again that the best way to handle the threat of the demon race was to simply exterminate them. That's right, this isn't meant to be a battle. It's a simple massacre. The people around me looked a bit taken aback by my words, but there was no need to explain every single detail behind them. Shouldn't we split up to direct each wing of our forces as well? At this rate, other areas will suffer more damage than necessary. Sarah Crimson posited. As someone who was in charge of the military, who knew the importance of strategy as well as the capabilities of the Eastern Kingdom's army, she knew her stuff. However, that is not necessary. After all, this isn't meant to be that kind of fight. They all looked at me with surprise once again. Had it not been for what I had already achieved, they would have called my actions foolish. But, the only one who would be referred to as a fool at this point was someone who didn't believe me. Instantly, space ruptured, and an entity emerged from within the blue portal that manifested. It had a gleaming white body, more like platinum. It was a fully armored body, having plates to cover every inch, and then the joints were well supported with softer metal fibers. The helmet covered the whole face, but left 2 gleaming areas to represent the eyes. It floated in the air, and 4 balls hovered around the being. I felt the tension around me rise as both the humans and demons looked above to spot the newcomer. The only one who wasn't surprised was me. Looks like they're right on time. I smiled. The white-clad armored warrior glanced in my direction and moved, instantly lunging at me. The white balls followed without slacking. Their speed was great, and in a flash, they were before me. Master Jared, I have returned. The armored being stated with a tone of reverence. His voice warbled and echoed, indicating that whatever it wasn't human. Well done, Gawain. How did it go? It was an automaton I named after my old friend the Sword King. But, unlike the others I made in the past, this one was quite different. Why? Everything is ready. As expected, there was a little resistance, so I had to convince them a little, as per your instructions. Gawain was my masterpiece. If Hugo was the ultimate golem, then this being kneeling before me was the perfect automaton. I designed it that way. You didn't even address us. Didn't you miss us at all? We worked hard too, you know. Boo-hoo. The 4 balls began echoing their thoughts too. Within them were bond souls, the very first I ever had. The 4 elemental wisps. I was going to address you guys eventually, you know? Besides, why are you taking that form? I had placed all 4 of them in their respective bodies as an experiment of mine. I wanted to see if a familiar could independently act without the presence of his master as long as they still shared a mental link and had a capable body. Fortunately, that experiment bore results. It's good to have you guys back. 479 The battlefield PT2. The demon army was stagnant, most likely trying to re-strategize while wrapping their heads around the new situation. That bought me enough time for a little chit-chat with my 4 familiars. I've missed you guys. Of all the familiars in my possession, they were still the most talkative. The rest simply preferred to communicate with each other or laze around unless needed. Khan and I often communicated, but that was simply business. We missed you too, Jared. But we also had fun. Yep. Exploring the world was fun. Indeed. Blue. Red. Green. Ashen. These 4 wisps were my first familiars, so of course, they would have a special spot in my heart. However, now wasn't the time for sentimental nonsense. You didn't answer my question, though. Why are you taking a ball form? The material I used to construct their bodies allowed them to change form by infusing it with mana. In essence, their bodies could be whatever they desired. So, why a ball? With my great intellect, I couldn't understand it. We thought it would look cooler if we were hovering around Gawain. Couldn't Gawain just summon some balls himself? And no. We wanted to do it ourselves. We wanted to be the balls. I felt like the conversation was heading in a strange direction, and I wasn't ready to enter that territory just yet. Phew, with a sharp exhalation, I brought the conversation to a close. Did you obtain what I asked, though? I know I had asked Gawain the same question, but they were the ones who were supervising the automaton. So, of course, I would have them take responsibility. Don't worry, Master, everything is ready. Just as you wanted. Just give the signal. Anytime. It pleased me to hear that they succeeded. Sure, constant communication was being done between them and me, but we got busy on both ends, so I hadn't spoken to them in a while. So many things could happen within that short period. You did your tasks well. I will surely reward your actions. I spoke to the 4 hovering balls, as well as the automaton who was still kneeling. He 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 he. The silly 4 laughed. But, my automaton had a different reaction. I am not worthy of your praise. It is only natural I do so, for I am yours. It felt a little weird, especially because I was sort of the one who designed Gawain that way. Perhaps I could change its program to be a bit more flexible? No, it was better this way. A perfect weapon meant that it was supposed to be good at especially one thing, combat. Rise, Gawain. You guys too. Take your positions till I give the signal. Yes, boss. Understood. I'll tell you all about our adventures later. Later, then. As the balls resumed their routine of dancing around the platinum-armored being, the latter bowed and vanished in response to my order. Instantly warping to the sky, it remained stationary, simply gazing at the demon army. I felt a warmth in my heart while watching his glistening figure and perfect response features. It took me 50 years to complete that baby. I'm so proud of you, I could feel tears of pride welling up in my eyes. Jared, what was that all about? Who, or rather, what, is that? Sarah was the first to speak, but everyone else also flooded me with questions. Even Naren, who was listening rang inquisitions in my ear. It's my automaton, relax. Was my response. The 4 wisps inhabited artificial bodies, while the platinum-armored dude was a creation of mine. There was nothing to be worried about, though I knew worry was the least of their motivation. Jared Leonard, that automaton is exquisite, no, exceptional. Please, after this is all over, make me your apprentice. Me too. Bradford and the dwarf chief both bowed as they spoke with passion. Ah! The flurry of praise and comments was more than I bargained for. As much as I liked the attention my creation garnered, it was too suffocating to answer everyone at once. Especially because... How dare you! The demons were watching too. You dare! When facing the mighty demon army, you dare to make hearty conversation like that? The one who spoke in a fit of rage was none other than Prince Abel Lion. I guess he's king now, right, Khan? The lurking shadow demon appeared on my shoulder in a miniature misty form and nodded. Yet. The generals also seem to be here, except 2. Then, that's just as planned. Indeed, my lord. Khan's misty form lingered for a while longer, and I knew why. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten our agreement. Forgive me, master. It's just, with such tension in the air, I can feel my entire being pulsating. I understood his emotions. Demons were creatures of violence, after all. Don't worry, Khan. I intend to make you achieve what you desire. It will be advantageous for me too. With that, the shadow demon vanished and returned to his designated core. All right, then. I returned my gaze to the demon king, who kept spouting angry words at our joint army. Who is it that killed the demon lord, Lydia? Bring that person forward, and I will guarantee that you will all die easy deaths. I didn't know if he was simply spouting those words of his to stall for time while his army changed formation, or if he was simply mad at us for that. It could be both, who knows? Either way, it didn't matter. Anna was the one who killed Lydia, and she wasn't even present. I could presume that she, alongside everyone on Naren's end, was assisting in rounding up the filth within the Eastern Kingdom. Once this war was over, I could look forward to a safer place to call home. Yet, this war should be over. You heard me, filthy mongrels. Abelion's voice was loud and powerful, and it was also beginning to get annoying. That's enough, I declared, rising to the air. You demons seem to be misunderstanding 2 things. Now that we were reaching the final chapter of our little game, there was no harm in revealing their mistaken notion. 480 Mass Genocide PT1. Firstly, you lot are currently outmatched. Even with our current numbers, a war with you will end in our victory. I ensured everything was within calculations, and while we would suffer the loss of some lives, they weren't beyond saving. In essence, this situation was already checkmate. However, it wasn't good enough. Secondly, I especially smiled at Zenkiel, and then gave a condescending glare at all the demons who were spread before my eyes. This isn't simply a war. A war occurs between two parties who battle as a result of conflicting goals. This was different, which was why I didn't want to allow things to go the way they would supposedly have gone. With a hard, cold stare at my enemies, I stiffened my heart and gave Gawain my signal. It's an extermination. The loud hum was followed by sudden breaks in the space above everyone on my side. Several massive portals appeared, and the swirling pool of warbling blue began to spit out various creatures. From dragons, to griffins, to pegasi. I also saw a couple of gargoyles. Several creatures of flight began emerging from the wormholes that suddenly appeared, in their multitude. Not yet, that's not all. Emerging from the ground were also creatures of various sizes and differing races. Manticores, chimeras, hydras, kobolds, orcs, and several other minority groups among the world's vast races started to appear. Earth dragons, among several other offshoot species of the mighty dragon race, also emerged. Also, the giants didn't neglect to make their entrance as well. The portals spat them out endlessly, and they kept appearing with their ferocious nature in tow. These were what could be classified as magic beasts, a minority race in the world that didn't have a definite patch of land as their territory. They were supposedly more powerful than most members of the majority, but their small number and lack of definite territory made it difficult for them to emerge as a superior group. Ultimately, they were either uninterested in starting disputes or were too few to go against an entire nation. However, with a joint front emerging from the spatial gates, the several groups were now an army of their own. A total of 1 million in total. What is this? I am possible. I can't. I don't understand. This is just. I heard voices of confusion and awe even from my allies as these beings finally stopped pouring out of the portals. Jared, what is this? What's going on here? Sarah shouted at the top of her lungs as she looked above to meet my gaze. She, like everyone else, wanted to understand the situation. My allies were overwhelmed by the sheer number of disastrous beings that could be considered immense threats, but so were my enemies. It's simple, Sarah. This is the plan. I smiled confidently at everyone. This was why we didn't need any tactical formation or a battle strategy. It was because this fight wasn't meant to be a battle. We didn't need to resort to complicated plans when it came down to concluding the task before us. There was only one thing expected when it came to mass genocide, and that was a one-sided slaughter of the other party. We simply kill them all. That's all there is to it. Our current numbers of 4 million would suffice for that, or would it? I would have used the automatons and golems I have in store, but I guess there's no need for that. There was such a thing as overkill, after all. Do you understand now, Able Lion? Demons. I returned my gaze to the flustered demon race. No matter what they did at this point, it was pointless. They could only struggle for their dear lives. You're all going to die here, today. Consider this the penance for your sins. The attack on Inslark Academy, the lives that were lost as a result. I hadn't forgotten. I knew that these guys were simply pawns, but that didn't change the fact that they had to be done away with. To prevent any further tragedies in the future, I will have you all sacrifice your lives. Now, then. I smiled, looking around at the forces on my side. At this point, Gawain and the wisps were beside me awaiting instruction. The magic beasts who witnessed this instantly knew who was truly in charge, since they were used to the authority of my automaton. And so, with everyone behind me waiting for my instruction, I raised my hand and gave a devilish grin at the objects of elimination. Let us begin. Abel Lion could not describe it in words. His body actually shuddered for a second when he saw the miraculous sight appearing before him. He could feel emotions that reminded him of that time with Legris in the pitch-black room. But, there was no way he could back out now. Death lingered in the air, and he knew his army was inferior to that of the enemies. Abel Lion wasn't stupid. From the corner of his eyes, he could spot his subordinate, Demon Lord Zenkiel. The Demon King knew that the Commander-in-Chief also felt the same, that the situation was hopeless. They had walked right into a trap. Abel Lion had no idea where things went wrong, and he had no time to actually consider those thoughts. The only thing facing him now was the battle ahead. Phew! I have never felt so humiliated in my whole life. The scenario with Legris Damien was something he suffered alone. But now, his entire race faced the immense force of their enemies. I was right, after all. The humans were threats. If only they had acted sooner, then things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Father, you didn't listen. Abel Lion gritted his teeth and pulled himself together. The annoyance he felt toward his father seemed to give him the strength to move forward. My king, we will follow your orders. No matter what. Abel Lion heard voices resonate within him. Those were the demon lords. Despite the despairing situation, their positions hadn't changed. Even the demon troops still had their faith and utmost loyalty in their king. None had lost any trust in their absolute ruler. How could he let them down at this point? Very well. Abel Lion growled within. Retreat wasn't an option anyway. If they were going to fight, it had to be for nothing less than victory. Let's go. 481 Mass Genocide PT2. Hey. Deafening roars of a multitude rang in the air. The devastating battlefield rumbled as millions of footsteps trod the earth. The graphic display of violence and intense emotion wafted in the atmosphere, and this blood-curdling passion kept rising at a never-ending tempo. The first clash was between the magic beasts and the demon army. Everyone forgot about positions and strategy and simply fought with all they had. The wings combined and began a desperate struggle for survival. It was no longer a war, but a one-sided subjugation. Dragons poured out breaths of burning flames or hardened frost. These breaths were in terrifying degrees that they decimated dozens if not more per second. Harsh whines and flames as of purgatory were brought forth by the griffins and several other powerful beasts. Destructive blasts raged, tearing apart the outnumbered victims of the massacre. The land magic beasts did not spare the demons as well. They raged, using their superior numbers and extremely sharpened skills to turn the tides. As they poured out in their multitudes, the magic beasts tore apart their foes. Of course, they also suffered damage. However, none were fatal. Automatons in stealth pervaded the battlefield, healing the allies who suffered damage. They also buffed them with various spells, ensuring they had the strength to continue battle. At no particular juncture, the combined army decided to join the murder fest. It could have been because they were now bored of watching the magic beasts for all the work, or maybe their fear was completely eliminated and they simply wanted to have a piece of the action. Before long, everyone was now participating. They knew their superior numbers would cause some of them not to have a single kill. 4 million versus 2. Clearly, even if the numbers were to be equally divided, half of their troops would not see a single prey to vanquish. Still, they charged into battle, hoping they could at least engage in the exercise. I won't fail this time. Yet. Let's show what we learned. Using the magic card given to them by Jared, the two elves Lamy and Freya summoned Hugo. The ultimate golem size instantly stood out among the denizens of the battlefield. Even the giants were not as tall as the hulking mecha warrior. We'll do it right, this time. Yet. I remember the controls well. Both elves entered the massive structure and took full control. Thanks to Jared's expert teachings, they had finally gotten the hang of things. That was why they were confident about using Hugo's features in such a saturated area. Any little mistake from their end would cause a friendly fire. Let's go. These cousins weren't the only ones having fun, though. At specific points on the battlefield, some rather interesting battles were occurring. For example, Sarah Crimson was currently fighting Zinkiel, leader of the Demon Lords. On another end was Circe, who was engaged in combat with Gerard. Lubick tried to handle the entire battlefield, but found himself overwhelmed, especially because of the bombardments caused by Hugo. His goal was to stop it, but even he met resistance. Yvonne Smith, as well as the other notable elves, fought against demon generals. It truly wasn't worthy of being called a fight. It was a full-on massacre. It's all your fault. Someone murmured heavily. It was none other than the Demon King himself. He found himself all alone, desolate, as his people were cut down one after the other. His right-hand man, Zinkiel, had tried to protect him from a crazy red-haired woman, and they were now duking it out somewhere. The few magic beasts that tried fighting him wound up dead, and the witnesses had enough sense to back off. Everyone avoided him, and he ignored them. That was because his sights were set on only one person in the entire battlefield. Jared Leonard, it's all your fault. How a single child was able to completely turn the tides on the demons was something Abel Lion could not fathom. It wasn't that he was in any way unintelligent, but it was due to this very fact that the Demon King could not comprehend being bested by a mere human child. No matter the amount of credit he gave to their race, there was a limit to everything. Yet, with the way the blonde boy was smiling while in the air, watching the bloodshed from his elevated position, Abel Lion knew everything was all because of him. Jared Leonard bested Zinkiel, his greatest strategist, in wits. He also commanded an army this immense. Somehow, Abelion's pride was hurt. But, even worse was his rage. He must be responsible for Lydia's death. No, it even went beyond that. The slaughter of his people could also be attributed to the pesky boy's interference. Everything was his fault. You bastard! Abel Lion felt his body surge with uncontrollable emotions, and with those emotions came insurmountable power. Die! A purple portal appeared above him, and a dark, ominous sword was lunged in a flash. Moving faster than eyes could process, the blade was sent to sever Jared's head from his body, causing the thing to plop onto the ground. The sword was capable of achieving this, and it went straight for the target. However, clang! It met resistance. Master, it seems the Demon King is after your head. A warbling tune came from the one who instantly parried the blade with a sword that it summoned at the last minute. The platinum-armored entity so easily deflected the sword, causing it to swerve away in the air. He blocked it. Abel Lion was impressed and also dazed by the armored one's immense ability. He could have sworn that neither of them had been paying attention to him before, and even the blonde boy was yet to even look in his direction. What kind of reaction speed would have been able to fluidly parry an attack you didn't previously see coming? I see. The blonde boy, Jared Leonard, murmured as he finally stared in the direction of a dumbstruck Abel Lion. You handle him, Gawain. I've found what I'm looking for. 482 A Demon's Desire. I was initially on the lookout for someone, but I ended up simply watching the landscape, how it changed due to the effects of war. The conflicting crowd was so lively that they took my attention in no time. There was no joy to be found in war, but extermination had a certain feel to it. It was difficult to resist enjoying it when you were the one on the winning side. As I watched the demons get utterly squashed, a feeling of satisfaction permeated my heart. I shouldn't like this, but if I had to dirty my hands, the best way to do it would be to at least take pride in it. It would be incredibly heavy on any person if they couldn't at least enjoy whatever task they undertook. I was no different. As I watched the battle, a blade was launched at me from below. It came from a bloodlust individual who had been glaring at me for some time. Using spellcraft in combination with sensory magic, I was well aware of my surroundings. His attack couldn't catch me by surprise. I wanted to ignore you if you stayed put, but fortunately, Gawain was by my side, so it simply took care of the strike for me. Master, it seems the Demon King is after your head. Hearing the noble sound of my automaton always brought me joy, even though he was literally stating that someone was after my life. It was at that moment that my eyes caught the person I was searching for. As expected, he was on the run. At that moment, I lost interest in whatever else and decided to give chase, if it could be called that. You handle him, Gawain. I've found what I'm looking for. In a flash, I teleported away from the place and moved for my target. Perhaps if I wasn't so pressed for time, I would have fought with the Demon King a bit. But, I found the whole thing pointless. After all, I wasn't meant to be his rightful opponent. I wonder. With a smirk, I made my appearance as space distorted. With me right in front of the escaping target, he could do nothing but halt in both shock and desperation. That only served to make things more interesting for me. It's been a while. Kiran. Moments earlier. I have to get away. I have to get away. A certain shadow demon was fleeing for his dear life. If it was a simple soldier, one might have dismissed his fear and understood the cause of his retreat. However, this wasn't a simple shadow demon. He wasn't even a captain or general. The fleeing black being was a demon lord. The dark clouds of miasma at the rear provided Kiran enough cover to slither through the ground like the shadow he was. Using his semi-tangible form to deflect any attention that came his way, he sped across the battlefield with haste. We can't win. It's over. I have to flee. Kiran could not understand why Abel Lion had chosen not to retreat, not that there was any avenue for that in the first place. In his opinion, it wasn't cowardly to run. Kiran would do whatever it took to win, to survive. That was what he stood for. This wasn't how it was meant to go. Shit. 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 His ambitions. His grand goal of ruling as an absolute dictator. Everything was going down the drain. For his plan, he intended the demon conquest to go according to Abelion's wishes. Once they conquered everything, it would only be fair that each demon lord would be awarded their respective territories. With his own patch of land assured, Kiran intended to raise an army using what he had learned from rearing demon beasts, as well as his sly intelligence building enough power to take over the other regions. Slowly, but certainly, he would finally attain absolute power and become the Demon King. He knew it was possible, which was why he made sure he dedicated every waking moment to this cause. But why did this have to happen? Damn it! Everything had gone down the drain. The demons were going to be killed here, no doubt. If Kiran stayed, he would encounter the same fate. That much was obvious. That was why he ran with all his strength. The only thing keeping him going was the tiny glimmer of hope that still failed to leave him. His darkened mind clung to the inextinguishable desire within him, and Kiran's head began generating scenarios where his grand ambition could still be plausible. I have to live. They can't follow us to the demon continent. The miasma there is, yes, they won't be able to stand it. If he hurried, he could survive and build his strength. He could formulate a lie that Abel Lion left the future of the demon race in his care. No one would suspect a thing, since the Demon King would most likely die in the conflict. The problem is Desgarion. There's no way he'll let that fly. Whether he liked it or not, Kiran knew Desgarion was much stronger than he was. In a direct conflict, he would lose badly against the Crimson Demon Lord. In fact, which Demon Lord wouldn't? I can always handle it by drugging him with that special formula, yes. The one Legris sold to me in exchange for an extra portion of miasma. That was how he had been able to ensure his victory against Khan, his previous subordinate. In a fair match, it was doubtful if he would win. What most people didn't understand was that a fight didn't have to be fair for a victor to be decided. If I eliminate Desgarion, I'll be the most powerful demon around. I'll rebuild the demon realm. Will become much stronger than before, and then one day. The other races may have gotten a temporary victory at the moment, but Kiran didn't intend on letting that last forever. I'll lead the demon race and take over the world. That was Kiran's grand dream, his everything. 483 A Demon's Revenge. Kiran finally escaped the violent roars and bloody entrails of battle. Now reaching a supposedly safe area, Kiran grinned in satisfaction. His victory was assured. Until space distorted before him, and a being emerged from the blue portal that was generated. The entity, a blonde human boy, was smirking while staring hard at the Shadow Demon Lord. There was no way Kiran wouldn't recognize the individual before him. It's been a while, Kiran. Jared Leonard himself. What is he doing here, or how did he notice my escape? Perhaps even why is he after me? There were many things I could detect from the way Kiran's eyes widened while he halted. Why you? His deep voice trembled a bit. I smiled, staring at the shadow demon before me. While I currently didn't have any personal business with him, memories of my past life came rushing in. This was certainly the bastard. Shadow demons looked identical, but that was only to people who hadn't properly interacted with them before. I wasn't an expert myself, but there were certain things I couldn't forget, like the demon's lanky and thin shape, as well as the sound of his voice. This truly was the scumbag shadow demon I remembered. Quick question before we begin, I spoke, raising a finger. I didn't have the time to waste on someone like this. Do you know anyone by the name of Carla? The shadow demon's eyes slightly trembled. That told me the answer I required. If I tell you about her, will you let me go? His voice was husky and calculating. Does he plan on using a cheap trick on me? Me? I might consider it. But, first, I need to know, is she alive? The night before the day I died, Carla showed herself to me. The succubus hadn't aged a day. There was a possibility that she was still alive. If that were the case, it would be best to steer away from her. Nothing good would come out of engaging in another entanglement. Though, now that I think about it, my thoughts trailed. Why yes, she is. I can tell you all about her. If you can guarantee my safety. Kiran spoke with feigned confidence. How he was able to lie so easily made me amused. Then again, he had always been a power-hungry fool. I suppose it's time we put an end to this little charade. I have somewhere else to be. It's unfortunate, but I can't guarantee your safety. Don't worry. I'll obtain my information from you either way. Wah! Snapping my fingers, I manifested a spatial distortion, and a massive lump of black metal came out of it. This is it, Khan. You can come out now. What? Khan. Ignoring the flustered demon lord's blubber, I summoned Khan from my core, and then... Thank you, Master. The shadow demon's bond soul dived into the metal lump I just summoned. Brew-yup. Upon entering the metal, it became a blobby substance and began taking shape. I watched in amusement, wondering the form Khan would choose. As for Kiran, he attempted to use that window of opportunity to flee. That's not a good idea. As he swiftly moved in his shadow form, a barrier of light spread all across the area, forcing him to stop before getting burned. Be patient, Kiran. What's the rush? I laughed. We were currently standing on the plains, a bit far away from the current conflict occurring. A bit further and we would reach snowy mountains and a harsh landscape, then the demon realm would be the next destination after crossing the border. TCH. The demon lord clicked his tongue as he glared at me. I am done, Master. A deep voice appeared beside me, and I glanced at the gleaming person who was speaking. How is the new body? Khan began moving his fingers, looking at them with interest. I could tell that he felt a bit strange controlling a body after being a soul for a long time. The current form Khan had was similar to how he was in the past. The materials I used to construct the metal lump were similar to the ones the wisps got. The only difference was that this one reacted to miasma, and was made to be more durable. In terms of quality, it was as good as Gawaine's structural build. Still, my ultimate automaton had the win when it came to overall effectiveness. Khan must have retrofitted the material to suit his tastes, donning his form when he was still alive. Still, I wondered if it was uncomfortable. It's perfect. This body is perfect, Master. He spoke, and then his face turned in the direction of Kiran. Looks like you've only grown more pathetic, Kiran, Khan said, staring hard at his previous subordinate. How can you be? Kiran probably couldn't hide his shock any longer. You're working with a human? No. That's not right. How did you make Khan your familiar? This shouldn't even be. This is all wrong. It seemed someone was having a hard time keeping a grasp on reality. Well, Khan, as per our agreement, you get to have your revenge on Kiran. I also haven't forgotten about that other thing. I am immensely grateful, Master. Both of us simply ignored Kiran's tantrums. A dead man's words meant nothing, anyway. I'll be leaving you to your business, then. Ah, one more thing. I smiled, looking at the cornered enemy that Khan was going to tear apart. Make him suffer as much as possible. Eek. Understood, Master. I will try my best. Khan's response satisfied me, so I took my leave. Later, then. Have fun. With that, my body once again ascended into the sky, and I vanished from sight. Are you wondering where he is headed in such a hurry? Khan spoke to Kiran, who was still bewildered by Jared's exit. Why? He's going to the demon realm. It's finally time. Why are you serving a human? Kiran seemed to forget his situation for a moment and had the gall to ask a question. The end of the demon race is right around the corner. Khan's eyes held admiration for a moment, and then once his gaze rested on the despicable vermin before him, they returned to a hateful glare. Now, then, shall I begin? Khan, wait. Let's discuss this properly. Shing. The shadow demon's right hand transformed into a terribly long blade, and several shadows danced around him as he approached with bloodlust. It was already certain that Khan was beyond reason. Only one thing was on his mind at that point in time. Revenge. 484 Demon Coast. In a brilliant gust of blue, I warped above my destination. I heard splashes of water, smelled the troubled sea, and witnessed how the tides crashed upon the coast. The darkened sky, as well as the chilly nature of the environment, caused me to smile while slowly approaching. The rocky area was merely the beginning, and the deeper one went, the thicker the negative energy would be. Dark skies in a dark place. I was looking at nothing but the demon realm. Looks like I can't teleport any further because of the miasma. To traverse the area, I would need to rely on my other abilities. Mana was practically non-existent in this place thanks to the miasma generator, which was powered by the devil. Thanks to that, it was best for me to utilize miasma in my time here. It wasn't as though I could not utilize the mana within me, but it would simply be easier and better to use miasma. Whoosh! Coating my body with the dark energy, I enhanced my bodily functions and took flight into the continent. Previously the northern continent, this demon realm was by far the largest patch of land of the four. That was also the reason why the demons attacked it first in their conquest when I was still Lewis Griffith. It spread for miles, and the terrain was mostly rocky. While in the past, this was a country known for the cold, and then several minerals, it was nothing more than a pitch-black world that swelled with miasma. Despite all we did for them, all the compromises we made, they still had the gall to wage war against us. That was completely unforgivable. It's not our fault that they never advanced. We have them a good piece of land, we gave them an arcana, a miasma generator. We offered peace, even when they would have ultimately lost the war. The more I thought of it, and let anger well up within me, the easier things became. In the demon realm, not everyone were warriors. Using Spellcraft the miasma version in addition to my sensory prowess, I could sense several territories that had thousands of demons within them. They were the simple citizens of the demon realm. Sure, a lot of them had been drafted into the army, but the elderly and children were still present. Not everyone could fight in a war, and not everyone wanted to. Some could probably not even be aware of the war that was going on, though I doubted that, due to the nature of demon society. I can sense a strong presence there. My mind wandered to the eastern border of the demon realm. That had to be where the last demon lord was waiting for a strike from the enemy, that is, us. Should I just ignore him? By shrouding myself in cloaking magic, I could avoid detection, plus, my outfit basically allowed me to be both intangible and invisible. Even Naren would have a problem sensing me if he was caught unawares. I can just do what I want, and then leave. But one could call it curiosity. Let me indulge a little. Deskarayan was getting impatient. He had been waiting for how long now, and no enemy had come his way. His entire being was expectant, and the image of what kind of battle he would have kept ravaging his mind. His body sought violence, and his muscles ached for battle. Was I tricked? Are there no enemies? At some point, the Crimson Demon began wondering to himself. All he wanted was a strong opponent to give him exhilaration. He wanted to get even stronger by overcoming travails. That was why he wanted to play an active role in the war, yet he was relegated to this role. Deskarayan still had no complaint, if he was going to fight a strong opponent. But, he slowly began to wonder if there was even an enemy to fight. They'll regret lying to my face. His anger rose slowly. Veins appeared on his red face, and the fiery miasma leaking from his body was enough to distort the atmosphere. Waiting impatiently had its limits. As such, the Crimson Demon Lord was reaching a precipice. Fortunately. Looks like you grew tired of waiting. Someone finally appeared. Deskarayan jumped to his feet, instantly putting all his focus in the direction of the voice. His muscles tightened and his battle senses were wide awake. After all, until the person spoke, even Deskarayan hadn't sensed anyone. You? The Crimson Demon's eyes widened a bit as the image of the person before him finally registered. A young, blonde boy was standing before him. His white coat fluttered as a result of the harsh coastal wind, and he donned a smile. You are Jared Leonard, aren't you? He spoke, readying himself for a fight. While the Demon Lord was surprised that he came alone, that was simply a testament to the young boy's strength. It would have been fun to decimate an army, but the Jared Leonard figure must have thought of anyone else as fodder. Fodder that would just get in the way of our brawl. Deskarayan grinned devilishly as he stared at Jared Leonard. I'm surprised. You aren't looking down on me because I'm a child. The blonde human spoke, not exactly looking shocked. Still, it wasn't like a battle-frenzied being like Deskarayan cared much for expressions. Age doesn't matter. Power does. You made all those other guys quake in their boots thanks to your intelligence, and I heard you best Naren Khalid in a fight. The human's smile broadened further. There was no denial. That's why I will fight you right here and now. Make it enjoyable for me. Deskarayan grinned widely now. His body gleamed brightly, and then black armor began forming all around his red skin. I'll use everything I have from the start. Let's not be boring about this. The black armor had glowing red veins all around it, and the thing completely shrouded him. Deskarayan, now encased in black and red armor, released a phenomenal amount of miasma that burned everything around. His body was steaming hot, and the pressure he exuded was simply devastating. Even Jared, who was watching, had to give kudos to the magnifying energy he was witnessing. In terms of power, Jared found the being before him to be even more impressive than the Demon King Abel Lion. It was possible that the Crimson Demon Lord before him was actually the most powerful one around. Then that's perfect. He whispered under his breath. The earth rumbled, and everything around shattered as Deskarayan rose from the ground. In a brilliant detonation, the armor-covered Crimson Demon lunged at Jared Leonard. His face was hidden underneath his black armor, so the human couldn't see his obsessive grin. Raising his hand to deliver the first strike, Deskarion poured a ton of energy into it, hoping Jared would at least be able to handle the blow. Surprisingly, as the fist was launched, creating torrents of wind flying around, Jared was able to deflect the strike by shifting his hand, right before the hit connected. This changed the trajectory of his punch. The waters parted instantly, unable to contain the pressure that surged through them. Deskarion was dazed by the fact that Jared had so easily deflected his strike, especially considering it was a last-second move. Gnashing his teeth and launching his second fist without wasting any moment, Deskarion put even more power into the second hit. However, the result was the same. Echoes of destruction rang in the air as the second hand was also deflected, making the Crimson Demon open to a strike. The human Jared did not falter in making good use of this opportunity. Using a powerful elbow jab that was filled with power, he dug his attack into Deskarion's armored body, causing the hard casing to break. Deskarion flew away instantly. His body helplessly crashed far from the opponent, unable to bear the brunt of his strength. Kurk. Deskarion let out a pained groan as a result of the damage he suffered. Not bad. But, you're not as strong as I am. Jared murmured as he drew closer to the fallen demon. Everywhere was devastated, and it had only been a few seconds since the battle began. Keek, so you're this powerful. Perfect. Deskarion grinned, rising from the debris around him. The black armor with red veins was slowly reconstructed, and the shattered parts were restored. Let me have another taste. Once again lunging at Jared Leonard, the Demon Lord now set himself ablaze with crimson energy and charged with ferocity. This time, it was completely different from earlier. However, the human didn't seem fazed in the slightest. With a simple thrust of the hand, an unstoppable pulse was generated. Before Deskarion reached his target, the pulse generated a push effect, repelling him with irresistible pressure. Once again, he failed to land a hit. Even as he crashed upon the ground, the Crimson Demon did not feel any sense of disappointment. The pain coursing through his body did not translate to fear. The rabid sensations he was feeling simply drove him further into the battle. Marie. Deskarion craved more power, and Jared delivered every single time. A Crimson Demon's regenerative factor was very high, and Deskarion's capability in that department was borderline scary. Still, with the current tide of the battle, it was very obvious who would emerge victorious. After all, this is quite a letdown. The human known as Jared Leonard didn't even seem to be trying. Just how much power does he have? Deskarion wondered within himself. Most of his armor had completely shattered thanks to the last strike Jared poured at him, so Deskarion's face was currently evident. If this is it, then there's nothing to learn, Jared mumbled. Deskarion didn't like the human's disconcerted tone. It proved that he wasn't enjoying the battle. Maybe it's time to kick things up a notch. Deskarion thought to himself. His current abilities were not enough to cause Jared Leonard to use his full capabilities. Even though he had activated martial state, nothing much had changed. Jared was simply too skilled in martial arts and magic to be beaten by that alone. There was a time when martial arts were all Deskarion could utilize. However, after suffering defeat at the hands of Abel Lion, he realized his limitations. Determined to grow even stronger, the Crimson Demon Lord finally immersed himself in magic. He didn't bother practicing mundane or common magic. No, there was only one thing he was interested in. Only one power guaranteed him undisputed victory. Original magic, Deskarion whispered, grinning at Jared Leonard with bloodshot eyes. The human didn't show any change in emotion, but it was only a matter of time. Limit breaker. Power unlike ever before instantly emerged from the Crimson Demon's body. Even Deskarayan was amazed by how much energy he had. His muscles grew larger in size, and his black armor increased in bulk and quality. The miasma Deskarayan currently possessed was by far the most he had seen. Even the human before him, who was surprisingly using miasma, didn't have as much as him at this point. And the reason for that was simple. Deskarayan's original magic, Limit Breaker. It had the ability to record the experiences of Deskarayan whenever he fought a stronger foe. His body would also analyze the damage dealt to him but the power of his opponent. As a result, this magic enabled him to transcend the level of his opponent at least with what they displayed. His body would evolve beyond the damage he had taken. His energy would rise above that of his enemy. Every capability he had would skyrocket to match even surpass whoever he faced. That was the nature of his original magic. You're strange, you know? A human using miasma, and having this kind of strength. It's simply perfect. Deskarayan grinned, having newfound power that made him desire more. I wonder just how much further I can grow. The energy he had was enough to blow everything away, and the very earth was scorching, boiling, melting, as a result of the power he displayed. Deskarayan was very pleased. In every area, he had evolved once more. Wow! I'm impressed. This is simply amazing. Even the human, Jared Leonard, was astounded by the Crimson Demon's development. Ha 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 ha. You still do not fear. That means you have more power in store. Show me, then. Show me more. No matter what was thrown at him, Deskarayan was determined to climb higher until he was beyond the peak of everyone. The pursuit of strength, and the path of violence. That was all he had ever known. I see, all right then. The human was now smiling, gleaming with something too twisted to be called simple excitement. This is a good opportunity. I always wanted to try this one spell out. 486 Vermilion Rupture PT1. Deskarayan felt alive, more so than ever before. He gazed upon his opponent, who also looked equally entertained. There was nothing better than duking it out with an opponent when both parties were immersed in the thrill of fighting. Even though he knew the final victory would be his, Deskarayan desired to enjoy the savor of battle as much as he wanted. Increasing his speed and building a non-stop momentum, Deskarayan sped through the vast expanse laid out before him and lunged at Jared, who already took to the space above. He prepared a blast using both his hands, making it swirl as it got compressed to form more destructive power. Hey! Deskarayan released the ray of pure crimson destruction. It far surpassed anything Jared had thrown at him in the past, and if the human didn't raise his defenses, he would be. Nice move. Jared's voice came from behind. Once again, the human was one step ahead, and a very strong punch landed on Deskarayan's face before he could fully process what had occurred. Descending like lightning, the Crimson Demon crashed upon the earth to form a crater. Despite his newly obtained power, the hit still stung. He increased his power too. Deskarayan smiled, groaning as he rose from the rubble. But it's no use. I'll simply outgrow this too. Deskarayan's body glowed, and then once again, he acclimated to the hit that Jared gave him. Interesting. Jared's voice echoed as he observed the Demon Lord heal and get stronger. Deskarayan didn't understand whether the human understood what was happening, or if he thought it was simple magic enhancement. If he knows, then why does he keep attacking? I'll just keep growing stronger. That brought him to the conclusion that Jared did not know the nature of his original magic, at least, not wholly. Deskarayan's body raged with more energy and a purple glow now emerged from his fist. It contained a strange power that he hadn't displayed before. Hey! He lunged the blow before reaching Jared, and an overpowering pulse charged at the human with unreasonable speed. A large cloud of destruction hung in the air thanks to the impact. And then, multiple orbs that contained many colors began manifesting. Grand harmonious storm. With that voice in tow, a bunch of immensely powerful elemental magic rained upon Deskarayan. The earth sizzled, and it was pretty much a sea of molten magma at this point. Heat rose in all directions, and destruction could be seen for miles. But Deskarayan was still standing. His body healed once more, and his armor was in the process of being fixed. He had wounds, but with his cheat-like original magic, they would be recovered in no time. Ha 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 ha! I can feel it, this power. The rush of energy and increased physical prowess made Deskarayan so happy that he nearly went insane. He would keep evolving until he stood at the pinnacle. At the moment, no one, not even the Demon King, was stronger than him. The only exception was the human before him. But, he too would soon fall. All right, I've seen what I wanted. Let's end this, shall we? A golden book appeared before the human, and the pages began flipping. An unbelievable amount of energy manifested, but it wasn't the miasma that Deskarayan was used to. This was mana. Something a bit more dangerous. As a demon, his body naturally had resistance to miasma. But, mana was different. He hadn't built up his defenses against the conflicting energy yet, and if he wasn't careful, he would be consumed before his original magic allowed him to acclimb it. I'll bolster my defenses, then. If it's on the same level as or even slightly higher than the last one, I can handle it. The Crimson Demon watched something form in the sky. It looked like a swirling pool of red. Unlike his crimson color, this had a more gem-like luster. It also spoke of an unspeakable evil. It was a swirling pool of vermilion, and the immense energy began condensing to form something else. A drilling arrow. The vermilion arrow whirred as it spun, growing more powerful with every rotation it took. On and on, it did so in a never-ending cycle, taking in more vermilion mana as the spin grew faster as well. That's dangerous. Deskarayan thought to himself and took to action. He surmised that as long as he stopped the spin, he would be able to cancel the increasing danger of the spell. And the best way to do that was to assault the human casting it. Deskarayan didn't hesitate to generate his most powerful blow as he charged at Jared Leonard with the aim of killing him. However, whoosh! The human teleported just as the hit was about to hit. The vermilion arrow kept growing. It was peaking beyond belief, enough to make Deskarayan wary. TCH. Maybe I'll target the spell this time. Condensing his energy and releasing it in a straight thrust, Deskarayan aimed his power at the spell being generated above him. Hopefully, the two would offset each other since they belonged to contrasting elements. However, before the blast reached the swirling pool, it broke down completely. That was when Deskarayan noticed it, the fact that the surrounding miasma had been broken down, and the problem kept spreading beyond their battlefield. The usually thick cloud of miasma that provided an overflowing rate of negative energy had vanished from the area. What is this spell? Deskarayan could feel his senses alert him of the danger. I have to stop this. Despite that, no matter how hard he tried to attack the spellcaster or the spell, it wasn't effective enough. And then, I've still not gotten the hang of things, and I was multitasking, so it took more time than expected. The human's voice echoed in Deskarayan's ears. But, it's finally ready. I've reproduced the spells those two used at that point, and combined them. Vermilion Burst and Harbinger of Rupture, they make a good combination. 487 Vermilion Rupture PT2. Deskarayan realized that it was too late to stop the self-sufficient arrow of energy. The surrounding miasma wasn't dense enough to combat the raging power of the spell. His best hope was none other than retreat. I have to get away. He wasn't conceited enough to attempt risking it all by tanking such an attack. Sure, he loved violence, but Deskarayan was averse to recklessness. He had a long way to go, and a peak to attain. Certainly, he wasn't planning on killing himself. What are you thinking? The human's voice caused Deskarayan to flinch a bit. He was floating above, but Deskarayan felt like their distance was further than what normal sight could perceive. Which was why he had to live and become stronger. I already set a barrier around this place while calculating the area of impact. You can't escape. Deskarayan heard those words but did not pay them any heed. If there was truly a barrier, he would shatter it and make his escape. His speed rose as his survival instincts kicked in, and Deskarayan shot through the sky in flight speed. You don't get it, do you? Snap! With the snap of his fingers, Jared warped space and caused a portal to swallow the fleeing demon, returning him to the location he previously was. You can't escape. Simply accept it and hope you survive. Deskarayan's surprised eyes watched as the spinning arrow aimed at his location. And no. Vermilion rupture. Beyond the speed he could conceive, the arrow shot to the earth, rending even the air in its path. Everything burned, and that included the residues of the demon lord's miasma. And then, as soon as it reached Deskarayan, I have to take it. The spell gloriously erupted. Even though Deskarayan coated himself with layers upon layers of miasma, he could feel all of them fade away. The arrow drilled through everything, and the heat it brought burned them into nothingness. The dense black armor was no exception. Soon, he found himself completely naked, having only his dense body as a source of protection. But, even that couldn't resist the power that assailed him. Gark. To survive, Deskarayan kept activating his original magic, causing him to evolve the more the energy kept damaging him. As he acclimated, his body was destroyed further. The process was painful, but he gritted his teeth and endured the agony, and focused on survival. Degeneration and regeneration occurred at a fast rate as the Vermilion Rupture's explosion scarred everything in the coastal region. It's even more amazing than I thought. What a guy! Jared muttered, watching the scene from above. But, as expected, it won't be long now. Deskarayan couldn't hear or see anything beyond the redness that surrounded him. Even with his power, his strength, he found himself struggling against a higher one. He hadn't felt this overwhelmed in his life, even when he fought Abel Lion. That time, he had lost due to the difference in skill. Magic was the deciding factor. However, this round was different. If they possessed power at a similar range, then it would have been a foregone conclusion that Deskarayan would win. But, that wasn't what happened. His opponent was simply in a realm beyond his grasp. It was his mistake for underestimating his foe. But I can do this. I can survive. His body was already slowly getting used to the pain of being completely rendered into nothing. He was slowly transcending the point of death. If he endured for a little while longer, then perhaps he would be able to make it out of the vermilion hell he was stuck in. Just a little more. Suddenly, the unexpected or rather, undesirable happened. Deskarayan ran out of miasma. The moment that happened, his death was already a foregone conclusion. The Crimson Demon Lord's demise was quick, and his whole body was turned to fine dust and then burned beyond recovery. I wonder what would have happened if he didn't run out. As I witnessed the devastated ground, I pondered on the potential fate of the opponent I just defeated. He wasn't a bad challenger, and his original magic was definitely going to be a pain in the long run. I dragged the fight out to learn the structure of his original magic. Once the skin was complete, I ended things quickly. To think he resisted that long. I was in luck that he ran out of miasma. If he didn't. If he had survived that, I would have had to resort to anti-magic. Fortunately, the threat was extinguished, and I got to learn something new. There was also the option of blasting him to smithereens with a far more powerful spell, so the situation wasn't extremely dire. Alright, then. Let's return to business. I utilized my magic coat's unknowable function, allowing me to be undetectable, while traversing the land of the demons. My goal was the large castle that stood magnificently erect, at the center of the continent surrounded by 6 pillars. It was the demon castle. My goal was to meet up with someone, and also to obtain something. Whether I was able to achieve either, neither, or both, were probable. Still, it was in my best interest to act accordingly. In some moments, I arrived at the castle, meeting it desolate as expected. Other than a few demon captains and some fodder that patrolled the area, the place was practically empty. I invited myself into the palace and walked down the empty hallway. I bypassed the security functions since I could not be detected anyway. Arriving at the throne room, memories flooded my head, and I strained a smile. It was just as I remembered it. The demons never even thought of renovating it or anything. Other than myself, there was one other presence within the room. Despite my expectations or lack thereof, I met someone seated on the large, black throne. His hair was grey, and his horn was twisted. He had a wrinkled face and a shriveled body. He was clad in ceremonial garb, and the dignity he exuded would make anyone know of the royal bloodline in his veins. The grey-colored demon tiredly looked at me as I dispelled the unknowable spell and approached the throne. Demon King Ares, it's been a while. 488 The Demon King. Ares, the former Demon King, sighed as he felt the weight of both guilt and worry assail his heart. That was the sole reason he left his chambers and stayed in the throne room for some time. He donned his ceremonial robe and held a scepter, watching an empty room from his elevated platform. Everything felt so empty and meaningless. The war. He murmured, remembering the last battle that occurred in the past, and how it had ended. The demon race was lucky to get a fresh start, a new beginning. Ares understood that they were blessed. Not only did they have a definite territory, but they had the perfect environment for living. He had thought his citizens would have the same thought as him, but it was the opposite. They somehow thought the demon race was on the losing end in the deal that was made. His son, Abel Lion, especially thought that the demons were being relegated and looked down upon due to their reclusive territory. He believed that someday, the races would band together and extinguish them completely. If they wanted to do that, they would have done so all those years ago. Ares mumbled to himself. He still remembered the leader of the delegates, how the man had proffered a solution that seemed too good to be true. Ares wasn't averse to violence, but he preferred common sense. So, once he realized the plan was possible, he readily agreed. Till now, he didn't regret that choice. Why can't they see it? Why don't they understand? It wasn't even until about over a decade ago that the grievances against the other races reached an unstoppable degree after being dormant for very long. Abel Lion, his son, managed to seize control over his people, and little by little, there was no power left for him. Ares was now old, and so Abel Lion was already more powerful. It was to be expected that he became the next demon king, but the old one still didn't like what it caused. His loyal demon lords were eliminated as a result of Abelion's thirst for power, leaving Ares without any support. All he had left was his life, and his frail body. The demon race will lose. Ares was certain about that outcome. Why? That man said it. He said that if we broke the pact, we would be eliminated. Usually, a demon would hold the words of humans with contempt, but this particular one was different. Lewis Griffith was a human unlike any other. He had tried warning and stopping his foolish son and his supporters, to no avail. All he could do was sit on his throne for the last time and wait for the horrible news of defeat to reach his ears. It was at that moment Ares felt a presence manifesting in the room. Surprise rang within him, but his body was too tired to accurately display his gushing emotion. Who is that? A human. Ares was stunned that a human could make it to the demon palace, a place with an immense concentration of miasma that even inepts wouldn't be able to bear. He could also sense mana coming from the person, as well as miasma. Ares was stunned as to how a human could achieve something of the sort, but he remained seated and watched the exceptional boy approach. "It's been a while, Demon King Ares." His voice wasn't entirely immature, but it didn't belong to an adult either. Ares also didn't understand how such a child was able to address him with such levity, even addressing him as though they had met before. No longer able to control his curiosity and unease, the seated Demon King, at least as he was in the past, finally opened his lips and spoke. "Who are you?" The man before him gave a short laugh and kept approaching. "I can't say that. But, you should be well aware of our promise. Or did you forget what I said?" Demon King Ares didn't completely grasp the situation, but so many things were being hinted at. See, could he be? "Let's not get into unimportant details, old man. You should know what is happening outside, right? The war." Ares was still locked in an internal deliberation, but he still managed to nod his head in response. "You were warned, Ares. You should have taught your son better, controlled your people more." Ares could not argue or excuse himself from the accusations being rained on him. Despite his old and feeble frame, he was still Abelion's father. He was still a demon king. If only he had done more to steer his people in the right direction, then maybe this wouldn't have happened. "Have you come here to kill me?" Ares spoke hazily. "No. I only came to say goodbye. Also, I've come to retrieve the arcana that was given to you. It seems your race has forgotten who found your source of nourishment." Ares' heart was pained. As much as he knew who the rightful owner of the arcana was, and that the demon race didn't deserve to be in possession of it after breaking their pact, he couldn't agree to the human's wish. If you are who I think you are, then you have to understand. Without it, my people will not survive." Desperation was evident in his plea, and he knew he was being shameless, but Ares had to appeal for his people. Even though the ones foolish enough to go to battle already had their fates sealed, the innocents could still be spared. "I don't see what the problem is. Your people won't be needing it anymore." The human's face slowly turned dead cold, and his hand was outstretched. Ares knew his statement could only mean one thing. It was bad for his heart, but the old demon started panicking within himself. "Yes. If us as you think. This very day, I will be wiping out the demon race from this world. The dead have no need for a means of sustenance, do they?" Ares was beyond grieved to hear these words. He knew their sins deserved punishment, but this was too extreme. "Now, I ask again, where is my arcana?" 489 Final Act. No. The old Demon King knew the implication of his words, but he didn't have any choice at this point. It was an ungrateful, conceited approach, but he was left with no other option. "What did you just say?" "No. I won't let you. I can't let you." The human furrowed his brow and sighed. He stretched out his hand and gave a serious look that made Ares shiver a little. "The arcana. And no. I won't give you. The death of his entire race, Ares would never stand for that. His son's foolishness would bring about many deaths, there couldn't be more added to the pile. You haven't changed, doing whatever it takes for your people." The blonde spoke. Ares knew who the human was, and while he wondered how it was possible, he didn't know what to say. "I failed in our agreement," the old one thought. The first war started because he needed to aid his people. He caused such great tragedy, and now his son trod the same path. Even at that, even then. "I can't know, I won't give up on my people." With this thought clinging to his head, Ares stared hard at Jared Leonard, the one he knew as Lewis Griffith. A wave of unease filled the hall as both parties looked at each other. The one who was uncomfortable by the other's straight face was the former Demon King. One would think the tension would be forever. "Whatever. I'll just look for it myself." The human shrugged and began exiting the palace. For a moment, Ares was relieved by what he heard. However, he wasn't out of the woods yet. Wait. Are you serious about this? You'll really kill all my people? Yes. Is there no other way? I remember what happened the last time I sought another way. So, no. This is the end of the line. Ares didn't want things to reach this point. However, I can't allow that. Rising from his throne while raising his body through magic, the old demon took to the air. His body was shrouded in incredibly dense miasma, and the power kept climbing. What are you doing? Lewis Griffith's reincarnation asked with a somewhat annoyed expression. I won't allow you to destroy my people. The human shook his head and gave an exasperated sigh in response. You are too weak to stop me, you know? Your level of power is nothing compared to back then, but even if you were at full strength, that wouldn't mean anything to me. Old age does something to you. I may be weaker, but I don't intend to lose. Ares smiled devilishly, summoning a dark blade from nowhere. It was his demon edge, a blade that had the natural ability to absorb miasma. Since Ares hadn't used it in ages, the level of negative energy it had was phenomenal. Old age has nothing to do with this. This weakness of yours isn't normal. You must have been poisoned or something. What? They. Words of the human shocked Ares. Do you understand now? The very demons you chose to protect poisoned you so that you would grow too weak to rule. Abel Lion took that as his chance to rise to power. The old demon was fraught with disbelief at this point. Despair began to slowly seep into. This whole time, you probably thought your weakness and inabilities were the reasons for things turning out this way, but that's not completely true. They betrayed me. Ares mumbled, his body trembling a bit. Of course. Though it's not their fault as well. They were being manipulated as well. This entire situation really isn't your fault, but your race is still at the center of everything. To protect my people, I must decimate yours. I see. Ares understood Lewis's point of view. Both of them desperately wanted to protect their own. Since that was the case, there was no way he could not respect the man's choice. Nevertheless, I will still raise my blade to stop you. Ares drew his sword. As expected, you won't change, Well, that makes me a little happy. Ares found the human smiling, and then a wave of nostalgia permeated his heart. This was the Lewis he remembered indeed. A ripple appeared in space, and Lewis brought out a blade from its depths. It was similar to Ares' weapon, filled with immense miasma. Since you want to do this the hard way, let's get this over with. With both parties drawing their blades and giving each other fierce smiles, they readied their stance and poured their energy into their whole bodies. Even though they were clashing as enemies, both sides knew fully well what the other wanted and they understood their stances perfectly. Life had just dealt them this situation, and things could only be resolved with one side completely exterminated. Let's do this, Ares. I'm coming, Lewis. Energy clashed, and the two opposing forces smiled whole crossing blades. Only one would emerge as the winner. 2 minutes, 5 seconds. That's awfully short. I mumbled while exiting the decimated demon castle. It was basically nothing but rubble at this point. He really has weakened by a lot. Those bastards just had to take things this far. Ares and I weren't really friends, but we understood each other even in the past. That was one of the reasons we got along so well. It was also because of this that Khan couldn't exactly despise me. After all, that shadow demon lord idolized the king with everything. I'm surprised he didn't ask to see Ares before I killed him. Khan had a selfish request, which was to kill Kiran, the one who betrayed him by himself. I granted the request, and also promised him something else. But, to think he never addressed meeting the Demon King for the last time. I guess he now sees me as his master. In any case, things went as expected. Ares was stubborn to the very end, so that meant no one else knew the location of the miasma generator and the devil arcana. Whoosh! Taking to the sky, I departed from the ruined demon castle, a smile on my face. Perfect. Then, let's get down to business. It was now time for the final act. 490 Ivan's breakthrough. Ha, ha. Ivan Smith huffed and puffed. He was currently standing before a formidable opponent, but he refused to back down. You're quite strong for a human. You were able to last this long against me. The voice of Ivan's opponent tickled his ears. It was none other than a demon general Laikus, leader of the 9 stars. I am the second most powerful demon general, you know? The first belongs to the Crimson Demon race, so it's no competition. Still, you'll find that among the demons, I'm pretty high-end. For a moment, Laikus looked at the chaos and carnage depicted around them. He watched how his brethren were slain one after the other. Still, he did not seem fazed in the slightest. We're most likely going to lose this battle. This day will be the one where I die. However, I know my death won't be by your hands. Ivan didn't respond to the opponent's words. He simply clung to his wax blade, and began repairing his wax armor. He was currently using his bond magic for defense while utilizing his fire magic for offense. Still, it hadn't left a scratch on his opponent. That was due to the nature of Laikus, known as the demonic dragon. This demon general resembled a dragon, having a scar on his face, and several black tattoos to match his green scales. The darkness in his eyes, as well as the immense miasma swirling within him, attested to his strength. Ivan could tell that his opponent bested him in power. Your flames will never pass through my defenses, and my attacks are too ferocious for you not to utilize the entirety of your wax for defense. Ivan knew the demon spoke the truth. It was check. However, no. I can't let it end this way. I won't. He hadn't been playing around throughout the waiting time for the war. While Jared and everyone else explored other strange lands, he had been training vigorously, doing his best to hone his skills. His teacher, General Clara of the Elves, had given her best to properly train him. She gave her utmost effort to achieve the best results in a short while. There was no way he could shame her, or lose sight of his goal beyond that. If he couldn't break past the wall before him, there was no way he would be able to achieve even greater heights. I must get even stronger. Ivan had long realized that he couldn't surpass Jared Leonard. He didn't have enough talent or technique to do so. However, what he could do was to become strong enough to overcome his challenges and best his opponents. He didn't want to be a burden. I might not be the savior, but I won't be among the saved. He was done being a victim. For the first time, Ivan wanted to have a taste of triumphing over a stronger opponent. This battle, I will win. What did I just say? You can't. Laikus murmured, now brandishing his claws. The demon's body was covered in miasma, and his offensive weapons were the 10 claws he currently readied. Laikus had no specialty. He was good at both martial arts and magic, and he was very adaptable in combat. Best of all, he knew how to gauge an opponent's strength. That way, he never underestimated or overestimated them. This made him the overall best demon general, exactly why he was certain that Ivan would be the loser in their exchange. Let's take this past the breaking point, then. I don't plan on losing. With a ferocious roar, Ivan released a great amount of heat, causing even Laikus to take a step back as a result. If you do that, you'll burn out your mana much faster. The demon general mumbled as he watched Ivan raise the intensity of his flames. We're taking this past boiling point. Instantly, the earth itself started to melt, and then something started pouring out of the ground. The entire surface became liquid, no, semi-liquid. But, that wasn't all. Not yet. Ivan growled, increasing his flames even further as he pressed his body into the earth, filling it with more heat. The bubbly ground was now nothing but whitish liquid. If one looked closer, there could only be one description for it. Wax. Lakius noticed the composition of the very liquid that surrounded him. It was melted wax. How was there melted wax surrounding them? Worst of all, the heat that passed through the wax made it dangerous as it passed even the regular heat Lakius was used to. I better fly. Flexing his wings, Lakius made to ascend to the clouds. However, there was no way the human would have accepted that. Oh no, you don't. Instantly, a wave of flowing wax crashed upon Lakius like a massive wave, causing him to crash back into the puddle of heated wax. Harden. Instantly, the boiling stopped, and the liquid wax sharply returned to its solid state. Ivan tightened his fist and concentrated on removing all forms of heat from the wax that held down his target. The result? What is this? Lakius was petrified literally. His body was completely submerged in solid wax, causing him to be trapped within the dense structure. I'm not done. Ivan roared, once again summoning all his strength and pouring it into the wax compartment that Lakius was stuck inside. You won't escape this prison. By making the interior harden while turning the insides to jelly-like heated wax, he could guarantee that his opponent would be trapped within his wax prison. Lakius would burn, drown, and suffocate all at once. His body would be burned both inside and out thanks to the immense heat of the wax, and once it reaches a precipice, Ivan would harden all the wax that was in and out of the demon general. I can control the composition of wax, and fluidly bend it to my heat. His individual magic fire and his bond magic wax. Combining those two was what he learned while he was with Clara. As a result, a new magic emerged from within the young man. Fusion magic. Burning Wax Emperor. 491 Demon Lord Lubick. The match ended in an unexpected turn of events. Ivan's victory. As the demon general coughed his last, having his insides completely filled with burning wax, Ivan screamed with delight and satisfaction. His body throbbed thanks to exerting himself so much, but he didn't stop screaming. Hey! I did it! Tears dropped from his eyes as he made this shout of victory. Compared to Jared Leonard, who was most likely facing the final boss, or the others who were also pulling unbelievable feats, his achievements might not have been considerably impressive. However, it was a giant leap for Ivan. After all the grueling training Clara put him through, he finally did it, converting his wax to liquid. I haven't perfected it yet. I can't completely control the boiling point, or control the fluid movements yet. It also takes me too long to alter the structure. There was still more he could do, lots of room for growth. I can do this. I can keep growing stronger. With that in mind, Ivan collapsed on the soft wax flooring he made for himself, grinning as he passed out. Mission accomplished. Lubick was the demon lord of blue, the most powerful when it came to spells and magic technology. His gentlemanly demeanor and near-human look didn't make him less of a monster than any other demon. No, in fact, he was far worse. Conducting experiments gave him his greatest satisfaction. He loved using poor things for finding out new things. Even members of the demon race were occasionally sacrificed for the greater good of discovery. As long as it was for the demon realm, there was no length he wouldn't go through, no depths he would not reach. However, madness. Seeing the battlefield so one-sided, the blue demon could not contain the displeasure that sprang up within him. The main problem was not the fact that the enemy outnumbered them, though that would also prove to be a challenge. The issue that assailed the demon army was the massive golem on the side of the opponents. The golem, whatever its name was beyond what Lubick had ever seen. It was larger, more sophisticated, and more terrifying than any of his creations. Perhaps that was the reason why complicated emotions began warping within the demon lord. As much as he despised being one-sidedly massacred by the opposing faction, Lubick hated it more when his inferiority was shoved down his throat. That golem. The demon gritted his teeth in anger. He was currently armed with several magic items that boosted his power, and he could also summon golems to aid him. He had automatons as well. With the items at his disposal, Lubik reckoned that he would be able to take down the massive golem. No, he had to do it at any cost. In a blast of wind, Lubik lunged in the direction of the hulking construct, ready to tear it apart. But he was shot down. Gark! Lubik coughed. Sure, he had released some of his defensive enhancements so that he could move faster, but he hadn't expected a hit that heavy. The explosion was filled with an element that contradicted his specialty. Lubik devilishly glared in the direction of the explosion, growling as the pain permeating his body was healed. And then in an instant he spotted the young girl who was responsible. It was a human. Any other demon would have actively chased the child and killed her mercilessly, but Lubik was highly intelligent. He had his priorities set straight. I need to get to the golem and... Yet another volley destabilized the demon lord's thoughts, causing him deeply glare at the girl. She shot him an equally serious expression, obviously not intending on letting him get away. Fine. I'll kill you first. Lubik seethed, descending from his glorious heights in a flash. The winds parted, and the young lady rapidly made way for his descent on the free battlefield around them. The terrifying creature known as Lubik made his appearance, smiling like none other than the devil. His evil gaze was on the human girl who chose to defy him. She had silver hair and blue eyes. A certain frosty innocence that seemed to accentuate her beauty. You're shaking? Lubik asked, staring at the human with unfettered focus. She, the one who defied him, was depicting evidence of fear. Shouldn't she have thought things through before defying him? Now that he had appeared, she was cowering in his presence. Is it because of the sheer magnitude of my miasma? Or my presence itself? Well, it doesn't matter. I'll just deal with her and be on my way. And so, he prepared his spell, ready to blitz her in a single stroke. I'm scared. Maria's thoughts were a mess at the moment. Her body wouldn't stop trembling in the presence of one of the demon lords. Even though her resolve was strong, her heart remained weak. She knew who he was before shooting him down, but once he approached, her body naturally gave in to the chill. Still. I won't let this stop me. Strengthening herself with magic, Maria Helmsworth made her defenses stronger, her body lighter, and also created a mana field around her. A mana field basically meant one's surrounding was chock full of positive energy. When fighting demons who were expert miasma users, it was best to always saturate one's environment with mana. Maria made the necessary preparations while refusing to take her gaze off the demon lord. Die! The blue demon lord muttered, releasing a ray of highly destructive energy. Maria knew she was too slow to avoid the ray of black light, and her defenses couldn't shield her from its destruction. Still, she maintained her stance and readied her magic. I'll do it. I'll make sure I defeat this one. Even though she was nowhere near Jared's level, Maria had been training like crazy. She was even fortunate enough to be recognized by Sarah Crimson, who taught her privately and allowed her to bring forth more of her latent potential. Mage mode, fusion magic, even. Maria had an array of cards to utilize. She was prepared to win, and everything started from taking care of the ray that was directed at her. 492 Grand Mage of the Royal Court. Rifle. Before Maria's spell could be concluded, a looping warp appeared between her and the incoming blast. Instantly, the ray was swallowed by the spatial rupture down to its last spark, leaving behind the devastated path it traversed. Lubik was surprised by the event, glaring at the spatial hole that manifested, and then at the girl behind it. What is this? She can use space magic? At that age. Lubik remembered that there was a human around her age who had brought them into this mess. He thought he was the only one, but who would have thought there were other exceptional kids who could pose problems? If that's the case, why was she shaking? Was she trying to let me get my guard down? As Lubick hardened his glare at the young girl, he noticed something about her. She's surprised too. He hadn't noticed earlier because of how doll-like her face was hardly depicting emotion. However, the widening of her eyes and the slight parting of her lips told the expert demon lord that she was indeed shocked by the portal. She didn't do it. Then, who did? Apologies for my lateness. A voice appeared, and out of the blue, a man appeared out of thin air. He was garbed in a luxurious mage apparel, had an ancient staff in his hand, with an open grimoire floating before him. Several gem-like crystals were on his body either as necklaces, earrings, bracelets, or even eyebrow rings. He had a few orbs floating around him too. The human appeared beside the human girl, causing the latter to raise her head slightly to lock eyes with him. "See court mage?" Maria managed to blurt out in her flustered tone. That's right. It was none other than Ilrich Lendertwal, the court mage of the Eastern Kingdom, who appeared in the nick of time. I saw this scene and decided to intervene. I certainly hope I wasn't too late. He gave a youthful smile. Even though he was using magic to maintain his youthful self, the man was a genuine old fogey underneath. Of course, he could have fooled anyone with his current appearance. TCH. Another unnecessary bug. Lubick gave an exasperated groan. This caused both humans to grant their gaze upon the demon lord before them. So, both of you want to team up against me, or what? This is getting annoying. For a moment, there was silence in the air. Not one person moved or spoke. The two sides simply stared at the other. I think you're mistaken here, Ilrich spoke, exuding confidence. He glanced at the human girl, and she nodded too. So she understands. The Grand Mage smiled internally. I saw your fight and thought to intervene. Inasmuch as she is extremely skilled, she is still an interning Imperial Mage. You are a demon lord. It's not a fair matchup, don't you think? Ilrich once again glanced at Maria, noticing her expression had not changed. Even with that, the royal court mage could not shake off a weird feeling permeating his insides. In any case, I'll be the one fighting you. Don't worry, Maria. I've got this one. He gave a thumbs up at the girl while still keeping his gaze locked on Lubick. For a brief moment, there was no response from his ally, Maria. One would think she was deaf, dumb, maybe both. However, just as the two parties looked in her direction for an answer, she nodded slightly and began taking her leave. Both her hands were pressed tightly to make a fist as she stiffly went away. Still, as she went, a whisper escaped her lips. Shameless old man. With that, the girl flew away, leaving the two extremely powerful ones to duke it out. What was all that about? I know, right? She's a bit weird. Both enemies returned their glares once they realized that they had unconsciously entered a cordial conversation. Once again, artificial hate returned to their eyes as they prepared to do battle. I'll be done with you soon. Once it's over, I'll simply destroy that golem and turn this whole thing in our favor. The demon lord sneered. For a moment, Ilrich Lendertwal was dumbstruck by the statement. It wasn't because he was afraid of such a thing occurring. Rather, it was the opposite. You really think you can turn this around? It's too late, you know? You've already lost. Shut it. What do you know? You think our ruler is like you? He certainly has a plan for this as well. All I have to do is perform my role well and everything will fall into place. Anyone with common sense would be able to see that Lubick was no longer functioning on pure logic, but rather, blind loyalty. Ilrich somewhat pitied the blue demon lord, but an iota of admiration was evident as well. I wish I believed so much in the crown as much as this guy does. Ilrich had been around even before the current king took his crown, so he had a fair knowledge of how things worked in the kingdom. It wasn't because the king was absolute that he chose to remain loyal as the royal court mage. Rather, it was to steer the crown on the right path. That was his entire purpose in the palace. As long as he was present, Ilrich was certain that the people in authority wouldn't make an unwise decision. The voice of reason, that was his role beside the king. You won't be winning this fight, talk less of the war, Ilrich spoke, getting himself prepared for the fight. Oh? You are cocky, aren't you? The demon lord responded, doing the same. I've heard of you, royal court mage. They say you're an expert in magic technology, and you mostly utilize items in your battles. You're also one of the 3 most skilled in magic in your kingdom. Oh, stop it. Ilrich smiled at the words being rained on him. In those regards, we can be said to be the same. Lubick smiled devilishly, activating his own magic items. Oh. The royal court mage was slightly cautious, but mostly excited. It was an ideal match for him, after all. Now, then, let us see which of us is superior. 493 Demon Lord vs Grand Mage PT1. Grand Miasma Missiles. Starting with a flurry of advanced level spells, Lubick launched the purple mines in Ilrich's direction. Each miasma missile was packed with enough power to explode and devastate a considerably wide radius. Having so many of them rain down on his target was overkill, but Lubick didn't care. With widened eyes like one on the verge of insanity, he awaited Ilrich's response. Not good enough. In that instant, a barrage of mana missiles of the same quality appeared and clashed with the miasma missiles. Shoo-yoo-yoo-yoo. As a result of the impact between the two, an implosion occurred. The mana and miasma elements dissipated. I'll let you know now that you can't win if you keep throwing spells like that around. Ilrich smiled. He pointed his staff at Lubick, and then a blast of purple electricity burst out of it. TCH. Using a severing spell, Lubick split the incoming energy apart, so none of its destructive charges touched him. Very well. The demon lord was pressed for time. The way he fought was as a mage, so he always avoided direct confrontations. That didn't mean he was terrible at it, Lubick just figured there were more efficient ways to do battle. Golem Max Summoning Dot. Instantly, a large magic circle appeared, and it began pouring out highly powerful golems. Unexpectedly, though. Sheeg. The same was occurring on Ilrich's end of the battlefield. Wah. Lubick wanted to burst out with a surprised yelp, but he stopped himself midway. A similar magic circle had formed in front of Ilrich Lendertwal, and it spat out the same quality of golems. The golems on both ends charged and clashed, dealing equal damage until they expired. How is he doing this? Original magic, maybe. Not once, but twice now, Ilrich had been able to completely offer equal resistance to Lubick's magic. It didn't make any sense that they would know the same kinds of spells, and even if they did, how could the Grand Mage control the output to be exactly the same as him? It has to be original magic. So he's using that at the get-go. Lubick cautiously smiled. It was quite tricky, but wasn't this a good thing? He has shown his cards while mine remain hidden. With this, I'll be able to emerge victorious. Lubick's wicked grin caused the Grand Mage of the royal court to look a bit puzzled, and then words finally emerged. Do you want to know a secret? Ilrich Lendertwal smiled. What? Well, it's not exactly a secret, but not many people know of this fact. What the hell is he talking about? Lubick wondered if the Grand Mage was trying to buy time by engaging in a useless conversation. Using his original magic so much has exhausted him, no doubt. I can take this chance too. I don't have original magic. I mean, I never cultivated one. Lubick was beyond surprised by the Grand Mage's words. There was the possibility that what he just said was a lie, but the man's straight face made that seem far-fetched. You think I'm countering your attacks with original magic, right? I'm not. It's the effect of a magic item, this grimoire in front of me. Ilrich pointed at the floating book in front of him. Original magic takes too much time and effort to master. It's also too lopsided focusing on one particular field. I prefer something more widespread. Apparently, the Grand Mage preferred being a jack of all trades, so he refused to concentrate his efforts on developing original magic, an admirable effort on his end. The results? These items you see on me aren't mere accessories, you know? Each of them is packed with certain special effects, and their unique abilities help me out in battle. From offensive measures to defense, perception, traps, summoning, etc. Ilrich Lendertwal's specialty was in all those fields thanks to the time he spent on making items rather than building his original magic. I've lived for quite some time. Not as long as you, but enough in human time to develop many things. So, there's your answer. As long as Lubick wasn't creative in his attacks, he would never be able to bring down Ilrich. No matter the situation that would go down, the Grand Mage had prepared for it. His tools were geared toward responding to each situation as they saw fit. If one could refer to that as his own original magic, they would be partly right. Ilrich grinned to himself, waiting for the next thing the Demon Lord would show him. His grimoire had the analyze effect, while his staff had the link and activation effects. That meant that while the grimoire recorded the spells of his targets, translating them to a contingency he could cast, his staff would implement the information and cast the spell. Of course, he would supply the mana, but Ilrich had equipped several mana boosters, so he wasn't worried about the volume of his energy. It's been a while since I fought, so this quite exciting. Lubick's face displayed veins at this point. He was pissed beyond words, and Ilrich's snarky comments weren't making things any better. Fine, then. You know what? I'm done. I'll just end this now. A spark of purple light and ominous red mist converged on Lubick's palm. The sparks grew larger, and the mist kept propagating. Original magic, the Demon Realm. Instantly, the entire area was enveloped in purplish-black fog, and the clouds above crackled with purple lightning. The darkness around, along with the red-like smoke that wafted in the air, was akin to a particular place in the world where only demons were allowed to live in. This is... Ilrich murmured in surprise. His environment was being protected by a mana field, but the surrounding miasma was eating into the haven like a virus. It was only a matter of time before the defensive field was completely taken down. That's right. I made my version of our territory. It's the nature of my original magic. In simple terms, Lubick had just transformed the territory into home turf. Not only were his powers much more than normal, but his opponent also suffered a constant debuff. It was the ultimate original magic to utilize against non-demons. Let's see how you escape this time. 494 Demon Lord vs Grand Mage PT2. I see, so you've trapped me in a miniature demon realm, Ilrich murmured, looking around him. Fortunately, he was within a safe area thanks to his magic tool responding on time, but that was only a temporary measure. Being surrounded by so much miasma meant that his barrier wouldn't be able to remain active for long. It's not as simple as a miniature demon realm. I can alter the environment however I please. I could increase the intensity of the miasma, or use any of the surrounding miasma for a spell like so. With a snap of his fingers, a dense spike appeared out of nowhere, nearly piercing Ilrich. Boo-hoo-ah-um. His mana field suffered a hit, causing Ilrich to recoil as a result. The effects were not fatal, but the shield's integrity had been reduced for sure. Why can't your grimoire offer a solution to this one? Or is it restricted to regular spells and not original magic? Maybe it can't deal with an area of effect spell like this. Oh, there are so many limitations. I would love to extrapolate from that power you have. Lubick grinned devilishly. He currently held all the cards, and that made the Demon Lord bask in his superiority. Well, you're not completely wrong about that. When it comes to original magic and certain kinds of spells, it's tricky to win. Lubick's smile grew wider upon hearing the Grand Mage admitting defeat. His pride had been bruised more than once since the start of this war, but he was finally regaining his confidence. At the very least, Lubick was certain he could beat the man before him. I could wait, but we should end this quickly. Besides, I don't know how long it'll take for the analyze effect to be completed. This field may break down before then. Lubick thought he heard something weird from the human. I suppose I'll be using my trump card now. Something akin to a vacuum appeared above the layers of miasma. It resembled a portal, but due to its unstable and chaotic nature as well as its darkened swirl, one could refer to it as a black hole instead. I haven't completely mastered that item, but, if I make a mistake and mess up the calculated directions, the portal becomes a vortex instead. Lubick could only hear gibberish from the Grand Mage, but what was happening warranted concern. The swirling singularity above began sucking in the clouds and mists of miasma. The pulling force it had completely outweighed Lubick's control over the surrounding field. No. No. What are you doing? This can't be happening. The never-satisfied black hole kept sucking the purplish-black clouds and red mist, until the miasma around was so thin that it couldn't be registered as a threat any longer. The black hole kept sucking in things despite completing its job, causing Ilrich himself to give a very worried expression. Oof. I'll have to forcefully deactivate it. Placing his hand in his pocket and bringing out a card displaying the symbol of a tower on it, Ilrich used his mana to shut down the bright blue glow emanating from the object. And then... The dark blot in the sky slowly closed, and then space returned to normal. That was a close one. If it went a bit more out of control. Ilrich spoke, heaving a sigh of relief. What is that? What did you just do? Lubick growled. Not only had his original magic been combated, but his opponent was holding something so immensely powerful that even the Demon Lord slowly began to rethink his earlier stance. This? It's an arcana. You demons have your arcana, right? The devil, if I'm not mistaken. Jared told me about that. Lubick was stunned beyond words. The devil was a national heritage, the most important thing in the demon realm, that ensured their survival. It was an arcana, yes, one of the most powerful items in the world. Still, for a mere human to also be wielding an arcana, one that was capable of such a feat while professing his lack of control, it made Lubick utterly concerned. See, can I even win? The Demon Lord had once imagined himself being in possession of the Devil Arcana, and how much power he would be able to control. The possibilities were endless. Now that he was facing someone who had another equally powerful arcana. And no way. What do you know? Analysis is complete. Ilrich Lendertwal interrupted Lubick's inner conflict. Let's try it out. Mana realm, I guess. Instantly, the environment was filled with mana, a dense supply of it rather than miasma. Unlike a mana field that spammed just the caster's immediate surroundings, the effects of Mana Realm covered a large area, just like Lubick's original magic. And, as a result, Gark. The Demon Lord fell to his knees, coughing violently. His blue body shuddered, feeling the invasive force of the toxic mana that surrounded him. And no way. How? Lubick was now shaking violently, unable to defend himself from the mana-saturated place he was trapped in. It takes some time, but even original magic can be analyzed. There are exceptions like Naren Kalids and Sarah Crimson's. Those two are monsters, and my grimoire wouldn't be able to keep up. Lubick was slowly losing control of his sense. He fought to stay alive, but even an extra second was too painful. Yours took a bit over 5 minutes. I expected it to be longer. Maybe because the concept is similar to mana field. If it was more complicated, then that would have been disastrous. Lubick felt insulted, but he couldn't even raise any objection at this point. You weren't a bad opponent. To be honest, I was unsure of who would win. But, then again, Isn't that what a battle is supposed to be about? The white-haired man smiled at the blue-skinned demon. The demon lord's body was already rotting, and in a few seconds, he would die from mana poisoning. Why you? Was all Lubick could say as he faded from existence. I suppose there's a lesson to be learned here. Just because you have original magic doesn't make you superior. Ilrich Lendertwal raised his hand and smiled. Of course, that was only because he was armed to the teeth with several magic tools. Even with all that help, he wasn't guaranteed to win. Everything was due to skill and a bit of luck. Phew, looks like I win. That sure was one tough fight. 495 Archangel Drive PT1. That shameless old man. Maria didn't show how she felt internally, but if anyone could look within the girl, they would find out she was very frustrated. Her reasons were also quite valid. I wanted to fight him. That demon lord. I caught him. Ilrich Lendertwal just had to swoop in like a false knight and stole Maria's prey from her. It was not only embarrassing, but the girl was disappointed by it. I missed my chance to do anything. She sighed, moving amid the horrific battlefield. Her protective barrier was on, and her senses were still sharp, so she was in no danger at all. That was why she was able to walk in melancholy while drowning her frustrated thoughts. I wanted to achieve something. I wanted to at least show him how useful I can be. How much I've grown. Sure, fighting a demon lord seemed a bit over the top, but Maria felt like she could achieve it if she played her cards right, not that the opportunity would ever present itself again. And so, the pure and innocent girl kept traversing the battlefield. Until... Hey, you! Someone called out to her. Maria's body halted, and her head slowly turned in the direction of the voice. From where she stood, the girl could feel the bloodlust, the evil energy swirling around the person who stood a good distance from her. Are you strong? The one who spoke took on the appearance of a devil. His red skin, horned forehead, and dangling tail made him appear even more menacing. No doubt, he was a crimson demon. I asked, are you strong? This time, the crimson demon stood from the pile of corpses where he previously sat on. Mangled, burned corpses were strewn all around, but most of them had formed a pile where this crimson demon stood. Disgusting. Maria voiced her thoughts upon taking in the truly grotesque sight. Still, despite how scary it was, the girl did not run. She simply did not move from her position. Her eyes were still locked with the crimson demon. Ha 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 ha. That's the spirit. So, you're strong. That's good. In a small leap, the shirtless, muscular demon descended to the ground, grinning with his sharpened teeth. His height and build would make most bodybuilders shrink in fear and inferiority. The sheer amount of energy that burst from within him would also make most mages shrivel up. But, Maria did no such thing. She simply watched as he drew closer to her. My name is Lucien. I'm the highest-ranked demon general, second only to the authority of the demon lords and the supreme lord over the demons, the demon king. Maria wanted to point out how his statement made no sense considering his hierarchy was third place, not simply second only, but she decided against it. Her stoic expression simply met the menacing grin of her adversary. Still, a spark of interest lit up within her. Highest ranked among the demon generals. That should be enough as a consolation prize. It was made painfully clear that she wouldn't be getting the chance to fight a demon lord. Maria thought it was wise to go for the next best thing, especially if they came to her on their own accord. All right. Let's begin, then. She softly smiled, readying herself for battle. A blow surged from Lucien, making its way to Maria with breakneck speed. The demon general grinned, wondering if all it would take was one hit from his blow to turn the little girl into another one of the corpses around. Sure, a few automatons would come around, but the little buzzers were no match for him too. The girl before him would also become one of the many dead chunks around him. Lucien felt pleased and increased his speed to completely wreck her. However, voyage. His wrist was grabbed just as the girl before him exuded some energy in a flash. Her body glittered white, and glistening apparel covered her pure white armor, white feathered wings, and a white crown. Her light armored hand was able to grab his wrist, preventing his fist from reaching her face. Archangel Drive, this is good enough. W. Before Lucien could utter another word, a volatile fist made its way to his face. The Crimson Demon heard something snap as his body was sent flying a great distance. There was no resistance as his crimson flesh traversed the battlefield and landed on the ground like a stray meteor. The earth shattered upon impact, and a crater was formed upon his crash. Gark! Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his deformed face looked in horror as the white-clad being approached him at top speed. What the hell? Before he could move his damaged body, she had reached him, readying another fist. And no. Lucien blocked his face, but the next thing he felt was her hard blow shattering his ribs as they dug into his stomach. Urgh! He wanted to throw up, but her grip clasped his face shut, causing whatever would come out to stay trapped within. Another blow sent his jaw cracking as he flew into the sky above him. Lucien was in too much pain and unfamiliar emotion for someone as powerful as him. His body burned with every strike, causing him no temporarily go numb. It was as though the energy clashing with his was designed to bypass all his defenses and deal the greatest amount of pain to him. The girl's brute strength also didn't help matters. Sure, he was a demon, but she was the true monster. Maria had already ascended to his location at this point, still donning her pure angel look. Her deadpan expression, coupled with the way she gruesomely hit the demon, would make anyone wonder what kind of entity she was. So bright, yet unbelievably dark. Hey, you! Maria grabbed the Crimson Demon's throat, glaring at his mangled face. Are you certain that you're the strongest of the demon generals? 496 Archangel Drive PT2. Maria's eyes showed contempt, disappointment swirling in her heart. Her opponent, whom she expected to be strong enough to pose a challenge, was already shivering in her grasp. Surely, the real deal would have shown more resistance than this pathetic excuse before her. He hasn't even struck one blow yet. Her thoughts trailed. Maria wasn't particularly looking for a fight where she would struggle, but wasn't it common sense that a truly powerful enemy would at least make her push everything she had to the limits? Archangel Drive is my fusion mode in addition to Mage mode. Her thoughts trailed. Was that truly enough to defeat the upper echelon of the demon army? I should finish what I started, though. Maria murmured to herself, already losing interest in the red lump of meat in her grasp. Unfortunately or fortunately for her, the Crimson Demon she held had a differing opinion. Why you've humiliated me to this extent. Maria was surprised that the one called Lucien could still speak despite his swollen lips and bloodied face. You call me weak, you treat me this way, no more. Maria could feel the negative energy within and outside him growing stronger than ever. It was peaking to a point that even Maria had to let go of the opponent. You. The Crimson Demon began growing in bulk. His muscular figure grew even buffer. Lucien darkened in complexion, and a fiery aura enveloped him. His dark hair turned amber, and his eyes glowed as well. His injured body slowly had a makeover, and signs of damage slowly faded away. I don't know what you did to hamper my regeneration, my power, but no more. His sharpened teeth let out steam as he spoke. In his current state, even as they both floated in the sky, he was much bigger than her. About 12 meters. Maybe 13. Maria thought as she analyzed her predicament. Of course, her expression was as stoic as always. Looking down on me, you little bitch. I'll make sure to tear you apart. He roared like a battle-hungry maniac. Currently, the Crimson Demon had adopted a form known as martial state. As one who relied on only brute force and martial arts to fight, he didn't know any magic. Still, he was strong enough to become the most powerful among the demon generals. The reason for his edge over everyone was the special abilities he developed in his martial state. For one, he attained instant recovery, though, for some reason, it had slowed down thanks to the girl's troublesome ability. Secondly, he grew more and more powerful depending on how enraged he was. His energy would keep climbing until it reached a threshold. No one had been able to beat him in this martial state, as he would decimate every one of his opponents. "You! I'll make sure to kill you and everyone you love," Lucien growled, now baring his fangs at the angelic girl before him, his eyes bloodshot. "What did you just say?" "What? You just said something. Killing me and everyone I love, something like that." "Why yet? What about it?" Lucien was conflicted about how to feel about the girl he was about to rip to shreds. Anyone who saw this form of his would instantly realize the power gap and at least show some level of fear. They would flee, or at least show a degree of despair. But, this one was not like that at all. Her expression seemed to turn even colder as she stared at him icily. "You? Don't make me laugh. You're not worthy." Veins appeared all over the Crimson Demon's face as his bloodshot eyes bulged. He hated being looked down on the most, especially when it was an inferior human scum that was responsible. "I'll rip you apart." "Wish!" A white blade sharply interrupted Lucien's lunge at Maria, piercing the right side of his chest. It had moved faster than he could process. The sinking white blade burned Lucien from his insides, causing him to roar in pain as he tried pulling it out. However, swoosh swish! 2 more pierced both arms, causing him to shout in greater pain. His body felt like it was burning from the inside out. The amount of agony he suffered was indescribable. "My familiar is an archangel seraph. I imbue holy magic to all my spells in this form. I suppose demons are quite vulnerable to that energy." Maria spoke as she stared at the demon condescendingly. She slowly ascended as the demon began raising his head to view her majesty. His body throbbed in pain, and his heart began racing in fear, yet Lucien could not take his gaze off his opponent. "Someone like you can't threaten to hurt Jared. You're nothing." As she made this statement, over a dozen more blades appeared in the sky, surrounding her as they brimmed with power. "Die!" The blades took that as the go-ahead and were launched simultaneously, each piercing respective parts of Lucien's body. Goor! Even his mouth was impaled by a white blade, and the sheet force caused his body to plummet to the earth. Maria turned her gaze from the Crimson Demon General and snapped her fingers. As Lucien made crashed upon the ground, the blades began glowing brighter and brighter, making ominous hums as their power swelled beyond control. "Oh!" was the only sound the Crimson Demon could make before his end arrived. "Boom!" The area of impact was shrouded in white light, consuming everything around, including the rotting dead bodies of Lucien's victims. "Rest in peace, that is, until Jared resurrects you." After all, everything that had happened so far was a part of his grand scheme. Even though she couldn't see Jared on the battlefield, and she was unsure whether or not he was watching her exploits in the fight, Maria still felt relieved that when push came to shove, she didn't disappoint herself. "All those times I spent with Sarah really paid off." With a smile on her face, Maria flew off, most likely to find a better opponent. A/N. Who do you think is winning in a fight between Maria and Anna? 497 Monster. The battle had reached a crescendo, and that was because the surviving demon lords fought with all they had to ensure there was no loss. Demon Lord of Vertzinkiel as well as the Demon Lord of John Cersei remained undefeated. Though it was only a matter of time. Gark. Cersei, the giant demon, a monster in every right, fawned herself, spurting blood. Her enormous body throbbed in pain as her grave injuries slowly healed. The enemy that rendered put in this state was none other than the champion of the beast folk race, Gerard. "You are quite strong." Once again, she coughed blood as she spoke. The corrosive fluid burned the earth as it fell, but none of the opponents took that to mind. "Oh, me? I'm actually not that strong. Gerard mumbled. His light shrug and distant smile showed that he meant every word. The Beast King was being honest about his weakness. What? I mean it, really. After suffering defeat at the hands of Sarah Crimson, and then Jared Leonard, he knew his place in the world. Of course, he was determined to keep growing more powerful until he could consider himself a strong person. However, at the moment, Gerard knew he was yet to achieve that. I am weak, and you are simply weaker. He stared at her with a bit of disappointment. Oh? I see. The monstrous demon lord smiled with her beastly face as she stood from the spot where she fell. Even though she was easily over 12 feet in height, her body slumped a little. She tightened the muscles on her forearms, strengthened her wings, and readied her 4 eyes on the target. Her yellow fur, with black stripes, was now dirty thanks to being mercilessly beaten by Gerard. Even her 5 horns remained too, as the other 3 were broken in the conflict. In simple terms, she was in a terrible state, but Cersei was not one to give up, not in love, or in battle. I'll make sure His Majesty, King Abel Lion, notices me in this battle. We'll survive, and get married. We'll have children, and we will live happily ever after. Oh yes, she was also very delusional. Let's end this, shall we? I refused to do this earlier because I go berserk, but even a monster like Cersei had a trump card. Immense energy began swelling from within the demon lord, causing steam to emanate from her damaged body. Gerard braced himself, watching the horrifying creature slowly morph into something more terrifying. Apex form, monster. The already beastly form of the demon lord adopted a brand new form. She grew in mass, shooting to 60 meters in height. The new Cersei's giant wings flapped, causing the entire area to shake as the wind blew past everyone. The monster took to the sky, having a mass that seemed impossible. Her 4 hands became at least 100, all pushing out of the yellow body that now looked slimy and repulsive. Eyes appeared in every area, and several horns protruded out of nowhere. A massive slit appeared on the monster's face, and a large mouth opened from there. The spiraling sharp teeth it has within were more like blenders, and the amount the monster had was unbelievable. In short, Cersei had become a terrifying being that was both incredibly monstrous and even more difficult to kill. The monsterized demon lord gave a loud bellow, causing the earth to tremble. Her large mouth was open, causing bits of her saliva to pour into the battlefield. At this point, no one could ignore the yellow monster that floated above the battlefield. The demons who saw this instantly knew that they had to flee, as they too would get caught in Cersei's attacks. Their demon lord in this form was nigh invincible. The only problem was the loss of her senses. While Cersei couldn't know it at the time, since she had lost every ounce of reason, all her comrades were actually rooting for her. They were happy, excited to see the tides of battle change. Zenkiel, who had been subdued by Sarah, looked at the monster and gave a satisfied smile. You won't be able to beat that one. He groaned as he spoke, looking at the one who beat him spitefully. Sarah Crimson, not even having a scratch on her body, looked at the floating monster and grinned. I won't need to. After saying that, she returned to beating the crap out of her victim, or rather, her opponent. Cersei's loud roar echoed in Gerard's ears, but he was hardly intimidated. Instead, he decided it was time to once again assume his apex form. In the past, doing this would put a strain on his body. But, thanks to Jared's cure, he could utilize it at will. Joint Transformation State, Phase 2. Instantly, Gerard manifested and fully integrated all forms he could attain. Building every part to its peak, he was now a beast among beasts, an absolute monster. His lava-like dragon body soared to the sky as he lunged at the target. Though Gerard wasn't as large as Cersei, he could feel the intensity of his energy to be more superior to hers. Her power was spread out and running amok in her bulky body, but Gerard's energy was more concentrated. Plus, he had his sanity. This is it. With this, I'll be able to once again surpass my limits. Gerard's speed increased and he prepared for impact when something weird entered the gaping mouth of the yellow monster. It looked like a long cylinder, but it had an abnormal amount of energy stocked within. Gerard looked at the trail of smoke and noticed that the weird rocket thingy emanated from the massive golem in a distance. But, as soon as he was about to process what was occurring, the Beast King noticed something else. The hulking body of the flying monster began to swell at an alarming rate. Since he was near it, Gerard could see it more clearly how its flesh enlarged, and the energy that seemed to be rising every second. Oh, she! 498 King Abel Lion PT1. Wah! Everyone was shocked beyond words as the monstrosity above them suddenly enlarged, and then ruptured. Its body became nothing but many fragments of flesh and blood, dropping upon the battlefield as rain. As the dead demon lord's entrails were strewn all over the field, her master was in shock. Demon King Abel Lion couldn't keep his mouth closed as he watched his dear subordinate become nothing but dead meat and blood. How? Once his eyes spotted a trail of smoke from where Circe's massive mouth used to be, Abel Lion saw something standing on the other end. It's that thing. The large golem, the same one that decimated the small army back when Zenkiel launched his two-pronged attack, was the same one responsible for Circe's death. It had also claimed the lives of many demons on the battlefield. Unfortunately, no one had been able to stop it yet. Thanks to standing at the far end of the battle, if one wanted to attack the golem, they would need to go past the large army arrayed before it. It was due to this reason that Abel Lion surmised that no one had yet succeeded in the task. Damn it! Since he was linked to his demon lords, Abel Lion knew just how many were left, a meager number of one. Zenkiel is the only one who is alive right now. He glanced in the direction of his commander-in-chief, who was being nothing but a punching bag for the human woman who fought him. Not only was Zenkiel unable to retaliate thanks to the flurry of attacks he received, but the woman didn't even seem to be taking the fight seriously. It was as though the demon lord was nothing but a toy she could use. Damn it! Abel Lion gritted his teeth, now taking a good look around him. The battle that had once been at a climax was sizzling out. Over 90% of his forces had been killed, and the rest were just about on the verge of dying. His demon lords were all dead as well. Zenkiel seemed to be holding on well, but it was no secret that he was simply overwhelmed. If the lady hitting him wanted him dead, Abel Lion imagined how possible that would be. And you? The Demon King now focused his gaze on the opponent before him. Are you ready to resume? A warbling voice answered him. It wasn't human, but wasn't a demon's either. How come you survived my attacks for so long? I still don't understand. Abel Lion was currently facing the automaton Jared Leonard left behind as he went to take care of other business. Abel Lion had initially thought he would decimate the construct and quickly give chase to Jared, but things didn't turn out to be so simple. It turned out to be very difficult to even land a hit on the platinum armored being. It's like he was built for that purpose. It keeps evading my attacks, and then destroying my blades whenever they get too close. The automaton hadn't dealt a decisive attack on him yet, so Abel Lion was certain that its combat potential was lower than his. The only thing you're good at is speed. Your evasive maneuvers may be tricky, but they're not impossible. At the very least, Abel Lion was determined to kill the automaton before him, and then come to Zenkiel's aid. Once he defeated the automaton and the human woman who assailed his most loyal subordinate, he would then go after the golem that killed Circe. As the Demon King, his responsibilities demanded that he avenged his comrades even if it was a losing battle. Abel Lion had long forgotten common sense and the tactical need for retreat. Right here and now, we'll settle things. King Abel Lion growled, instantly summoning several purplish-black portals behind him. In response, the automaton simply shrugged. This did nothing but tick the Demon King off even more. Die! Several black blades surged forth, darting in the automaton's direction beyond the speed of light. The immense concentration of miasma within the blades would mean nothing but death if they so much as grazed anyone with mana. Yet, so many of them targeted the shiny automaton and chased it with dangerous precision. "I'll have to defend myself," came its warbling tone, and instantly, a long blade appeared in the automaton's grasp. In one strong swing, the several blades were turned into nothing but cinders, and were purified in white light. What? Abel Lion couldn't believe his eyes. Those blades were constructed with a calcified amount of miasma, meant to be strong enough to take it down. Abel Lion had also calculated the automaton's speed and sent weapons that would definitely kill it. So why? Not only had the automaton grown faster, but its power had also risen to the point where the attack he rendered became obsolete. "How dare you? You weren't using your fill power, were you?" In a fit of both rage and embarrassment, Abel Lion summoned more purple holes, making them surround his target instead. "Fine. But I have a good idea of what to use now. You won't survive this next round." The portals around the automaton made it impossible for it to flee. Abel Lion intended on overwhelming the opponent with quick fire, ensuring his victory. "Begin." With a snap of his fingers, the rain of dark blades on multiple ends began. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In their hundreds, they poured out and charged at the target. Each blade was strong enough to take down the large wall that he devastated back when the demons began their attack on the humans. With hundreds of weapons with the same quality relentless raining on a single target, there was no way it could survive. Everything enclosed within the array of portals was devastated, and smoke rose from the location. Abel Lion deactivated his portals and looked at the pile of rubble, hoping to see the destroyed body of his adversaries. However, "It seems you were wrong about that, Demon King Abel Lion." The platinum-armored automaton simply flew out of the pile of smoke and rubble, completely unharmed. "I survived." 499 King Abel Lion PT2. Abelion's original magic, Gates of Hell, allowed him to create spatial ruptures anywhere he desired, and then summon blades from within them. The thing most people didn't know about this ability was that the blades were a manifestation of Abelion's will. In essence, they were as strong as Abelion's desire and the quality of his miasma. As such, he could choose the kind of weapons he wanted to summon, as well as the effects he desired from them. It was an ultimate power that employed ultimate violence. As long as Abelion's imagination was unhinged, he could make his blades into anything, possessing whatever quality he desired. Of course, the only limiting factor was miasma. "How are you still alive?" The recent bombardment contained enough power to level a city to the ground, and everything was focused on a single target. Yet, why was it still standing? Who knows? "Your attacks were strong, so I barely managed to deflect them." "You deflected, all of them?" At this point, the Demon King was dazed. The automaton also seemed to be a bit worked up, as it scratched its head a little. "No, I didn't deflect all of them. I'm not that strong. I was simply able to heal of the injuries that some of those blades gave me. They all have anti-healing properties. Yet you healed from their damage." The automaton appeared even more flustered. "Well, okay, you were right the first time. I deflected all of them." "Whew, I am not good at this." Abel Lion had a feeling that he was being mocked, but it was hard to prove that with the opponent's lack of a facial expression as well as its somewhat official outlook. "I don't understand, what's going on here?" Even though it was very obvious that Abel Lion had the upper hand in the fight, he still felt like he was being played. Or am I imagining things? The opponent was weaker than him. That was why Abel Lion hadn't gone all out and decimated the entire area they were in. He still intended to conserve power so he could assist his comrades. While a lot of time was flying by thanks to the opponent's evasive measures and sudden burst in power, Abel Lion still couldn't imagine resorting to his full power when fighting a much opponent. I'll kick things up a notch to get it this time. The Demon King smiled. Upon observing the Demon Lord for a moment, the automaton heaved a sigh of relief, or at least acted as though it did. It was built with the whole warrior get-up as its natural look, so it didn't have any respiratory organs, to begin with. The reason for Gawain's relief was that the truth about it was yet to be found out. Master told me to occupy the Demon King, but I'm not allowed to use excessive force. As such, Gawain had been restricting most of its functions so he could simply fulfill that role. It made sure to prevent any damage that would be inflicted on him, since that was a core defensive property it possessed, but other than defense and light offense, the automaton resorted to nothing else. My goal is to stall for time and ensure the Demon King doesn't overexert himself when fighting me. After all, Gawain wasn't his opponent. This is a bit difficult, though. I wasn't designed to hold back to this extent, and my adversary is already figuring things out a little. If they continued like this, it wouldn't be long before Abel Lion realized he had simply been leading him by the nose. That didn't mean it would stop trying its hardest to hold back. With that in mind, Gawain prepared itself for the next barrage of blades that rained upon it. They came from every direction, even beneath and above it. I can think of a few dozen ways to handle this, but the only means I can utilize is to evade and cut down the blades one after the other. Gawain took flight and began moving faster than the homing blades could get to him, cutting them with the blade it had on hand. The chase was swift, but only to onlookers. The automaton felt as though time was slowed, but it had to endure this much. It was its master's orders, after all. As it kept dodging and dribbling the locked-on blades, Gawain had a single thought while scanning the area for miles. He's late. Unbelievable. Abel Lion was amazed at how the automaton was able to fluidly evade his torrents of blades. Could it be that it has a learning function? Had it been studying my patterns? If it evolves as time passes, then it would be best to simply overpower it with a decisive blow. As much as Abel Lion despised using too much power on an inferior target, he was pressed for time. As someone whom everyone depended on, he couldn't betray their trust. I'll finish things with this. A single portal appeared above Abel Lion's left shoulder. It seemed even more deadly than the others, and red lightning sparked from within it. Emerging from the void-like portal was a weirdly shaped blade. Its twisted edges warbled as it brimmed with immense miasma. The manifestation of my twisted desires. One of the most powerful in my reserves. More crimson lightning flashed, and the atmosphere undulated as the immense force seemed to rear whatever was around it, including space. Let's see how you handle this. The twisted blade was already preparing for takeoff, having its whole body coated in red energy. Abel Lion's eyes widened in expectation, hoping to see how the automaton would be ripped to shreds by the twisted nature of his weapon. Suddenly, the automaton raised its hand in a bid to make something known. Apologies, but can we end this fight? You see, my role has been fulfilled. Abel Lion couldn't understand what the platinum-armored being was saying. I mean, my task is complete. I was meant to keep you occupied, as in, a warm-up before your opponent arrived. What did the automaton mean by that? What opponent was it referring to? Demon King Abel Lion didn't understand, at least, not yet. 500 Arrival PT1. The Demon King still couldn't grasp what was going on. Perhaps he simply didn't want to. Just die. You can't call it quits now. With an obsessive grin, he sent the twisted blade lunging at Gawain. The blade was beyond lightning fast. The deadly thrust of the weapon caused everything in its path to rip apart as it made its way toward the lone automaton. The end had already been reached, at least, according to Abel Lion. Okay, that's enough. Someone snapped. It was a strange voice belonging to a third party. Instantly, the fast-approaching blade came to a stop. It remained suspended in the air, as though frozen in time. The guy told you already, didn't he? He's out. Abel Lion was both astounded by the fact that one of his most powerful weapons was simply standing still, as well as wary of the new person that made his entrance. The stranger was standing right in front of the twisted blade, pocketing and looking unfazed by the thing that was simply inches away from him. "Who are you?" His eyes narrowed as a glare replaced his previously bulging expression. Abel Lion could feel his heart skip a beat. He didn't know if it was due to caution, or a more intense emotion. All he knew was that his blade came to a sudden halt once the newcomers made his appearance. "Me? Wow, this is a bit awkward. I thought the demon army would have known about my identity at the very least." The mysterious man spoke so casually, so carefree. His black hair fluttered with the wind as he turned away from Abel Lion and looked at the automaton behind. Or am I being narcissistic? Shouldn't I expect that they know me? In response to the question, the automaton raised his hands and shoulders, as though saying he didn't know what to say. "I don't know, man. All I can say is that you're late. How can someone who professes to have all the time in the world have such a behavior?" The automaton's warbling tone was followed by a loud laugh from the strange man. "Ha ha ha ha. You're right, at least to an extent. Hey." Abelion's words were ignored as the human kept talking to the automaton. "You say I shouldn't be late because of my abilities, right? Well, I beg to differ a little." Now turning to the Demon King, who was getting impatient at this point, the man in question grinned broadly. "If because I have all the time in the world that I can be as late as I want?" Abelion's eyes bulged as he heard those words. They felt somewhat familiar. "Now, then, Demon King Abel Lion, I suppose introductions are in order." Stroking one hand through his dark hair, the young-looking human gave a confident, cool smile. "My name is Eni Niruhuan." Another voice sharply interrupted, and the owner came lunging in the man's direction. The man, Naren, instantly jumped as a result of the sudden halt in his introduction, as well as the one who caused it. "Oh, crap, she's here already." The woman who was lunging at Naren with unquantifiable speed and a wide smile on her face was none other than Sarah Crimson. Her bright smile and blushing face were in clear contrast to the beast she had been, prior to Naren's arrival. "1 second. He raised his hand to Abel Lion, and then prepared himself for what would come next. Sarah approached rapidly, and Naren readied himself for their usual greeting. "Smooch!" The woman shamelessly puckered her lips and prepared for an embrace with the love of her life. Of course, this would always be returned by a violent halt thanks to Naren's time barrier. Still, Sarah had made it a habit that she couldn't stop even though she knew the consequences. And so, she charged at him. Whoosh! To her surprise, she wasn't stopped. Instead, a pair of arms wrapped themselves around her, and she was lifted into the sky far above the reach of the dying battle. As she ascended with the one whose arms were caressing her body, Sarah's face turned red. She was too close to the one who held her tightly. "And Naren. Shhhh." The black-haired man smiled charmingly. Sarah's red hair flowed, touching the young man's face as he didn't waver in his intense gaze. Her heart pounded, yet she too couldn't look away from his entrapping eyes. Before she could conclude her statement, Naren's face descended, and then, in a surprising yet romantic turn of events, his lips met hers. Right there and then, as they floated in the clouds, Naren and Sarah were locked in a passionate kiss while being in each other's embrace. As if the mood wasn't enough, fireworks ascended to the sky, painting it in multiple colors. The fireworks sparked red, purple, and blue, making the couple continue to smooch while enjoying the feel of the moment. Their eyes were open, though barely, as they kept kissing. And, after what seemed like an infinite amount of time doing the deed, the two finally stopped. What? I don't. Sarah was still flustered. The current state of things, and how fast things had progressed, put her in a state of shock. She stammered, unable to make words as her eyes felt drawn into Naren's pitch-black irises. You don't need to understand. Just accept it, Sarah. I'm sorry I took so long. Naren drew her close and kisses the flustered woman on her forehead. You. Unable to hold back any longer, the woman's floodgates finally opened and tears proceeded from her eyes. She tightened her embrace with Naren and bawled her eyes out. The fireworks ceased, and nothing could be felt from a distance. It was simply Naren and Sarah who were left in the whole world. Slowly, they descended from the far reaches of the cloud. Both of them were too focused on each other to care for the frozen individuals all over the battlefield. All of them were unmoving, stuck in time. And, in this timeless world that spoke of eternity, Naren Khalid finally opened his lips and uttered the words that the woman before him had been longing to hear all along. A statement that resonated deeply within her. Sarah. I love you too.